All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another video. Today we are going to be checking out Magnus the Red. To another video, to another live stream, of course. We are going to be checking out Magnus the Red, 40k lore by the Amber King, of course, guys. Obviously, we've heard quite a bit of Magnus. I believe he is just a physically, like nowadays in modern 40k, he's definitely a fucking demon prince. That guy went full off the deep end. I'm pretty sure if if we're to believe if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device, and if that's definitely the Emperor's canonical thoughts, the Emperor definitely seems to blame, obviously it's not, I know it's a joke video, but the Emperor definitely seemed to blame Magnus in that video. We know he obviously sent he tried to communicate with Terra during the heresy, and him doing that fucking obliterated everything and obliterated the project that the Emperor had going on. They were trying to find an alternative to using the warp, and clearly that didn't come to fruition because of Magnus, from my understanding. Did you like the Templin vid? I did like the Templin vid. I thought that was great. Honestly, Templin Institute, they make fucking fantastic videos, man. I really enjoy it. Their content. They have a great few narrators, it seems like. I don't know how many narrators there are for that channel, but they do a fantastic job, I have to say. But yeah, guys, we're going to be checking out Magnus the Red. This is a bit of a longer one, as always. This is going to be 3.5 hours long. So this stream's probably going to be quite a little bit, you know what I'm saying? So awesome. It's good to see you guys here, awesome to see you guys here. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. Of course, if you are enjoying the stream, of course, make sure you hit that like button as always. And if you're not subscribed, obviously subscribe to the channel for more content from me. And yeah, with that, guys, without any further delay, I think we're going to get right into this here now. Yeah, I got my coffee. I got a couple potions, it's a Saturday night, so I'm thinking I might bust into those partway through this video, see how we're feeling. But yeah, guys, without any further delay, not only did he destroy the project, he opened a warp rift under the palace. That's true, he actually did. Just fucking, that's the whole reason why, like, demons were on fucking Terra for a bit there, is because of fucking Magnus. He opened up that fucking warp rift, although it was unintentional. He didn't mean to do that, to be fair, but like, he did still do it. So you can't really say you didn't, But yeah, guys, let's get right into this video.
Necessity justifies all, and this is necessary.
Oh shit! What am I doing? Hold on, 1 second. I gotta grab some paper. Oh. I looked over and my stack was dry. I had to go grab another one. My bad. It's a rookie maneuver, Gonna be definitely writing stuff down in this video, so just want to make sure I have that on hand. I know another delay. Yes, I know, I'm bad at it. Ugh, all right, let's go.
Necessity justifies all, and this is necessary. Without this primeval force, without this chaos, there will be stagnation. Ignorance instead of illumination.
4 gram shroom bar, damn.
Instead of life. Humanity needs to be led upwards with small steps, with their eyes gradually opened, lest the light blind them.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, it's 1,000 Suns. That's correct. That's their legion. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Magnus is the Primarch of the 1,000 Sun Legion. I'm pretty sure that's correct. And it's, let's see if I remember, Tzeentch. Is it Tzeentch? Is that their patron deity? I know. Like before, it was Chaos Undivided. I fucked that one up. I'm pretty sure it is actually Tzeentch this time for the 1,000 Suns. Is that correct? Yes. Eventually. 1,000 Suns. All right, sick. Now live, the Amber King Patreon. Make sure you go support the Amber King if you enjoy his videos, man. He makes fucking great content. Prospero. That's his planet, I'm guessing, right?
The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. If I am guilty of anything, it is the simple pursuit of knowledge. I am its master.
Interesting.
I swear it.
If I am guilty of anything, it is the pursuit of knowledge. I am its master. I swear it. Because there is no sin but ignorance. The sorcerer of Prospero, the Cyclopean giant, the Crimson King, Primarch of the 15th, the Thousand Sons Legion, Magnus the Red. A name uttered with venom and hate to an Imperium that only knows the monster that schemes and burns everything in his path. A man that desired enlightenment for all of humanity, but who now fights against his own species in the cabal of the gods of chaos. But who was the man that became the monster?
And I think right off the bat, that first quote, guilty of the pursuit of knowledge, I think that's super, like, apt for Magnus in a sense, you know, because he totally, again, like, to my knowledge, he was a psyker, right? He was one of the Primarchs with actual psyker abilities. And I'm pretty sure his, like, original purpose, I guess, most Primarchs had a purpose in mind from the Emperor. I think he was supposed to sit the throne. Is that correct? Maybe that's incorrect. I'm pretty sure that was, like, ideally what would eventually happen is instead of the Emperor, it would have been Magnus sitting the throne. Is that correct? Big boy psyker. Yeah, that's what I thought. Kneel before the Crimson King. That's another thing too. I remember the Crimson King. That's a cool nickname. I definitely remember hearing that before too. And like, yeah, I think he's just a fucking gigantic demon prince, like in modern 40k. So
how did someone once so loyal to the Emperor turn his back upon his father and his species? His story begins in the 30th millennium. Terror. The golden age of humanity had passed. We stand in the ashes of the age of strife. The collapse of the federation of mankind across the stars. Decay and ruin touches all of the worlds far-flung humanity resides upon. Isolated and bleeding knowledge and wealth. Prey to civil strife and xenos. But upon Terra, the birthplace of our species, hope rises. The Imperium of mankind. Deep below the surface of the cradle of mankind, a consciousness awoke. It was new, ignorant, and vulnerable. He felt a voice connect to his mind, as if another being resided in his thoughts.
Interesting.
Master, creator, father, the emperor of mankind. A presence.
So this is actually kind of interesting. Magnus being a psyker. Does that mean like he already knew of the Emperor? Like I know like certain other Primarchs, they kind of knew that this wasn't their place. Like they had something out there greater, or maybe they even had precognitions of the Emperor arriving. They knew like of him in a sense, right? But Magnus, did Magnus just straight up already have that connection? This is my father. It's the Emperor of mankind. This is who I am. Did he already straight up kind of have that connection? Rocking that Tim's, what you got in there. So I actually I honestly don't go to Tim Hortons really at all. This is merely a reusable cup. I fucking just always use it. They cost like $2, $3 at Tim's, and it's a nice little fucking plastic cup. So this is just coffee in here this time. I have for later on actually though, I do have a glass for other beverages, you know what I'm saying? They spoke while he was still in the pod. Oh, so he already... Okay, so before he even got to his planet, they were communicating. That's fucked up. Wow. Made the stream. Good to see you here, Bow Chicken.
An aura so earth-shattering, powerful, ancient, cold, but yet caring. Humanity distinct.
Already in the pod and they're talking to each other.
He was a child. He was human, created inside a gestation capsule by this being... his father. He was speaking to him through telepathic communication, and this child began to learn, evolving his consciousness more each time he conversed with this.
Still in the pod. Okay,
but
wow.
all of this was ripped away from him. The chambers around his capsule began to shake and convulse. Energies poured in from the realm of sentient madness, the mirror dimension, the warp. The capsule was ripped from the ground. With violence and hate, claws scraped and bit into the protective tomb. He was hurled through the warp, taken away from the side of his father. This capsule was spit out back into real space, falling down in fire towards a planet in the Frozari system.
I'm not gonna lie to you, for Magnus, like from Magnus's point of view, dude, that's probably the most like traumatic shit like you could probably ever like endure. So like think about it, right? Like you're still in the pod, like you're literally you're baby Magnus, right? And you got fucking Papa Emperor putting thoughts in your head, already teaching you shit when you're literally still in the womb, technically, right? And then suddenly you're fucking just blasted through the warp, and he's a psyker, and he's like, I'm assuming to a degree, like conscious for that because of his psyker abilities, right? Like that would be the most fucking like that would be the most fucking like insane shit, like traumatic shit I think you could possibly go through. Like holy shit. Because like, and you don't know what the fuck, like you're just you're a baby, you know what I'm saying? But like the Emperor is fucking already putting like information into your head as a baby. Like I imagine he's probably one of the more intelligent Primarchs just in general due to that fact.
Prospero. The child opened his eyes for the first time. He took his first breath, spluttering abiotic
Maybe a
fluid
thick
from his
Latina.
lungs. A
Goddamn.
visage of twilight met his eyes. Dark stone and muted light stretched for miles as the heat of the wreckage that was his gestation capsule illuminated his place.
Good to see you guys here.
On top of a mountain, a beacon to the others that resided upon this world. The child began to wonder, his mind filled with confusion and disorientation. Why was he here? How was he here? Where was the man who had spoken into his mind? For days, weeks, the child strode, almost overwhelmed by the volume of information. The vibrant world around him screamed. He was not alone on this world. Finally, he saw them. Humans. The child stood before a city of beautiful white marble, pyramids and towers touching the very heavens. The child felt a power here, by a means he did not understand. The human citizens of Tizca found this wandering child. His presence made them want to kneel. Their pulses quickened. Hope, power, and obedience swelled within as they laid eyes upon him.
Wow.
Vibrant crimson skin and hair, and he was swelled with psychic power. He was perfect. This child was taken in, but they did not grant him any title nor name, for he already knew his name.
Wow.
The one his
So Magnus kind of fucking in the grand scheme of things here. Sorry, I just have to like, what time are we at? It's 6:21. I just have to click like on there. Magnus in the grand scheme of things got fucking very, very lucky, seemingly, here from the planet he got on. This seems to be a pretty developed world from the sounds of it. Maybe it isn't. From these pictures, I'm getting the sense that it's pretty developed, and they're talking about cities of marble. That seems pretty large. Pretty damn good world also. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And not only that, but like these people, they obviously enjoy psychers. They obviously don't think psychers are witches, you know? So it just in terms of like even the society of the planet that he's on, like realistically, Magnus could have got there, crimson fucking skin, looks fucked up, does have psyker abilities, and he could have just been fucking torched instantly, you know? Like that's a possibility. So I think it's I think he got really lucky with this one. And damn, crimson skin off the get-go, like, is that on purpose? Is that by design? Like, holy shit.
Nor name, for he already knew his name, the one his creator had given him, a name that had been
arguably the most intelligent, but still manages to be brain dead at times. To be completely real with you, I feel like that's every Primarch, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like every Primarch has had their their lapses of intelligence, and it all happens in differing degrees, I would say. You know, the price of being a warp battery. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, fair enough. Having red skin.
Knew his name, the one his creator had given him, a name that had been created from that commanding voice from before. His last piece of home.
Already has
Magnus.
a name. Wow.
A man who had been haunted by prescient dreams of doom, found the night where a comet of fire had roared down, that those dreams had vanished. A leader of the people of Tizca, an adept of the studies of the warp. Amon saw this child. He saw how special he was, and he took him in. He became his teacher, a father, and a friend.
Interesting.
The boy astounded him. He absorbed information to a speed and understanding he had never seen before. Within a year, this young Magnus had devoured and comprehended everything Amon could teach him.
Wow.
The history of this world, how millennia before, in an age of darkness that nearly destroyed the people of Tizca, the foul Xenos, the Psychnuin, a chitinous warp-spawned creature that had infested the entire world. It brought ruin and death to the people of Prospero,
Really?
utilizing its disgusting powers of the warp to lay their young inside their victim's mind. A hatching, unleashing madness, pain and death.
Jesus.
But the people had survived. For those born with psychic abilities, even back then, with their primitive knowledge, learned to harness their power, shielding their minds.
So this is a planet almost entirely made up of psychers, is that correct? So from what I'm hearing, like, this planet has always done... His world did have a psyker bug things that would eat humans, yeah. Like, it's some type of, like, warp beast in a sense, right? Is that correct? But he, like, it seems like basically everybody on this planet has some degree of psyker ability. Which, given how rare that is, like, I imagine this planet must be, like, that's the reason why it's fucking in a golden age, like, allegedly, from what we can see. From what these illustrations, if these are true, if these are accurate in any sense, like, I'm assuming that's why he picked them. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's a place you'd want to be. Like, this seems fucking pretty great, I'm not gonna lie.
Learned to harness their power, shielding their minds. It was these survivors that had built the foundations of Tizca, the now home of Magnus. This cornucopia of knowledge and psychic exploration was devoured by the boy from the heavens. These powers had saved the people of Prospero. It was a gift. It was power. It was strength. It was survival. There was never enough of it. More and more, Magnus began to explore, soaking it up with the wonder and vitality only a child could feel. Seeing the impossible be achieved, it was incredible. Venturing outside the marble walls of his home, Magnus began to explore the ruins of this world. Although numerous times he was warned of the danger, even the danger of exploring his powers too much, he was just too curious.
I see.
He just had to explore. Besides, he was Magnus. He was special. He would be fine.
Wow.
Gazing to the cliffs above him, he saw an avian statue of old. It tumbled down to the ground and shattered. An almost insignificant moment in time, until he peered at the broken shards, and then he saw it. The pattern, the precise geometrical shapes. He delved further and deeper with a lens beyond human. The energies of the warp flowing through him. It made him want to weep. The beauty, the logic and structure. It was like a fingerprint of a creator, a primordial creator. Magnus felt a deep understanding of the world. It washed over him. He bade Amon and the other Psyker scholars to witness this truth. One by one, their skepticism was taken away. replaced by utter silence.
Really?
As they began to see it too. How blind had they been? But the moment was shattered. The Cycnurian came eerily floating towards them. They had been ambushed. The still young Magnus, Aemon, and 50 scholars were surrounded, set upon by these warp creatures that began to rip and shred the humans to pieces, all the while attacking their psychic mental barriers.
So is this already like an example of Mom Says I'm Special? You're like, yeah, pretty much. Like he's basically just like, I can't be hurt. I'm Magnus. I can't be injured. Nothing can harm me. But like, no, seriously, like he seems very full of himself. He seems very arrogant. And he seems like he can't do any wrong, and he's too smart to fuck up. That's like kind of the like, that's kind of like the you know, the idea I'm getting from him. I just feel like you know, like is this an example already of like, you know, like chaos in a sense trying to fuck with him, like trying to already manipulate him? Like these truths he's seen, is there an underlying tone to this, and that's why they're getting attacked? Or is it because he figured it out and it's triggering the warp in a sense, you know? It's interesting.
Humans to pieces.
Planet
all
of
the
scholars,
while
scientists,
attacking their
mages,
psychic
and nerds.
mental
Okay,
barriers.
fair enough.
Only Magnus, Aemon,
Hubris,
and
exactly.
8 others remained. On the verge of being swarmed, Magnus felt a change within him. Dormant power unlocked, surging forth with a primordial understanding he had just witnessed. Torrents of roaring hot fire was unleashed from his hands. Power, like a flood of life, coursed through him, all the way to his fingertips. It felt electric, incredible even. His fellow survivors too unleashed their new understanding into deadly psychic abilities. They boiled the Xenos alive.
Damn.
They read their thoughts and attack patterns. They threw objects with their minds and pulsed protective barriers. With a mountain of Cycnurian viscera under their feet,
Jeez.
Magnus, Aemon, and the Tiscan scholars had survived, each mortal man giving birth to a pillar of new prospering cults.
So, again, how long has Magnus been on this planet for? It says he's still young here. Not much time has passed. Like, is this in like within the first 5 years of Magnus arriving? Because I know it referenced like time once, and it said like within the first year already, like he couldn't be taught anything more, you know? So how much time exactly has passed before little fucking Magnus here is just like blasting shit, boiling Xenos alive? Like, how is that, you know? How long did it like take to get there, you know? Because like I imagine this fucker, like if this is his power scale, like from like, you know, no fighting prowess at all to suddenly he realizes and it's like, oh fuck, oh shit. Not only that, but he was able to impart this knowledge on the planet's people as well, Prospero's people. So like, holy shit. And awakening a bunch of new cults. I'm guessing that's where you get like different abilities in a sense, like different specializations, maybe, perhaps. Maybe I'm wrong on that though. Let's see. This is the first year. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy. Like, so he did all this in year 1. Wow. Magnus is also very arrogant, thinks he can utterly control the warp with no consequences, thinks he can see the entire ocean of the warp, and in reality, he's just looking into a puddle. Like, yeah, pretty much. Like, I don't think even if you're the highest level psyker, like the Emperor talks about it all the time, how he's looking into the futures, the pasts, he looks into the warp, and he even knows, he recognizes that, like, he's still pretty neophyte in the grand scheme of things, you know? Like, he's very fucking powerful, but in the grand scheme of things, like, you know, he's still just a piece like everything else, you know?
Mortal man giving birth to a pillar of new prospering cults. The Athenaeans, Corvade, Pavoni, Pyre, and Raptora. Alone, at the top, the master of all the disciplines stood, the young man who had come from the heavens, a Magus, master of all cults, Magnus the Red. The child, the student, the young man, and now the master, the teacher. Having peered deeper, having understood the fabric of the universe to a level beyond his fellow humans, Magnus became the guide. He became the leader of Tizca, ready to helm and bring this wonderful knowledge to his people, to bring them out of the dark where he had once been, to the truth of enlightenment, because he loved them. The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. If I am guilty of anything, it is the simple pursuit of knowledge. I am its master. I swear it. A core philosophy formed from everything Prospero had taught him. Ignorance had left them vulnerable to Xenos. Knowledge had saved them. Ignorance was the sin that had cost lives. He would do everything in his power to avert the sin. He would learn everything he could. A repository of knowledge, so great no threat would ever harm him or his people.
I see.
He would be its master. He swore to it. Decades of learning, studying, and teaching. Magnus was proud to call this world home, but it was not his true home. He knew in his heart. Once again he heard the voice, the one from his earliest memories. His master, his creator, his father had found him. The Emperor of mankind. It was like standing next to a star, blinding, warming, awe-inspiring. From humanity's home world of terror, an empire had been birthed.
Each cult specializes in a different psychic ability. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking there. Yeah, it's interesting too how decades go by. So I imagine since they, in his first year, if he was able to unlock these abilities for not only himself but his people, and then decades go by, I could imagine like this planet, when the Emperor finds it, is probably fucking cracked, like as far as like human planets go that you could find, And somebody let me know too. I'm not sure which order was Magnus found in? Like which I guess was he like the fifth one found, the sixth one found? Like I'm not sure which like order he was found in. So somebody let me know on that one, because I imagine with both of them being high level psychers to a degree, it's almost a wonder they didn't communicate sooner. Primarchs in the War in Heaven would be foot soldiers, really. Aldari, Khanate warriors dueling gods. Wow, what the fuck? In the War in Heaven, the average Eldar was as strong as the Emperor. That's fucking nuts to think about, but it's honestly, yeah, probably pretty true. Because you have to think how long ago the War in Heaven happened, just how old the Eldar are as a race, how long they've been around. And like what a War in Heaven implies is fucking crazy. Yeah, I can imagine. Like I imagine like this shit in the War in Heaven. Like if you guys think like the modern day Imperium is bad, the War in Heaven makes like nowadays look like a fucking joke. I imagine like look like an absolute fucking utter joke compared to what has already previously happened.
Humanity's home world of terror. An empire had been birthed, expanding outwards across the galaxy. And after decades, this Imperium finally reached the Prospero system. The child of Prospero never forgot where he came from. He never really lost contact with his father, communicating psychically over the decades as he lived inside Tizca. But this connection was nothing compared to the earth-shattering presence Magnus felt as his eyes dawned upon the master of mankind. Those golden eyes. What had they seen over untold millennia? What knowledge did he hold? What could he teach him? Magnus fell to his knees in submission to his father, pledging his loyalty to the Emperor and the Imperium of mankind. With childlike wonder, Magnus showed the Emperor Prospero and its crown jewel of Tizca.
One of the redacted Primarchs was found before him.
Where the people lived in prosperity and happiness. Even the children laughed and played on the streets, utilizing their psychic gifts. Servers would read your mind, bringing you what you truly desired before you had even said it. Enormous white marble pyramids housed the thousands of scholars and researchers, dedicating their lives to the explorations of the mysteries of the universe.
Wow.
Magnus was proud. Terra may have been his home, but Prospero had made him, and in return he had made them into a civilization of envy. However, this moment of joy dissipated as the Emperor presented to Magnus the Thousand Sons Legion, the Adeptus Astartes, superhuman warriors created from the meshing of stimulants and specialized organs grown from Magnus's own DNA. Sons to Magnus, just as he was a son of the Emperor. Faster, stronger, and more durable than the mortal man. A legion of warriors created for the greatest war in humanity's history, the Great Crusade. The reunification of the lost colonies of mankind across the stars.
So I wonder, and it's probably going to tell us here, but I wonder, like it said that hope dissipated. So I wonder if Magnus really just had no desire at all to go out and conquer the universe, to be completely real with you. From what I'm hearing here, again, he's made a planet of scholars, of teachers, of wise men, you know, of people with psyker abilities. He's really, you know, again, this is a planet of envy. This is like a world you would want to live on, you know, in a sense, from everything we're hearing. So like, you know, I imagine he probably didn't want to leave. He's probably content with like advancing his people and his technologies as much as he can. And I think he's probably content with that, to be real with you. I can't imagine he really wanted to go out.
The reunification of the lost colonies of mankind across the stars. The age of strife was over, and once again humanity would be united under one banner, one singular vision at its heart, the Imperium and the Emperor of mankind. But something was wrong. What should have been thousands of warriors barely numbered 1,000 men. Before Magnus, the last living members of his legion stood, holding a dark curse within, the flesh change. For decades, the sons of Magnus, recruited from the people of Terra, had fought with distinction and glory, conquering Terra and venturing to the stars with the launch of the Great Crusade. But after decades of war, the Legion saw the first signs of a poison underneath. Legionaries began to feel ill, pain, needle sharp, spiked from every cell in their body. Their form would start to convulse and grow. Cancers and swelling consumed them in the tombs of their armor. Every part of them wanting to burst forth with unbridled change, leaving the victim a mewling, groaning mess, only fit for the mercy of a quick death.
So let me get this fucking straight, okay? So there's only 1,000 of them left. That's why they're called the Thousand Sons. I got that, right? Basically turning to Chaos Spawn, exactly. So the Emperor engineered these Astartes, right? From his sons, right? He you know, all the Astartes have the Primarch's DNA essentially, right? And they're their sons in a sense. So when the Emperor notices that that these Astartes that they're changing into fucking like beasts, essentially, like warp beasts, that they're absolutely fucking going like that this is happening, like that this defect exists, does he not question it at all? Does he not think like, what the fuck, you know, like what's going on? Did I fuck up the you know, the recipe along the way? Like what happened here, you know? Like, did he not question this at all? His hope dissipated because his legion only had 1,000 members compared to the hundreds of thousands that some of his brothers had. I see. Magnus had the second smallest legion when they found them, with only Fulgrim having less when the Emperor found him. Fulgrim had around 300 Astartes. That's fucking crazy. He was butthurt about the size. I could imagine. Like, what were they? Fucking fodder? Like, Jesus. They're called the Thousand Sons because when the Emperor created them, there were only 1,000 of them. Okay, so not like there's 1,000 of them at the time of founding. They only made 1,000, period. Is that correct? Like at the time they found Magnus. I took it as in like at the time they found Magnus. Rather than being called the Ninth Legion, Magnus renamed them the Thousand Sons because there was only 1,000 of them left. That's how I interpreted that. Maybe I'm wrong though.
Groaning mess, only fit for the mercy of a quick death. They began to drop like flies, whittling down to the survivors that earned their namesake. Less than 1,000 Hastatis, the 1,000 Sons.
No, so they did make more than 1,000.
stood before them. Their enormous
There's only 1,000 left when
with crimson skin
they get to Magnus.
And felt nothing but shame.
Oh.
Magnus immediately began his work, delving into every scripture, every tome, and scrap of knowledge the Imperium and the vaults of Tisca.
You get that with the Space Wolves also, the Wolfen? Yeah, that's true, I guess.
Perhaps
but this one seems
his fault.
A little bit worse,
almost.
Almost.
His blood. Perhaps it was
Many
his
legions had some
flaw,
sussy
the
stuff
very
going
thought
on.
filling him with dread. But if his life on Prospero had taught him one thing, knowledge would save them. He separated his soul from his body, swimming the tides of the great ocean like a blazing comet, delving into every corner and crevice of that sentient realm for any scrap of knowledge he could use. With time ticking down for his sons,
and the Blood Angels, that's true. The Blood Angels had it kind of bad too. That was
such
pretty
as Acari
questionable.
awoke to find a legion restored. His body was stable. The unbridled pain and change was gone. He looked up to find his lord, one eye missing, sacrificed for the knowledge to save his sons.
Interesting.
The legion was elated. Their father had saved them, but some were not saved, such as Osmund Ahriman, twin of Azek, and the psychological trauma would never fade. But once again the 15th Legion could serve the Imperium. Knowledge had saved his sons. Magnus once again vindicated and reaffirmed
15th
by the
Legion,
use
not the 9th.
and exploration
9th
of the
Primarch found,
primordial
but they are the
creator,
15th Legion.
the
That,
power
yeah,
of
I got
the
that
war.
confused. That's my bad.
With his legion
Fuck
saved,
did my pen go?
the Primarch accompanied his father back to Terra as the Legion began rebuilding, drawing new recruits from the world of Prospero itself, many itching for the opportunity to serve their lord. Once again, Magnus was upon the place of his birth, Terra, the bustling metropolis, now the heart of a galaxy-spanning empire. The Emperor took Magnus under his wing, gifting him knowledge and teaching him things beyond even his imagination. For the first time in his life, Magnus was no longer the smartest or most powerful in the room. In the great towers of
Fulgrim's
the
Legion had
Imperial
some kind of
Palace,
disease killed him off?
Magnus and the Emperor spent many nights in discussion.
Like, I imagine, like, only having, like you have to think how, like, fucked up that is, though, right? Like, the Emperor, like, makes these legions for his sons, right? And then you have to imagine, like, how, like, pissed some of them would be when he eventually finds them. And guess what, son? You only have 300 legion, or 300 Astartes. But you know your brother Gilliman over there? Yeah, he's got 100,000. Don't be spiteful at all. Like, what the fuck are you, like, you're setting them up to be angry at each other, like, already. You know, like, it's like when you have, like, you know, siblings and, like, you know, one sibling gets, like, something more, you know, than the others, and then they're fucking fighting over it. Like, that's exactly what it is. Like, that, it's no different at all. So, and also with these, like, defects, again, like, if you're noticing, like, some super fucking bad shit going on, like, the Wolfen, that's not great, but it's okay. It's more passable, I guess. You know, the Blood Angels with their red thirst, it's pretty bad also, I won't lie. But straight up turning into a fucking warp beast, especially when you're, like, trying to keep chaos on the down low, You know what I mean? Like, it's a hard one for me to swallow that, you know?
Of the Imperial Palace, Magnus and the Emperor spent many nights in discussion and debate. They untethered their souls, father and son, even flying the great ocean and the warp together. He even spent time under tutelage of Malkador, the Emperor's own right hand. Upon Terra, Magnus was at the heart of the Imperium, a Primarch to a legion, battling in the Great Crusade. But he was not alone. There were others upon this world that matched his stature and power. Other Primarchs, his brothers. Titans, superhumans far beyond the mortal and even Hastatis, scattered like him across the galaxy and slowly reunited with their father as the boundaries of the Great Crusade had expanded. 20 brothers, each of them raised on different worlds, taught by different masters, and schooled in different creeds. Magnus heard their tales, the meeting between their fathers and sons, now becoming myth and rumor amongst a growing Imperium.
It's like my mother getting my $20,000 laptop and me getting $200. Like, yeah, literally. It's no different.
He enjoyed the fact that he was not alone in the universe, and more were being found. Upon his time on Terra, he met many of his brothers, finding kinship with some, such as Perturabo of the Iron Warriors Legion, bonding over their love of history and scholarship. Delving into ruins upon Terra in search of lost texts. Others he respected, such as Sanguinius, Ferrus Manus, and Vulcan, and there were some who immediately took a disliking to the Lord of Prospero.
So obviously it's no surprise to me that he had respect for Sanguinius, but Vulcan too. Like, right now, honestly, man, Magnus doesn't seem like that bad of a guy. Like, he seems very arrogant for sure, and he seems very full of himself, but he doesn't really seem terrible right now, you know? Like, he doesn't really seem like an asshole. Like, he's more of a scholar, more knowledgeable, you know? He's trying to get along with people. He respects people, but some people just straight up fucking hate him, and he hates them back, you know what I mean? I think that's fair, but like, goddamn, you know, I thought Magnus was going to be a lot more of a, maybe not brutal, but a lot more of a dick, I guess, but he doesn't seem to be that terrible, at least from what we've seen so far. That could obviously change very shortly here.
And there were some who
by every metric he should have been loyal. Yeah, that's kind of like the sense I'm getting. Yeah, exactly. Of the
Space Wolves, seeing the robed, armored scholar and his use of psychic powers is cowardly. The time for Magnus on Terra and the years he spent there finally dawned. A deep sorrow came over him, as he had no wish to be again separated from his father. One last time, they sailed the great ocean, soaring above Terra in the clouds, knowing that it would be decades until they would meet again.
Interesting.
The Great Crusade. Humanity demanded Magnus's attention.
So to pause again here, like, it almost seems like he and the Emperor too had that bond, in a sense, had like more of an intricate bond than any of the other Primarchs could potentially have had, just because of their psyker abilities. Like, he's talking about, you know, flying with the Emperor. It's almost like they're getting one-on-one time, and obviously with time, you know, potentially working differently in that state, right? Like, it's almost like, you know, it's almost like the Emperor like really was trying with Magnus. Like, he actually really was trying with him, you know, rather than like some other sons he just like left and didn't give a fuck about, didn't talk to them at all. Seems like he was actually getting some one-on-one time here. And obviously for the role that he was, you know, if he was eventually intended to sit the throne, it would make sense why the Emperor is trying to give him this one-on-one time too, in a sense. To me, it is always surprising that pretty much all of them liked Farius Manius, and we got so little of him. Yeah, that is kind of weird. I don't know if I actually know much about him. Which legion is that, if I might ask? Tzeentch went hard on him? Yeah, I guess so, eh? Like, again, what he is nowadays, like, fuck, yeah, Tzeentch went really, really hard on him. Ferris was loved. He was, and they did him dirty. Horus wanted him on his side. Guilliman had massive respect for him. Oh, wow. Magnus on a casual Zoom call with Dad. Yeah, we'll see how that goes later, I suppose, eh? Goddamn.
The Great Crusade.
Iron Hands.
Humanity
Iron Hands, that's right. Okay, Iron Hands. Sorry. That's my correction.
Until they would meet again. The Great Crusade. Humanity demanded Magnus's attention.
Veriss died at his
He had
time.
learned
Okay.
so much. He felt a sting of pity from his father, to be burdened with so much knowledge. But this would be Magnus's task, the enlightenment of the Imperium, dragging out those corners of humanity left in the dark, blind, ignorant. But before Magnus departed, the Emperor told his son to be cautious of the warp, cautious of the idea that he could do no wrong, that with all the knowledge and power he possessed, he was not faultless, he was human. Always question, always be open to different ways of thinking. That his immortality was achieved through his legacy. His
Interesting.
sons. The Lord of Prospero, on his long journey, finally returned to Tizca.
He's even
Assembled
like
before a
acknowledging
legion of his
Magnus's
sons,
like fucking
they together began the painstaking work
arrogance here
of
too, in a
rebuilding
sense. That's
and
cool.
remolding the 15th Legion. With Terran and Prosperine united, the disciplines of the various Prosperine cults were shared with Magnus's psychically gifted sons. Gone was the old livery, new, vibrant crimson donned the 15th Legion's armor,
Wow.
in honor of their lord and savior, a crimson legion for a crimson king, finally rebuilt over decades, with their ranks swelled, warriors educated by Magnus himself. The 1,000 Sons left Prospero and rejoined the Great Crusade.
I will say their armor scheme looks badass. I do really like the 1,000 Sun armor scheme. Looks fucking very, very cool.
The curse of assumed knowledge is a challenge all enlightened individuals face. We must remember that we once walked in their shoes and were blind to the truths of the universe. The wider our views of the universe becomes, the more our beliefs must come to us secondhand. Our reliance on higher authorities forms almost every aspect of our worldview.
I am well aware of that, Athava. Sadly, not everyone will survive to reach orbit in safety. We've already seen civil disobedience, riots, and people who simply don't want to leave.
There's no way anyone can organize the mass evacuation of an entire planet without loss of life. Why would anyone not want to leave a doomed world?
Mart and others have reported instances of the populace refusing to relocate in the face of certain death. But I agree. It is vexing why arguments of sound logic and reason should be ignored.
The Imperium is better off without such fools,
Said Phosis Dakar.
Why should we waste time and energy trying to help those who will not help themselves?
Perturabo leaned over the plotting table, and Phosis Dakar recoiled from the flint in his gaze. When the Primarch spoke, it was with measured tones of a disappointed teacher.
For the same reason I would not allow a child to pick flowers on the edge of a cliff, no matter how bright the blooms. For the same reason I would not let you wander the minefields before this fortress without a 4th Legion map and the training to interpret it.
Interesting.
We must put aside such childish ignorance and do what is right. Now, do you understand why we must help as many of Morningstar's people as we can?
Yes, Lord Perturabo.
Perturabo's kind
I
of
am in your
speaking some
debt for
facts
correcting
here.
my erroneous thinking.
Phosis Dakar was a seasoned scholar, but rarely did he ever admit to being in need of instruction. Even now, in the face of a Primarch's rebuke, his aura betrayed a measure of insolence. Magnus grinned and said,
Phosis Dakar is at his best when dealing with absolutes. True and false, right and wrong. He excels at unlocking the structures of empirical formulae, but he will never be a moral philosopher or grand debater.
Perhaps not, and he's not the first to express such sentiments. But I'll not have it said we left innocents to die when we could have done something to save them.
Interesting.
You and I need to work together, brother. I need every one of your warriors tasked to this world's evacuation, not chasing relics and digging in the dust.
Wow.
One squad diverted to the preservation of knowledge will not affect your timetable. The secrets this world might hold are too precious to be so easily squandered.
You really believe there is some ancient knowledge buried in Zarukhan that will explain why Morningstar survived Old Night unscathed?
So again, this conversation between them here is actually like, it's great insight, because it's like, you know, between Perturabo and Magnus, like they're straight up conversing about evacuating a world, and neither are opposed to it in any sense. They actually, in fact, I'd say both of them want it to happen. Like, Magnus isn't against it at all. Magnus isn't like trying to prevent it or anything like that. He just also, like, you know, has his own hand in it, in a sense, has his own motivations, I suppose, with this world, let's say. But like, again, like I think this is great insight into these two characters, because I've never really like, I've not like heard them converse in this way before, like how they both seem like pretty good dudes right now, to me. Like, they both seem like pretty reasonable, you know, which is not something I really, again, going into this, expected.
In Zarukhan that would explain why Morningstar survived.
His own priorities, exactly.
I am
Thank
certain
you.
of it.
If
Can't fucking
anyone
speak
else,
today,
I would
apparently.
say such certainty was arrogant.
Sighed Perturabo, letting the data on the plotter table disperse like smoke.
When have I ever been wrong about such things?
Never.
Admitted Perturabo, stepping towards the sheet-covered workbenches at the perimeter of the mezzanine.
But there is a first time for everything, and I need all your warriors on board. But here I want to show you something.
The Primarch pulled back a white sheet to reveal the haphazard arrangement of half-finished projects, contraptions of mysterious purpose, and beautiful arrangements of gears and motors.
This is my workshop.
It is just as I expected,
said Magnus, delightedly moving from bench to bench to examine the pieces lying around the edges of the workshop. He lifted a sheet of wax paper,
These guys are
laid
such
beside
nerds.
a partially completed model
Like, honestly.
of a grand amphitheater.
I can see why they get along with each other.
You've begun work on it?
Not yet. Soon, when the crusade is done and we have heroic tales.
It's funny because I expect it from Magnus. I just don't expect it from Perturabo, you know?
On the mountain across from Father's palace.
I will be there to see it unveiled,
promised Magnus, and his enthusiasm for his brother's work was genuine and contagious. He and Perturabo spoke as brothers, who had shared every memory from birth to this moment, yet they had known each other only a few short years. Magnus had once spoken of how he and Perturabo had spent time together on Terra, recovering the relics of a long-dead polymath, and unearthing arcana from the forgotten places of old Earth. Arthur had thrilled to hear such tales, relishing every opportunity to learn more of his gene sire. The obvious love between these godlike warriors filled the workspace with a swelling feeling of confraternity, a bond of brotherhood that could never be broken.
This will be of interest to you, brother.
Wow.
Said Perturabo, holding out a complex arrangement of curved metal, winding mechanisms and adjustable lenses.
I made a replica of the Antikythera just like you asked.
To see so delicate a mechanism in Perturabo's hand seemed incongruous, as most apparatus bearing the stamp of the Iron Warriors that Arvida had seen, save for those within this chamber, had been brutally functional.
Does it work?
I am not entirely sure. You never fully explained its intended purpose or how exactly it was designed to function.
You've built it. What do you think it does?
I believe it to be some form of navigational instrument,
said Perturabo, lifting the device to look through one of its eyepieces.
It has the look of a sextant once used by seafarers, but with infinitely more dimensions to its operation. What manner of ocean would you be navigating to require such a device?
Interesting.
The great ocean.
So, yeah, like, this conversation makes me sad, yeah. Like, it seems a lot like, yeah, they actually like do care for each other as brothers, which again, you don't, you do see some love between the Primarchs, for sure. But these guys actually just seem like brothers. Like, they're actually like doing things for each other. They have good conversations. They actually seem to bond over things. They have similar interests in a way. Neither one is like attempting to outplay the other seemingly at this point in time. Like, yeah, like this seems like a pretty good bond. Like, it's just hard to like think like, holy shit, like what happens and how fucking south it goes from here, like seeing this and then just knowing like, what happens, fuck, it's very rough. Holy shit.
Waiting to require such a device.
The Great Ocean. It allows even those without our gifts to perceive the realm beyond.
I see.
Perturabo nodded and set down the Antikythera.
I suspected as much.
He said with a sigh, turning to lift something heavy from another part of his workbench.
You remember what our father told us in the Hall of Leng, when he spoke of the warp and the danger of looking too deeply into its heart?
I do. But this has nothing to do with that.
It has everything to do with that, as well you know.
It does.
But we will speak of this later.
Perturabo's arm swung around, and he smashed the delicate mechanisms of the Antikythera with a heavy hammer. The metal of the device buckled and split, the precision ground lenses shattering into 1,000 fragments.
Interesting.
Brother, no!
Cried Magnus, as the pieces fell to the floor.
Why?
Perturabo replaced the hammer on his workbench, and said,
Because I will play no part in aiding you in delving into things you have been told to leave well alone.
Wow.
Our father knows more than us. He has seen further than us.
Wow.
If he tells us there are regions of the warp into which even he does not dare look, then we are beholden to accept that.
Magnus stared at the ruined device in disbelief.
So Perturabo is fucking dropping truth bombs here, man. Like, straight up, like he built it for him. Like, Magnus, you're my brother. I love you. I'll build it for you. Okay, hey Magnus, what's this device for? Right now that it's finished, Oh, well, it's actually to for people not like myself to look into the warp and and oh, so you mean exactly what the Emperor fucking explicitly told you not to like delve into? You're delving into it? No, it has nothing to do with that. I just merely wanted to peek. Okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I mean, Perturabo, like, and in a sense, like, he could easily turn him in for that shit. Like, he could easily go behind his back and like tell the Emperor or higher authority, well, I guess the Emperor, right? Like let it spill that he's going on about this. But no, he's just gonna smash it and tell him like, listen, just get your fucking shit in order. Stop doing this. Like, he's trying to be a good brother there, He's not trying to fuck him over. It's a pretty interesting like conversation they're having here.
Holden to accept that.
Magnus stared at the ruined device in disbelief. Such a piece was the work of a master, a treasure that ought to have been held up as the epitome of the craftsman's art. Arthur saw Magnus's aura darken like blood in water.
Wow.
Knowing what you suspected, you could have destroyed the Antikythera at any time after its completion,
said Magnus, with cold and controlled anger.
But you waited until I was here to see you do it. Why?
Because you needed to see it destroyed to truly understand.
Magnus let out a breath.
You have a cruel streak in you, brother.
Perhaps. But sometimes cruelty is the only way to make a point so clearly that nobody can ever mistake its intent.
Like, yeah, and again, that wasn't out of like hatred or like malicious intent that he did that. Like, I think it was merely the case of like, he's simply, again, looking out for him. Like, he could have gave it to him and then said, hey, father, fucking, Magnus, yeah, he's being a little bitch and going behind your back and delving in shit he shouldn't do. But he didn't do that. He just like straight up, okay, thank you for confirming my suspicion, you little fucking crackhead. And then he smashed it in front of him. And it's just like, I don't think there was any bad like intention for that. I think it was purely to look out for him in a way. That's just how I interpret that, though.
Ever mistake its intent.
Perturabo played strategy games and had minis. That's
The
fucking
Great
funny.
Crusade. Millions of
Magnus the nerd.
Astartes, billions of mortal men and women, accompanied by contingents from the Mechanicum of Mars, had bled out across the galaxy for over a century. What began on Terra was now an empire that encompassed billions upon billions of humans across the stars. Painstakingly rebuilt under the tutelage of Magnus, the Thousand Sons Legion enacted imperial compliance across the galaxy. Horrifying Xenos,
Turbo and Magnus are your top five.
Fell
Two of
under
your top
their
5
iron
Primarchs.
fist.
I can see why.
Men
They seem
and
like good
women
characters, straight
returned
up.
to see enormous men, armored in vibrant crimson, wielding incredible power. Athenaeans, Corvate, Pavoni, Pyre, and Raptora. Enemy battle plans were read from their minds, or divined before they had even made them. Marines wielded
Like, obviously, given what happens, like, yeah, like, they definitely turn out bad, but, like, some of them turn out bad, right? But, like again, like, from what we're seeing right now, prior to the heresy, they don't seem like bad dudes. They really don't seem like that bad of dudes, to be completely honest with you, at least right now. Like, from what we're seeing, their build up, like, you know, I thought Magnus's upbringing was going to be fucking a lot more brutal than it was, but it definitely wasn't, you know. But it does, again, like his want for knowledge, his want to always push further. It's very easy to see how he's eventually going to fall, because he always wants to go that step further. He'll be fine. I'm Magnus. I'll be fine. I just need to go a little further. Like, and he just keeps pushing it and pushing it. That's the problem here.
Their minds, or divined before they had even made them. Marines wielded fire and lightning in their hands. Whole contingents were telekinetically maneuvered across the battlefield, led by the Crimson Primarch, who seemed to remake matter with a thought. It was an army of thousands, worth the strength of millions. A statement to the Prosperine cults and teachings of Magnus. But war was not the only thing wielded in the hands of the Thousand Sons Legion. Wherever they strode, no matter who they brought into imperial compliance, with peace or war, it was knowledge, the 15th sword. Hidden tomes, lost libraries, human and Xenos alike, all knowledge that could be claimed from across the universe was collected, saved by Magnus and his sons. The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. And how could Magnus destroy knowledge? Knowledge had delivered him from ignorance into enlightenment.
That's
the curse
a
of
fair way to look at it.
The challenge that all enlightened individuals must face. We must remember.
Exactly. It's the temptation of knowledge, because again, he always wants to go further is his problem here. And it's just like, God damn it. Like, Magnus, you son of a bitch, like, just stop, you know. But yeah, but it's interesting too that he's saving Xenos knowledge as well, Xenos tech as well. He's not just like, you know, burning it like he probably should be. Like, he's keeping it and actually like respecting it still, which I think that's very rare. I don't think any other Primarch would ever go out of their way to do something like that.
Knowledge, the challenge that all enlightened individuals
and obviously
must face.
By today's
We
standards,
must
that's
remember
downright
that
heresy.
we once
So
walked in their shoes and were blind to the truths of the universe. Knowledge had saved him and his people from the Psychonuan. It had saved his legion. It was the key to a future, a golden age for humanity, where all of mankind had mastery over the power of the primordial creator, the warp. Most of the galaxy was blind to his truths, and Magnus pitied them. Like precious gems, the sacred information was saved, taken back to Tizga, and stored within the great glorious white marble pyramid libraries. The city of light and enlightenment.
Right.
A legacy for humanity to inherit, as Magnus and the Thousand Sons would one day finish the Great Crusade. Decades into the war across the stars, Magnus and the Thousand Sons expedition received a call for aid, hailed by the 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors, the world of Morningstar, a lost human colony brought into Imperial compliance only recently, was breaking apart, collapsing in upon itself. The evacuation of the civilian population, a feat of such titanic proportions that even with the brilliant mind of the Lord of the Fourth, the Primarch Perturabo, still not all the people could be saved. Inside the command room once again, Magnus and Perturabo met, both elated to be in the company of a brother once again. The architect and the scholar, one vermilion red, the image of vibrancy, life and wisdom. The other immutable iron, strong and brutal. It was like participating in a living mythologized moment, a privilege to witness 2 demigods conversing, both of their sons in awe that 2 Primarchs stood before them. Imagine what these 2 would achieve together. The Lord of Iron questioned his brother, asking why he had diverted resources to scouring the world for knowledge, with the task of evacuation still at hand. Magnus told his...
So this world was recently brought into Imperium rule, and I guess it's just going through a catastrophic planetary event, and it's breaking apart. But very, very interesting that, like, you know, either of these legions, either of these Primarchs, are willing to divert their time or attention to even like attempt to evacuate at all. I think that shows their character at this point, and this shows their love for humanity in a sense. Like, at the end of the day, I feel like most Primarchs did what they did, like most traitor Primarchs did what they did because they truly thought that it was for the greater good. Now, not all of them, obviously, but some of them genuinely thought like they were doing it for a better universe, for a better life, for a better Imperium. You know, obviously that was not the case, and we know that, right? But like, they, in their minds, they thought they were doing right. You know, and from their perspectives, you know, it obviously varies from Primarch to Primarch, but some are definitely a lot more understandable. They're pleased than others, let's say. But I think that's really interesting. It shows their character at this point in time, that they're willing to do any of that at all. Vulcan made a Titan replica mini for Perturabo. Fulgrim insulted it. Oh my god. Perturabo proceeded to smash his face in. Wow, what the fuck? That's hilarious. So Vulcan was also just into minis, or did he just do it because, you know, he knew Perturabo liked him? That scene is awesome. It sounds awesome. I wonder, like, what is that from, I wonder? Alfarius and Fulgrim use Xenos weapons? Damn, really? I didn't know that. That's kind of interesting, too. Like, and was that known about widely and just accepted, or was there any pushback on that?
Knowledge. With the task of evacuation still at hand, Magnus told his brother that he had read the records of this world, and locked within this planet was a truth as to why Morningstar had survived Old Night unscathed. That scarring age of horror that all of mankind knew. Think of the good that could be achieved with that information. Besides, Magnus told his brother, when had he ever been wrong about such things? A sentiment the Lord of Prospero utterly believed, even if he did acknowledge the hubris and pride of it. But something more had brought Magnus to his brother, the Antikythera, a replica
Vulcan and
of a
Perturabo,
tool
or artificers
designed to navigate the great ocean,
damn,
the war.
Artificers. Holy shit, I can't say that word. I know what it means, I just can't say it.
Brimming with
Jesus
excitement
Christ.
and potential for what he could do, what
Same
he
with
could
Fulgrim
achieve
and
with it.
Fura.
But his joy was snatched away as the Lord of Iron smashed it into pieces. Shock
Veriss,
gripped
you mean? Yeah,
Magnus,
I was like,
and
Fura.
then the briefest
Yeah, Veriss.
spark of hate. Why? How dare he destroy it? How could he deny his opportunity
Vulcan
to gain
crafted stuff for
knowledge?
everyone. Nice guy,
The
honestly.
only good is knowledge, and the only evil
Vulcan's
is
just out there spreading
ignorance.
positive vibes,
And this
dude.
act felt nothing but evil to him. Our father knows more than us, Perturabo told him. He has seen further than us. If he tells us there are reasons of the warp, into which even he does not dare look, then we are beholden to accept that.
Interesting.
Magnus had been forbidden, warned of delving too far into dark places in the warp. He knew of this, but yet it still felt evil. Ignorance, the sin. Knowledge wasn't evil. He believed in his heart he was strong enough to handle its power. But he dared not say that to his brother. Releasing his anger from his body, Magnus moved on from his brother's cruelty. The world of Morningstar required his attention, but the sting of resentment wouldn't fade. The evacuation outside began to escalate. Millions of people were ferried in overloaded ships as their home consumed itself.
Vulcan the biggest and the best, and he's green.
The Iron Warriors
True.
and Thousand Suns were spread
Kinda
thin,
green.
risking their lives to bring their people into the last bastions of safety. News roared across the planet, people begging for aid. A call answered personally from Magnus as he personally rode out to help them. Landing down upon the surface, accompanied by his sons, Magnus found a city in ruins, the very earth beneath them upturning and breaking, lava, ash and smoke everywhere. Magnus psychically shielded his sons, the wash of sorrow and heartbreak of the people hitting him like a wave.
Wow.
He absorbed it all as tears rolled down his cheek from his one eye.
Wow.
Despite his power, knowledge and strength, he was human. And it broke him to see, to feel intimately people suffer like this. Magnus and his sons rushed forward. Save them, he ordered. Psychic power welled up from within as they all spread out, all of them breathing forth the arts of Prospero. And
Very interesting how, again, his initial want here, his initial motivation for coming here is knowledge, right? It's to obtain knowledge. But he gets here because he's a psyker. He's able to feel the plight of this planet. He's able to feel the emotions of the people on this planet. And he's overcome with grief for them. He's overcome with emotion for them. Again, Magnus at this point in time, like, he seems like a pretty decent character. Like, I'll keep saying that because, like, holy shit, you know? Like, but he is arrogant. That's the problem. Like, he always wants to go too far. He doesn't understand. And he took and that's what kind of confuses me. It doesn't confuse me. I can kind of see from his perspective. He took Perturabo's his action there, destroying that artifact in front of him, as cruelty that he's going to resent him for. I really don't think it was cruelty. It was more of just like a, I'm looking out for you kind of thing. And you need to see that, like, what you're doing is fucking stupid. Like, that's all it seemingly to me was, you know? But Magnus didn't see it that way, obviously, because the destroying knowledge to him, that's ignorant, that's evil. That's how he sees it, right?
as they all spread out, all of them breathing forth the arts of Prospero and rescuing the civilians. Magnus found the planetary governor wounded, and on the verge of death, he utilized his abilities to save him, but soon found himself
Tough love, exactly.
in danger. A shell from a tank burst into the Primarch's chest. Magnus felt true pain for the first time in his life. Not a careful experimental wound or sparring cut. True pain. It
Wow.
shocked him. It humbled him, sending a psychic pulse to all his sons. "Hail, Shaitan!" screamed raw from the throats of an army of zealots. Traitors. A doomsday cult who had burst out around the planet, slaughtering the innocent civilians indiscriminately, all in the name of their prophesied great dying. Magnus burned and split them apart,
Wow.
buying time for his accelerated healing to seal his first true wound. He looked to the sky in horror as an Imperial ship, the Lex Ferrum, began to fall, sabotaged by these vile cultists.
Fuck.
Doomed to crush the last city, ending the lives of millions of people. He would not let this happen.
Wow.
Roaring across the sky, in a damaged Thunderhawk, the Lord of Prospero gathered a cabal of his sons to the city. The sky above, steel and fire, their deaths almost certain. Magnus and the 1,000 Sons gathered together as the Primarch of the 15th unleashed everything he had. Light burst from him, as if a man had become a supernova, and all of Magnus's psychic energy released from him. The Lord of Iron and millions of Imperials stood in shock, bearing witness to a miracle as the burning, falling ruin of the Lex Ferrum came to a halt. Magnus just saved millions, but at the cost of 24 of his sons, consumed and turned to dust in their armor.
Wow.
The guilt stung him, with not an ounce of strength left, his skin grey. Magnus collapsed, only to be caught by a brother, the Lord of Iron, carrying his very brave brother.
Wow.
Recovering from his wounds, the Lord of Iron praised Magnus. All of them had borne witness to what psychic powers could do.
Wow.
They saw what Magnus believed.
So yeah, and that's a great showing of like Force. Super Saiyan, yeah, pretty much. Like that's a great show of Force. And again, Magnus using his abilities here, not for evil, but to save people. Literally, he's horrified by these people being butchered. He's horrified by their suffering. He absolutely wants it to stop. He just wants these people to be saved. And he's willing to potentially sacrifice himself and his sons. And it breaks him to sacrifice his sons because suffering of any kind. But he's willing to do that to potentially save people. We're seeing him at this point do that. And it's just like, God damn, man, like the transformation, what he's eventually going to become. This is going to be so fucking, you know, I'm actually kind of starting to feel for Magnus a little bit here. I'm not going to lie. Like my thoughts on him are starting to change. I know we just saw him kick the shit out of Gilliman a lot, and that was good. But like, you know, I'm starting to think other things about Magnus here. I'm starting to respect him a little bit more. That's for sure. Go Super Saiyan mode. That's great. That's honestly great.
Psychic powers could do.
Pretty much what he did.
They saw what Magnus believed. He came a heartbeat from death. The Great Crusade would have been robbed of one of his brightest sons.
Wow.
More importantly, I would have lost a dear brother. There are none among our kin I regard as highly as you.
Wow.
So promise me you won't risk your life like that again. The kind words of Perturabo. Morningstar had almost killed him twice, but Magnus had not given up. Something hidden upon this world, this shaitan, bore the truth behind this cult.
There's a reason why Magnus did nothing wrong. It's such a meme.
He would uncover
I guess so, yeah.
Once
Wow.
again, Magnus made his way towards the surface
I guess we'll see here for sure.
of this breaking world. Now a legend, with a deed that was spread across the Imperium. A heroic act of a Crimson King.
Wow. The Council of Nikaea. Oh, fucking shit. Not this.
If this is my fate, then I regret nothing. Better to have bathed in the light than cower in darkness. Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat.
Magnus lay upon a cold steel table, his thoughts drifting, memories of his father flooding in, contemplating on his choices, how his insatiable need for knowledge, for answers, now put him on the verge of death.
Wow.
Finding buried deep within the cracking earth of Morningstar, Magnus, Azek Ahriman, Phocis Dakar, and a detachment of his 1,000 sons opened the Ceramite doors to an ancient Terran colonization ship, the secret the world had been hiding. Immediately, Magnus felt an aura of dread. Nausea swept over him as they delved deeper. Voices began to speak in their heads. Ahriman begged his lord to leave, but Magnus refused.
Dude, this is giving me such like such fucking oh god. Shit, what's it called? Hold on guys, that's gonna piss me off now. I need to find that. Hold on. The fucking that movie I just watched. Jesus Christ, I can't think of its name right now. God, I'm such a scatterbrain. Holy shit. That's so embarrassing. Fucking Event Horizon. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. I don't know how I'm fucking forgetting this. I'm such a fucking scatterbrain. I apologize for that. Event Horizon. This is giving me such big Event Horizon vibes. They enter the ship. It's an early Terran colonization ship, right? Thank you so much, Event Horizon. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Thank you. It's giving me like those vibes so heavily. They enter this early colonization ship. This planet's been hiding this for years, right? Nobody's known this is here. They enter immediately, nauseating. Fuck, we're feeling sick. The residual energy there is still very much there, you know? It's very, very interesting here to hear this be said, you know?
Raymond begged his lord to leave.
Voices in their
Magnus
head.
refused.
They're gonna whisper sweet nothings
They
in a
had
second
to
here.
know.
Yeah.
A figure stepped out amongst the shadows
Horizon,
of this
thank you guys.
streamlined
I'm such a
place.
scatterbrain. I
A
apologize.
legionary, silhouetted in a sick, rippling undersea glow. A possessed thousand sun.
I don't know why I didn't full screen it. Oops.
No one leaves Shaitan. A creature, a psychic apparition flew at Magnus, throttling him and slamming him into a crude surgical table, separating him from his sons. It poured its horrifying truths into his mind. Shaitan, an entity formed from the cruelty of humanity in the age of strife. The psychic echo of the tortured souls of this colony ship. Thousands of innocent people who had been murdered and stripped of their connection to the primordial creator by their own people. Millennia before, they had been afraid of that power in this age of darkness and rampant warp catastrophe. Magnus wept. He felt their suffering beyond anything he thought possible. The horror. They had taken something beautiful from them and killed it. And it was that suffering, those wounded minds that had screamed in rage and vengeance in his face, coalescing into this entity, Shaitan, and it would make him feel that pain too. It would take away what Magnus valued most, more than anything, his connection to the warp. If this is my fate, then I regret nothing. Better to have bathed in the light than cower in darkness. Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat.
Wow.
Was it curiosity or entitlement that had
Curiosity or entitlement? Again, I think that's a fucking great statement, because again, he is thinking of it as it's completely ignorant. It's completely ignorant of me to not check this out, to not look further into it. It's evil. It's bad in a sense if I don't do these things. But holy shit, man, if that's not the most arrogant statement, the most full of me, I can do no wrong statement that has ever been said, in a sense, you know, holy shit there. I feel like Magnus, you know, again, he seemingly has such good intentions here. He's seemingly really not a bad guy, but holy shit, if he's just not so full of himself, he needs to take a step back here. I'd rather, that was a crazy statement. I'd rather fly too close to the sun than never feel its warmth. You got no idea what you're dealing with. That's the problem here, right? Again, even if the Emperor, Perturabo is warning you of this, even if the Emperor is not willing to go there, he's not willing to do it, then fuck, man, that's such an arrogant statement. The Amber King did a stream with Graham McNeil on Magnus. Oh shit, really? Fuck. When was this? When did he do that? Oops. Gotta click on the video.
him here. He had needed to know, always, even if it cost him his own life, because ignorance was worse. Magnus looked deeper into Shaitan, speaking to a consciousness that
As
was
Bricky said,
beyond
this is
his.
correct. He did much wrong,
All
but he's
night,
very
he
sympathetic.
whispered. The evolution of humanity, the emergence of more psychers, had been too sudden, unguided. Insanity and bloodshed had rippled across humanity in the stars, millennia ago. That was why the colonists of Morningstar had done this. They had tortured and broken all these people to save themselves. And when you love something, With every fragment of your soul, you will sacrifice anything to save it.
Wow.
A people...
And again, dude, direct event horizon, like influence right there. I feel like, again, like you see the doctor, like see images of his wife, see like flashbacks of his wife. You will do anything to save that, anything to feel that love again. You know what I'm saying? And this is like such a similar concept to that. Like, it's just so crazy to me how the influence is like, is just so clearly there. Wow. That's fucking great to see. Fuck. This is also really, really deep. Like, and the Council of Nikaea too. Like, I'm assuming this is how he's going traitor in a sense, right? Like, this is explaining it here.
You will sacrifice anything to save it. A people saving their world.
Magnus is justified up until the burning of Prospero, then he just goes full retard. I guess we'll have to see that when that happens. I didn't know he burned Prospero, but like I assumed it got burned at some point. It was a jewel of the Imperium, so I assumed at some point it I knew it wasn't around, I just didn't know it was him that did it. But yeah. Fucking goddamn it. 4 months ago, McNeil is a Black Library author who wrote some books about Magnus. Oh shit, that's awesome. Amber King, Remembrancer, Pancreas Snow Work, Deadlifts for Dark Gods have a podcast. Oh shit, I'd have to check that out sometime. That actually sounds awesome, not gonna lie. Wow. That's a lot of fucking great people all in one spot. Holy shit.
Anything to save it. A people saving their world.
Lore crimes?
Like a father.
Oh fuck, oh, yeah, okay, I'll check that out.
Ahriman burst into the chamber, attacking the creature, and giving Magnus an opening to bind the creature into his grimoire. A tug of war that drew upon every ounce. He
was defending
Magnus's
Prospero,
power,
but I'll let you find out what he decided to do.
exhausted.
Okay.
The Crimson King
Gotta find out the
returned to
specifics
the side
myself.
of his brother. They looked down upon the world that was breaking, the mystery unearthed, the culprit Shaitan, using the colony ship that was its tomb to break the crust of the world like an egg. One last vengeance of the tortured minds. Magnus took one last look at the ships carrying the refugees, the millions of people, and then he ordered its destruction.
Wow.
The doomsday cult of Shaitan, that poison, could not be allowed to be free amongst the Imperium.
Wow.
How many more worlds would die if even one of them lived?
Wow.
Perturabo questioned his brother, commenting on this unusual cruelty. But this was not cruel. It was necessary.
Yeah.
The ships and the people of Morningstar burned. All became dust. Scientia protestas est. Knowledge is power. What Magnus had known burned an entire world. Knowledge was also responsibility for those brave enough to wield it. Though the scars remained, Magnus and the Thousand Sons continued upon the Great Crusade, traversing the stars and bringing more.
So he saw that as
into
nothing
Imperial
more than a necessary
compliance,
evil.
and collecting more knowledge that filled the pyramids of Tizca. But his way of war was not appreciated by all, especially many of his brothers. Leman Russ of the Space Wolves was often a critical voice of Magnus and his legion's conduct. Even his vile brother, such as Conrad Kurz, cared nothing for the Crimson King's worldview.
Bro, you cannot take Conrad Kurz to fucking heart. Anything that guy says, fuck him. Fuck him. You know, you don't need Conrad Kurz in your life. You know, you're better than that, Magnus, honestly. Conrad fucking hates everybody, you know? He's an absolute bastard. Do not take anything he says to heart. Now, on the other hand, Leman Russ, I mean, Leman Russ, you know, he's just very in his way, is what I will say. He's just very in his way. So again, I fucking wouldn't really take what he has to say to heart either, to be honest with you. Again, he doesn't know. You know, anybody that actually knows Magnus at this time, again, if they don't like him, they respect him at minimum, except for these other guys, you know? But like, you know, I can understand why Russ would not like him, but fuck him, you know what I mean? You don't need him. Like, yeah.
of Magnus and his legion's conduct.
Slander? Conrad is your favorite Primarch? It's not really slandered. Conrad is a bit of a rat.
Crimson King's world.
Even if you like Conrad, you have to admit he's a bit of a rat.
Magnus had risked open war to defend libraries, even in the midst of conquest, even from his brothers. After nearly 2 centuries of war, the Imperium spanning across enormous swaths of the galaxy, with billions upon billions of people, all united under one banner, Magnus, and the 15th descended to the surface of the world, coined...
Kurz is honestly a massive product of his environment. Nostromo was fucked up. It was, to be fair.
The temperature searing.
It was, to be fair, but Conrad coming out his fucking womb and immediately killing somebody and eating their fucking brain, Nostromo had nothing to do with that. That was like when he first arrived, right? That was the first thing he did. He dug his way out, and I know he was buried like really deep into the fucking planet's crust. Like he got ultra fucked when he landed. But still, nothing forced him to go out there and fucking eat somebody, you know? Nobody forced him to do that. What kind of delay on chat do you have? It's about 30 seconds, I think. It's YouTube's normal latency. I think on Twitch it's honestly a lot better. It's a lot quicker. I think on YouTube though it's about 30 seconds. I don't know if I can change that. I've looked at it, but I think if I do change it, it like overall just lowers the quality of the stream. So I wasn't really looking to do that personally.
And arid deserts dominated the planet. The temperature searing, even for the superhuman genetics of the Hastatis. But something was wrong on this seemingly insignificant planet. The tides of the war, the primordial creator that flowed across the galaxy, howled furiously upon this place. It made the 15th Legion feel wrong. It assaulted them in their mind and body, forcing them into the higher levels of the enumerations, psychic mental paths created by Magnus, each level an escalation in mental solitude and concentration. Ahriman, Aemon, Phocis Dakar, Hathor Mat, Uthizar, and Sobek were all unnerved. Their lord, their Crimson King, had descended into the local human tribe's sacred valley alone. Somehow the people of this world had survived, free of mutation or rampant untamed psychic potential. Even here, in this place of violent tides, knowledge Magnus had to discover. The secrets here had taken them to the top of Agru's highest peak. But before the journey could begin, Magnus and his sons were interrupted. Descending from the sky, a contingent of space wolves unceremonially strode up to the Crimson King, demanding he answer the call of Leman Russ that had so far been ignored. Their arrogance and the sheer audacity to speak to their lord in such a way rippled anger across the Thousand Suns. But the wolves were quickly cowed with a simple burst of Magnus's power, earning a sign of submission. A compromise was reached, and the Thousand Suns and Space Wolves ascended the mountain together. Then Russ's call would be answered. The journey was long, scorching hot.
And again, like, Leman Russ might be calling for help here, but he has been outspoken from Magnus since day one. He's been his #1 hater from what we've been hearing. Why does Magnus have any fucking obligation to go and help him here, and why would Leman expect it from him? Why would Leman even stoop so low given what he's said about him, right? Like, to ask Magnus for help? Like, what, you need help from Magnus? Like, really, Leman? Like, you know, you've been talking shit about this guy all throughout, you know, like... I feel like, you know, yeah, like, and who are they to just show up here and demand that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, fuck them, you know? I can totally see why, like, that was dismissed at that point. Like, yeah, that's not your piece. Get out of there. Corvus was born in a brutal jail. He turned out well. Like, see, there you go. There you go. I actually would like to, I know Corvus, it was pretty neck and neck, actually, for those ones. They were pretty... The vote was pretty close this week, I'm not going to lie. Ferris was a child in a Necron tomb. That sounds fucking awful. Jesus. People cared about Corvus. Sanguinius in a radioactive hellscape. That's true. That is true. Angron had 40 Eldar try to kill him upon being birthed. Like, yeah, that's true also. Yeah, fuck.
Would be answered. The journey was long, scorching hot, for all except the wolves of Fenris. Still draped in furs and cloaks, they seemed almost unaffected by the heat, to the astonishment of the 1,000 Suns. Magnus encouraged his sons, such as Ahriman, to converse and bond with their fellow Hastatis, such as Othir Weirdmake of the Space Wolves. The animosity of the two legions, legendary across the Great Crusade, but Magnus believed that it was hate born from ignorance. Even they could be shown enlightenment.
No fucking way.
Magnus and his sons.
So Magnus here is also just the bigger man. Like, no way. What the fuck? Like, straight up. Hey, listen. We might hate each other, but listen, you're ignorant. I'm willing to acknowledge that. Let's give him a second chance. Go bond with your cousins. I know you fucking hate them. I am not the biggest fan myself, but let's be the bigger man. Let's actually go talk to them and bond with them. I'm actually starting to like Magnus a lot here. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like, I'm actually kind of starting to vibe with him pretty hard. Holy shit.
Even they could be shown enlightenment. Magnus and his sons approached the precipice of the mountain, but they found themselves ambushed. The ground quaked. The air vibrated. Everything was on edge, as the adrenaline of battle coursed through Magnus and all the Hastatis. Ancient Xenos constructs, once thought dormant, burst from the mountain, and the battle begun. Everything the 1,000 Suns launched at the constructs was repelled. Their frustration grew, all of them unable to unleash their full psychic potential due to the unsteady warp tides and the judgmental eyes of the Space Wolves. Hundreds of Hastatis fell in atomizing blasts until Magnus, alone, with his feather cloak spread like eagle wings, began to swell with power. His limbs ran electric with light. Blue fire ushered forth from the glowing godlike Primarch, felling one of the Xenos constructs. No one attacked his sons, but the exertion of power cost Magnus dearly. He sank to the floor, his scarlet skin now pale, but it was not over. The wounded thing was not done, and launched a beam directly at the vulnerable Primarch. The 1,000 Suns screamed. Ahriman and Uthazar crumbled to their knees. A legion overcome with soul-wrenching grief collected themselves and charged without restraint. With their throats raw from screaming vitriol and hate, they mopped up the rest of this Xenos filth. They turned to see amongst fire and smoke.
So if I might ask here, is this a specific Xenos that they're fighting here? Or is this just like, generic XXX fucking number 223 fucking space race, you know? Like, is this just some generic Xenos? Or is this like a specific name Xenos race here? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just curious about that. Like, because they're just calling them Xenos, just alien, right? So like, but they seem pretty fucking powerful. So is there actual lore behind these guys, or is it just like, you know, like a throw-in kind of thing? You know what I mean?
Rest of this Xenos filth. They turned to see amongst fire and smoke. Fosus Acari on the edge of death. In front of him, a kind shield. And kneeling down behind him was their lord. Magnus lived. Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat. Again, Magnus had put himself in harm's way. All for the mystery atop Agru's mountain peak. The 15th felt a relief like nothing they had ever felt before. But yet again the wounded Magnus wanted to continue.
At least I made it this time, true.
At the summit, Magnus, the 1,000 Suns survivors, and the wolves peered down into the crater. An aura of dread, so strong even Magnus wavered in its presence, oozed from a dark core. It was pure hate. A monster, sealed in a time and a war almost lost to the universe. The 1,000 Suns approached, but dark tendrils rushed forth, and swallowed their Crimson King. In a dreamscape nightmare, a kaleidoscope of colour and emotion, a disgusting serpent beast crawled forth, speaking to Magnus, taunting him. It was nothing to Magnus. He had flown the great ocean even before his tutelage by his father. He saw through its lies. He saw the arcanic gate that it guarded and it led from. More jabs came. It spoke of Magnus's pride, how he had already sipped from a poisoned chalice. It knew his secrets, but Magnus spat back that he had bested powers greater than it before.
Wow.
He had delved into the depths of the warp. He was its master. Arrogance. The last word on the serpent's lips, as Magnus throttled the life from it. The darkness scattered, as the shining, blazing Magnus descended amongst his sons, who looked on in awe. Victory and knowledge of the gate was his, but the judging eyes of the wolves stared at the Crimson Lord. They, and many others in the Imperium, had also looked upon him in scorn, and after 2 centuries of war, after seeing the consequences of Magnus's choices, a question had formed in the Imperium, a question about the future of psychic powers.
Very, very interesting. Like, again, he saw through the lies there. He acknowledged, like, this beast is lying to me. He had that psychic resilience and that mental fortitude. But arrogance. I am the master of the warp. I have been the one flying here. This is my zone. I am the true one here. I imagine for any of the chaos gods, any of the chaos beasts out there that are laying eyes on Magnus, and obviously I'm sure they are laying eyes on Magnus, because how could you not? Again, like, you'd be thinking up every scheme in the book to try to corrupt this guy, and it probably would not even be that hard. Again, he's saying it himself. He would rather fly too close to the sun than not feel its warmth, and he means that in the literal sense. He's always going to go too far than not even try at all, in every sense of the word. And I think that's exactly where we're going to see his downfall here. Like, goddamn.
There is an ancient legend.
Tzeentch is really enjoying all this for sure. Like, exactly,
speaks of 3 men of Aegina who lived in a cave deep in the mountains,
said Magnus, with the warmth of a natural storyteller. Though he had heard this story before, Raymond found himself captivated by Magnus's voice, the natural charisma that loaded every commanding word.
These men lived shut off from the light of the world. And they would have lived in permanent darkness, but for a small fire that burned in a circle of stones at the heart of the cave. They ate lichen that grew on the walls, and drank cold water from an underground stream. They lived, but what they had was not living. Day after day, they sat around the fire, staring into the flickering embers and dancing flames, believing that its light was all the light in the world. The shadows made shapes and patterns on the walls, and this delighted them greatly. In their own way, they were happy, moving from day to day without ever wondering what lay beyond their flickering circle of light.
Magnus paused in his recital, allowing the audience to imagine the scene and picture the dancing shadows on the cave's walls.
But one day, a mighty storm blew over the mountains. But so deep were the men that only the merest breath of it reached their cave. The fire danced in the wind, and the men laughed to see new patterns on the wall. The wind died, and they went back to contemplating the fire, much as they had always done. But one of the men got up and walked away from the fire, which surprised the other men greatly, and they bade him return to sit with them. This lone man shook his head, for he alone had a thirst to learn more of the wind.
I see.
He followed it as it retreated from the cave, climbing steep cliffs, crossing chasms, and negotiating many perils, before he finally saw a faint haze of light ahead of him. He climbed out of the cave, emerging onto the side of the mountain and looked up at the blazing sun. Its light blinded him, and he fell to his knees, overcome by its beauty and warmth. He feared he had burnt out his eyes, but in a little while his vision returned, and he hesitantly looked around him. He had come out of the cave high on the mountain's flank, and the world was spread out before him in
So he's
all
clearly
its glory.
talking about himself. This is clearly
Glittering
an analogy to
green
him.
Seas and endless fields of golden corn. He wept to see such things, distraught that he had wasted so many years in darkness,
Yeah.
oblivious to the glory of the world around him, a world that had been there all along, but which his limited vision had denied him.
Right.
The Primarch stopped, looking up to the stars, and his rapt audience followed his gaze, as though picturing the blazing sun of his story.
Can you imagine what it felt like?
Asked Magnus, his voice racked with emotion.
To have spent your entire life staring at a small fire and thinking it was the only light in the world, only to be then confronted by the sun. The man knew he had to tell his friends of this miraculous discovery, and he made the journey back to the cave where the other men sat, still staring into the fire and smiling vacuously at the shadows on the wall.
Wow.
The man who had seen the sun looked at the place he had called home and saw it for the prison it truly was.
Wow.
He told the others what he had seen.
This analogy here, this speech given off by Magnus here. Nope, this story is an old legend that Magnus is changing as he tells it to serve his ends. Really, really interesting. So he's using some manipulation tactics here, is what you're saying. Because I was gonna say this is actually a really compelling story. Like, if you're trying to get somebody to view it how Magnus views it, this is a really great story, you know? But again, if you're saying this is manipulation, arrogance, yeah, true. But if you're saying this is manipulation, I can totally see how this would be manipulation in a sense. Absolutely. Because he's showing only the good from it, but not the bad that can come from delving too deep. This is a good example of it, sure, but there's plenty of bad ones too.
Prison it truly was. He told the others what he had seen, but they were not interested in far-fetched tales of a burning eye in the sky. All they wanted to do was live their lives as they had always lived them. They called him mad and laughed at him, continuing to stare at the fire as it was the only reality they knew.
Raymond had first heard this story as a philosophus in the Corvée Temple, when Magnus had mentored him prior to facing Dominus Liminis. He heard the same note of bitterness in the Primarch's voice that he had heard then, a precisely modulated pitch that conveyed the proper measure of anguish and frustration at the blindness of the men in the cave.
How could anyone
This is actually a real
turn away from such light once they...
Hold on. This is actually a real philosophical concept known as Plato's allegory of the cave. I think I've actually heard of that, to be completely honest with you. Yeah. You know, I'm not too big on philosophy, but I think I actually have heard of this before, this story. Maybe not you know, exactly how it's being told here, but it definitely does sound familiar now that you mentioned that. Yeah. The original story ends with death. Fuck, that's sad. In the real story, the man who leaves to find freedom is offed by his two friends as they think him crazy after he tells them of the sun. Yeah. Philosophical. Ickle? Is that how you say it? Philosophical. Okay. Maybe I'm just sounding fucking stupid here. That's possible.
How could
Sorry,
anyone
guys, it's the accent.
turn
I am a
away
native
from
speaker.
such light once they knew of its existence?
Fuck.
The man could not understand his friend's reluctance to travel to the world above. But he resolved that he would not take their refusal to come with him as an end to the matter. He would show them the light, no matter what. And if they would not come to the light, then he would bring it to them. So, the man climbed back to the world of light and began to dig. He dug until he had widened the cave mouth. He dug for 100 years, and then 100 more, until he had dug away the top of the mountain. Then he dug downwards, a great pit in the heart of the mountain, until he broke through into the cave where his fellows sat around the fire.
Magnus fell silent, his words trailing off, though Ahriman knew it was a theatrical pause, rather than any real moment of introspection. Knowing how the story ended, Ahriman was not surprised Magnus had stopped here. In the original version of the tale, the man's friends were so terrified by what they were shown that they had killed the man and retreated deeper into the cave with their fire to live their lives in perpetual twilight. The tale was an allegorical parable on the futility of sharing fundamental truths with those too narrow perceptions of reality.
Interesting.
By telling it selectively, Magnus had broken his covenant with the audience, but none of them would ever know. Instead, he continued his tale with fresh words, woven from his imagination.
The men were amazed at what he showed them. The light they had been missing for all their lives, and the golden joy that could be theirs, were they just brave enough to take his hand and follow him. One by one, they climbed from their dark cave and saw the truth of the world around them, all its wonders and all its beauty. They looked back at the dank, lightless cave they had called home, and were horrified by how limited their understanding of the world had been.
Wow.
They heaped praise upon the man who had shown them the way to the light,
So,
and they honored him greatly.
this is definitely Magnus putting himself up on a... Yeah, the arrogant... Exactly. I was going to say this is exactly Magnus putting himself up on a fucking pedestal here. That is 100% what he's doing. He is just raising himself up here. Like, yeah, like this is a very, very high horse moment for Magnus. And again, you can really, really see where the corruption, I think, is going to come from here. Because, like, holy shit, like, you can't be that full of yourself. You know, you really just cannot be. Like, it's not going to ever lead to anything good. And, like, fuck, man, wow. This is, I'm really liking this story though. Like, it is a very nice, like, what's the word? Introspective, I guess, like, on the way, like, Magnus actually views things, on the way he's viewing things currently. It's a very good look into his mind for that. He really shoots himself in the foot here.
The way to the light, and they honored him greatly, for the world and all its bounty was theirs to explore forevermore.
Magnus let his new ending wash over the amphitheatre, and no member of the Theatrica Imperialis had given so commanding a performance. A rolling wave of applause erupted from the tears, and Magnus smiled, the perfect blend of modesty and gratitude.
Modesty?
Sanguinius and Fulgrim were on their feet, though Mortarion and the Death Guard remained as stoic as ever. As pitch perfect as Magnus's delivery had been, Ahriman saw that not all of the audience were won over, though it was clear the case against Magnus and the Thousand Sons was no longer as cut and dried as his accusers had hoped.
Wow.
Magnus raised his hands to quell the applause, as though abashed to be so acclaimed.
The man knew he had to show his friends the truth of the world around them. And just as it was his duty to save his friends from their dull, sightless existence, it is our duty to do the same for humanity. The Thousand Sons alone, of all the legions, have seen the light beyond the gates of the Empyrean. That light will free us from our shackles, of our mundane perceptions of reality, and allow the human race to stand as masters of the galaxy. Just as the men around the fire needed to be shown the glorious future that lay within their grasp, so too does humanity. The knowledge the 1,000 suns are gathering will allow everyone to know what we know, to see as we see. Humanity needs to be led upwards with small steps, with their eyes gradually opened, lest the light blind them. That is the ultimate goal of the 1,000 suns.
Right.
Our future as a race is at stake. My friends, I urge you not to throw away this chance for enlightenment, for we are at a tipping point in the history of the Imperium. Think of the future, and how this moment will be judged in the millennia to come.
Great. That's fucking, unfortunate to say, given what we know happens. Goddamn, dude. Wow. I would have that a great speech, but yeah, very, very arrogant, very, very very pedestal-y. You know what I'm saying? Like, he put himself very much on a pedestal there. The 1,000 suns are going to be the ones to show humanity the light. We're going to be the ones to raise you all up. You're all going to see how we're going to see. And, you're going to enjoy it once you do get there. Like, that's the problem here, man. Like, because he can't conceptualize anything wrong with this plan of his plan of always seeking the knowledge. He believes he's the master of the warp, and he just is not, He's such a fucking small fish in the grand scheme of things.
Magnus staggered forward.
If only
reaching
Magnus
out
had a
to
dad that
embrace
could tell
the
him the truth and
monster
circumvent
that was
all this
Hastati,
bullshit. Oh wait,
his
yeah,
brave
pretty
legionary.
much.
Mercy and forgiveness would be his, until a shot rang out, bursting the Hastatis apart. Two sides looked at each other across the chasm, 1,000 suns and space wolves, all seeing the one who had fired it, the Wolf King, Leman Russ. Arc reached Secundus. A joint compliant action between the 1,000 suns, space wolves and word bearers. But conflict had risen. Once again, Magnus stood in front of the world's great libraries, intent to protect the knowledge that was not evil, simply knowledge.
Wow.
But the wolves had come, the fury of their lord insatiable. A shield wall rammed up against a kind shield barrier. The barbarians versus the scholars, yet no weapons were drawn. Yet, it was a test of wills. The chief librarian Raymond screamed to his Crimson King and brothers to end this madness. But Magnus stood defiant, his feather cloak bellowing in the icy winds as Imperial forces clashed in front of his eyes.
Wow.
Tempers flared, and the 1,000 suns began to psychically choke their Fenrisian cousins.
Wow.
But the effort to corral them was too much. Hastar, warrior of the Pavoni cults, felt his body start to convulse. Rampant growths of protean flesh spilled out from his armor joints, and a psychic corruption threatened to spill over all the others.
Whoa.
The flesh change had returned.
Oh.
The clash halted, all looking upon the 1,000 suns warrior in shock, all witnessing the monster until he was blown apart.
Jesus.
At the barrel of the Wolf King's bolter, Leman Russ, barely restrained fury and prowess, a living engine of destruction. The wolf.
Like, see, that's what I mean. Like, again, from the Emperor's point of view, how, like the Emperor's point of view, but anybody else's, but the Emperor, because he must know about this, right? If any other Astartes from any other fucking legion, any other Primarch saw this shit, that would be the response to be expected. Yeah, blow it a fucking part. Like, that's a monster at that point, right? Like, that's not 1,000 sun. That's a monster. So again, like, goddamn, like, it's just crazy to me how with like such bad gene defects such as this, he's willing to just let it go, you know, in a sense. Like, goddamn. Regardless of who is at fault, we can all agree that the Emperor is a terrible dad, and much of what happened is entirely his fault for simply not talking to his sons like a normal father. That's true, yeah. Like, a conversation could have fixed most of their problems. I feel like that's definitely true. Magnus has good intentions, but an ego as vast as a planet. Exactly. That's exactly right. Like, he has very good intentions. He wants to do the right thing, but he's just too full of himself. That's the problem here, yeah. Did Magnus not do anything wrong? Well, we're only an hour into the video here, so there's still plenty of time for us to figure that one out. That's for sure. Like I say, think he can see the whole ocean, yet he's only staring into a puddle. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a very true representation. He thinks he knows it all. He thinks he's looking at all of it, but he's got no idea. He's just such a small fish in a big ocean. That's the problem.
Fury and prowess, a living engine of destruction. The Wolf King, surrounded by his rune priests, and on a guard stared at the Crimson King. The tension was on a knife's edge. Death was inevitable. A golden light flared at the center. Their brother, the Primarch Lorgar Aurelian, the tan-skinned giant, strode forward, his aura a sense of wonder, even to the other Hastatis. Russ told him to move. The Cyclops had gone too far. He had spilled Fenrisian blood, and he must pay. Lorgar pleaded with Russ to calm himself, as Magnus stood motionless, the thoughts bleeding into his mind. This savage had murdered his son.
Wow.
This barbarian wouldn't let him save the knowledge of this world.
Wow.
Oh, how he was so content to be ignorant. Russ spilled forth more insults, decrying Magnus's so-called sorcery.
Holy
Magnus
shit.
laughed. How hypocritical when rune priests wielded the magic of Fenris.
Like,
It
literally.
was only sorcery to him, because he chose to remain ignorant. The old
Like, yeah, man, Lehman Russ is starting to fucking trigger me quite a bit here, man. Like, he's got no chill in his body, bro. Like, Magnus has literally tried to, like, make things up here. Like, he straight up said, like, listen, maybe we just, like, you know, you're ignorant, I get it. If I try to explain myself, if our legionaries try to get along, our Astartes try to get along, then perhaps, you know, we can overcome our differences, we can overcome our divide, and we can just be better off for it. But no, at every turn, you know, Russ just seems to want to cause shit. He wants to insult him. He wants to fucking cause a fight. He wants to keep instigating, you know? And that's the thing. It's not even like, I'm going to call you a bastard and leave. It's like, I'm going to stand in front of you, insult you, and just intentionally instigate a fight. Like no shit, man. Like, again, you know, Lehman Russ, man, he's a bit of a prick in my eyes. I'm not going to lie. He's a bit of an asshole, dude. Like, he just does a lot of asshole shit. Like, that's unnecessary, even, might I add. You think Magnus is arrogant? Get a load of Lehman Russ. No, like, literally, like Magnus is definitely arrogant, but holy shit, like, if Russ is not 10 times worse in that regard, like, to be completely honest, I think he's just looked upon more favorably because he was a loyalist, right? A Viking king, don't expect understanding or half measures from him, I guess, but this is also your brother. And amongst Vikings, family was the fucking, you know, or Nordic culture in general, fucking family was everything, man. So it's just kind of like, it's weird to see, you know, it's weird to see like the complete fucking disregard for it, you know?
sorcery day.
This is precisely why I despise Russ. He's a hypocrite and moron. Without him, there is a good chance Magnus would still be loyal to the Imperium. I think that's true. From what I'm seeing right now, I think that's correct, to be completely honest.
When rune priests wielded the magic of Fenris, it was only sorcery to him, because he chose to remain ignorant. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Oh, how Magnus hated those who feared what they simply did not understand.
Right.
Lorgar again pleaded with both of them, not to break the bonds between them, to spill more blood. The tensions began to die down, soothed by the whirs of the horizon. Russ walked away. Fenrisian blood had been spilled, and he vowed that there would be a reckoning between them one day.
What?
Magnus and the Thousand Sons had their library, but the victory was overshadowed.
Blood had been spilled, but you also just spilled Thousand Sun blood in a way. Like, you hypocrite. Like, what the hell? Like, if anything, it's blow for blow. Leave it at that. But no, Russ wants to hold a fucking grudge. God damn it, dude. Like, just fucking let it go, you know? Walk away. Let it go.
And the Thousand...
A weirdo brother? Yeah, like, straight up. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. Russ, Magnus, stop using magic. Fetch my rune priest so he can teach you. Like, literally, dude. Our rune priests use the magic of Fenris, not the warp. Sure. Like, yeah, what the fuck? Like, that is so backwards. Like, how can you sit there and say, oh, yeah, you're out here using warp trickery, but I have rune priests. Like, guy, what?
There would be a reckoning between them one day. Magnus and the Thousand Sons had their library, but the victory was overshadowed by the
Lorgar's
haunting
hypocrisy incarnate. That is
realization
true. Lorgar's a bit of a bastard
return
also.
Of the flesh change.
That is true.
Raymond tried to speak to Magnus about Hasta, but Magnus assured his favoured son it was a fluke. Magnus was lying. Both of them could feel it, even if Raymond dare not voice it. The events of Archreach Secundus had not gone unnoticed, and whispers and rumours of the events overshadowed the largest gathering in the Imperium, as Magnus and his son set course for the world of Ullanor. A triumph, billions of mortal soldiers, and hundreds of thousands of Hastatis joined in the greatest parade the Imperium had ever shown. In the wake of the victory of the Orc Purge on Ullanor, he descended down to the enormous, city-sized parade ground. The Emperor of Mankind. The very sight of him men made weep, even the Hastatis. Magnus looked on in awe. Even now he was confounded by the being that was his father.
Wow.
The guiding light that led towards an age of enlightenment for all of humanity. But
And is this the first time they've seen each other in like centuries, right? Maybe not centuries, but you know, I'm pretty sure the Crusade is still kind of going on at this point. So I believe like this is the first time he's seen him in quite a while. Maybe I'm incorrect there though. The 40k wolves have definitely mellowed out, but it's like trying to drink milk after having milk that curdled so much that it's closer to cheese than milk. Oh God. Oh, the triumph of Illinois. Oh, is that what
towards
this
an
is?
age of enlightenment for all of humanity. But surprise hit them all, as the Emperor declared that his work would take him back to Terra. The Great Crusade would continue under a new War Master, a brother elevated above equals, Horus Lupercal. Magnus was pained by the idea of his father leaving their side, but worst of all, he had not revealed the purpose of his work on Terra to any of them. Why? Did he not trust him? Did he think Magnus was not wise enough, strong enough? It was thought he kept to himself, as he took the opportunity to meet with his brothers. Many decades had passed since many of their last meetings,
Right.
and he enjoyed their bonds of fraternity once again. But there had been rumours, talks of a movement of those who despise the use of psychic powers within the Imperium, overshadowing their conversations. Mortarion of the Death Guard and Lehman
Great
Russ
Crusade
of the
lasts
Space
around
Wars were
200
open
years.
in their hostility and had been drumming up support
So
for
it's about that
years.
long.
Magnus and those of his brothers such as Sanguinius and Jagatai Khan the most pro-psychic of all their brothers convened, the Librarius, a disciplined set of rules and balances to ensure the safe and modest use of psychic abilities in the legions was drafted. It was a compromise, one that Magnus utterly despised.
I can imagine.
He was confident, for how could the Imperium be so blind as to shun away its greatest gift and potential? Only a few short years after the triumph at Ulanor, and the crowning of War Master Horus, Magnus received the call. A conclave had been called to determine the future of psychic use within the Imperium upon the world of Nikaea. Magnus and his sons arrived, only to be greeted by his brothers Sanguinius and Fulgrim. Along a massive corridor they strode, into the hollowed-out heart of a long, dormant volcano. Quickly, Magnus began to notice that it was as if he was being escorted not as a guest, but as a prisoner on trial.
Oh no.
A large, glittering cave with a Colosseum structure is where Magnus stood before a pantheon of assembled lords, Hastatis and Primarchs, and at the top, far above, with his...
So, is Magnus actually really getting judged right now? And it says the Emperor's judgment, but I imagine Russ had a hand to play in this, right? Like, I imagine it must have been really Russ that instigated this, that kind of went and complained about it in a sense, right? Or am I mistaken? Is it the Emperor straight up saying like, hey, you need to knock it the fuck off. I already told you this once, like years ago, and you're still doing it. Like, knock it the hell off, you know? Maybe that's more true. Erebus did nothing wrong. Lies and deceit. Morty is a psychic. Magnus is arrogant, but Mortarion is the most hypocritical. That makes sense. Council of Nikaea is also called the Trial of Magnus. Goddamn.
Hastatis and Primarchs, and at the top, far above, with his flaming sword upon his lap, sat his father, the Emperor of mankind. The battle had begun. They came in droves, speakers who decried the use of sorcery, its raw destructive power, the scars of old night, and the perils of the warp. Man could not be trusted with it. Some would always delve too deep. It was dangerous. Mortarion and others gave speeches of venom and hate that burned inside Magnus as he struggled to contain himself. Even the rune priest Othera Weirdmake came forward, an utter betrayal of the olive branch they had extended upon Agrum. After having endured this plea to ignorance and regression, Magnus took his turn to speak. With crimson fingers, he lifted them to the heavens and began to utter the truth in his heart. He spoke of an allegorical cave, how we, humanity, must look to the sun, feel its warmth, its heat, if only we are brave enough to open our eyes to a new world, not cower back into the safety of the dark because of fear. That light will free us from the shackles of our mundane perceptions of reality and allow the human race to stand as masters of the galaxy.
So is this a retelling? Like that story we heard that Magnus told, was this the circumstances surrounding him telling that story to begin with, or is he just simply telling it multiple times here? You know what I mean? Like using it as his example. I feel like he's like, that was the circumstances. Like he's using it as his defense in a sense while he's on trial. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that, but somebody let me know for sure. Fear, I'm putting you on your own special government watch list. He's got a piss cup. Oh God, that's not good. Yikers. Having a piss cup is diabolical. It is kind of rancid. I'm not going to lie. That's a little bit degenerate. loving watching your Warhammer journey. I was the same about 9 years ago, and I'm literally still learning everything after reading 60 novels, dozens of YouTube videos, and plenty of video games. Yeah, man, there's just so much to learn, so much to like comprehend and wrap your mind around. Like, fuck, there's, you know, you could be reading up and like watching videos, you know, reading lore for that long, and you still wouldn't know like 50% of what Warhammer has to offer. I think like there's just so much going on in universe that it's, you know, there's so much to keep track of too. Like, I think that's why it's great that you can literally just pick a subject within 40K and you can literally just focus on that if you want. I think that's such an awesome like part of 40K. Like, you don't have to focus. Like, me personally, I've kind of been like in general looking at all of it in a sense. I don't have one focus when it comes to 40K, but you literally could have one focus and stay on that for years and be entertained. That's the great thing about it, I think.
And allow
Rabbit
the
hole
human
never ends.
race
Exactly.
to stand as
Exactly.
masters of the galaxy, just as the men around the fire needed to be shown the glorious future
You gotta
that
save
lay
it so you
within
can
their
dump it on the
grasp.
homeless. Oh my
So
god.
too does humanity. A golden era awaited, if only they were brave enough to grasp it. A future where humanity mastered its psychic potential, armed with the knowledge of the 1,000 suns had collected for centuries. Magnus would save humanity. Applause,
Yikes.
tears, and praise flooded over Magnus. He felt incredible. They finally saw it. Hope. Magnus had given all he could. Conversing with Ahriman in their private chambers, he told his son of their responsibility to be guides to the ignorant, just as the Emperor was to his.
Oh god.
No, whispered Ahriman. You already knew of it. When the Emperor
Almost
showed
had some
you of
spillage
the
there,
warp's
guys.
wonders
That was almost bad.
and dangers, you feigned not to know, but you had already peered into its depths and seen them. Magnus almost killed his favoured son on the spot.
Oh.
White-hot fury seethed through him as a vital nerve had been struck.
Jesus.
He bored into Ahriman with his eye, telling him to never say that again.
Oh.
Ever. Unguarded, Ahriman felt a link between them. Osmond, his twin brother. What did he do? A seal? A pact? What had Magnus done all those years ago? How had he saved the Legion? Shame,
Oh.
anger, desperation. Ahriman saw all mixed within his lord. Only moments before, others had condemned them, declaring mankind could not handle the responsibility of psychic power. Were they right? Were they right to call the 15th sorcerers? But they
Wow.
were interrupted. Magnus and all attendants walked back to the Colosseum ground. Judgment had come.
Interesting. So he straight up he made a deal. Is that it? We gotta make a deal. No, like he made a deal, I'm guessing, with some type of warp entity which rid his legion of their affliction. Obviously it's returned now, but he sacrificed his eye for it. But you know, chaos is always going to get the upper hand in these deals. Now caught lying and dealing with the warp by his own son. Like, yeah, like he's getting fucking straight up called. He's getting called out right now, and he's totally fucking ashamed of it. God damn it, Magnus. Like, this isn't a good look for you, man, especially when you're on trial right now. This is very, very bad for you, my guy. Oh, man. That fucking sucks.
Walked back to the Colosseum ground.
Fear is just a
Judgment
demon prince of
had
Nurgle,
come.
maybe. It's got potential.
Hear now the words of my ruling. I am not blind to the needs of the Imperium, but nor am I blind to the realities of the hearts of men. I hear men speak of knowledge and power as though they are abstract concepts to be employed as simply as a sword or gun. They are not. Power is a living force, and the danger with power is obsession. A man who attains a measure of power will find it comes to dominate his life until all he can think of is the acquisition of more. Nearly all men can stand adversity, but few can stand the ultimate test of character. that of wielding power without succumbing to its darker temptations. Peering into the darkness to gain knowledge of the warp is fraught with peril, for it is an inconstant place of shifting reality, capricious lies, and untruths. The seeker after truth must have a care he is not deceived, for false knowledge is far more dangerous than ignorance.
Wow.
All men wish to possess.
That's fucking extremely powerful. False knowledge is far more dangerous than ignorance. Wow. And I think that is a super, super apt statement for Magnus here. Again, because there's no, you know, he will always seek knowledge, but is the information, the knowledge that he's getting true? That's what we don't know, you know? And again, if he's getting it from the warp, we know that there's plenty of fucking liars, you know, plenty of entities that will lie in the warp. So yeah, is his knowledge, is his entire foundational belief founded on lies, founded on a mistruth in a sense, you know? That's a very, very interesting statement there. W statement, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Than ignorance.
So tell us the fucking truth, Biggie.
Wish to possess knowledge.
That's fair. It's
Few
fair.
are willing to pay the price. Always, men will seek to take the shortcut, the quick route to power. And it is a man's own mind, not his enemy or foe, that will lure him to evil ways. True knowledge is gained only after the acquisition of wisdom. Without wisdom, a powerful person does not become more powerful. He becomes reckless. His power will turn on him and eventually destroy all he has built.
Wow.
I have walked paths no man can know and faced the unnameable creatures of the warp. I understand all too well the secrets and dangers that lurk in its hidden darkness. Such things are not for lesser minds to know, no matter how powerful or knowledgeable they believe themselves to be. The secrets I have shared serve as warnings, not enticements to explore further. Only death and damnation await those who pry too deeply into secrets not meant for mortals. I see now.
I see Magnus kind of as like that fucking kid, right? That like, you know how when you like tell a child like, hey, don't do this, and then you give like no explanation to them for why they shouldn't do it, and then they go ahead, they do it, they get hurt, whatever have you, they're upset about it, and you're like, oh, I fucking told you not to do that. I think that's bad parenting in a sense, you know what I mean? I think if you're, you know, and this isn't to say like, you know, I'm gonna use like guns for an example here, right? I'm not saying you should let your kids play with fucking guns, not at all. But I'm saying like if you teach a respect, if you teach a child respect for that element, if you teach a child why they should be fearful but also should respect, know that this isn't a danger but that it's a tool in a sense, that is a lot better of an explanation and will prevent them from fucking up and getting themselves hurt. It's kind of the same concept with the Emperor here in a sense. Like if he told Magnus, like, yes, we all know that there's dangers out there. I've traveled past that you haven't seen. I'm not going to fuck with it. You shouldn't either, Magnus. And bad boy for doing that. But he's not explaining any reasons at all why he shouldn't do it. You know, it's dangerous. Well, Magnus sees himself as the epitome of fucking greatness when it comes to this type of shit. He sees himself as untouchable. He sees himself as the master of the warp. He can't be hurt. So by Big E not sharing his experiences with him here, as another high-level psyker, I think that's completely on his own, like completely his own fault. What happens in a sense here, you know? But like, you know, it's kind of crazy in a sense. Like I don't know why not share some of that knowledge? If you have somebody that is equal in ability, maybe not equal, but not at all equal. I shouldn't say equal, but if you have somebody that is your son and getting to the power level of you, you need to be able to protect them. You need to tell them this knowledge so that they can protect themselves. I think that's what any good parent would do in a sense, right? Like, I don't think that's a crazy radical statement to make.
Deeply into secrets not meant for mortals. I see now. I have allowed my sons to delve too profoundly into matters I should never have permitted them
They
to know
need to touch
even
the hot
existed.
stove. They don't
Let
need
it be
to.
known that no
You explain
one
why
shall
it's
suffer
hot in the first
censure.
place.
For this conclave is to serve unity, not
Why can't my
discord.
child play with a gun? Well,
But no more shall the threat of sorcery be allowed to
I mean,
taint
that's your
the
kid, I
warriors of
guess.
the
I'm very
Astartes.
libertarian, man, but that's
Henceforth,
your life, you
It
know?
is my will that no legion will maintain a librarius department. All its warriors and instructors must be returned to the battle companies and never again employ any psychic powers.
What a great fucking W speech by the Emperor there. God damn. That was really good.
Without wisdom, power will destroy the one who wields it. Seekers desire power, but not wisdom. Power without wisdom is dangerous. Better to have wisdom first. Those who have knowledge do not predict. Those who predict do not have knowledge. If you abuse power, you will be burned, and then you will learn. If you live.
Damn.
They had lost.
That's fucking
The
cold.
future of enlightenment was dead, ash in their hands. Rising from his throne, the Emperor looked directly at Magnus. He peered into his mind,
Oh.
seeing the boundaries Magnus had crossed. His
Yikes.
breaking of his word to his father. His delving into the corners of the great ocean he had been forbidden to go to. If I am guilty of anything, it is the simple pursuit of knowledge. I am its master. I
Wow.
swear it. No one saw the Emperor's lips move. Even through his blinding golden aura, words spilled forth that hit like a hammer to the souls of all who bore witness.
Aw.
The seeker after truth must have a care he is not deceived, for false knowledge is far more dangerous than ignorance. All men wish to possess knowledge, but few are willing to pay the price.
I swear to God, if the Emperor didn't fucking say that to Magnus, like, you know, when he met him, then he failed, and he really has no fucking, like, you know, again, you have to explain why. You can't just say, hey, I know you can do that, but don't. They're gonna fucking go and do it. Like, what child is not gonna go and do that? You know what I mean? And obviously they're Primarchs, like, they're not children, but they are his children in a sense. And I feel like as a father, you should definitely be more protective. Again, not every... I'm not going to call Magnus special needs in a sense, but he does have an ability, a very, very larger ability than a lot of other Primarchs do with his Psyker abilities. So given that sense, you should give him some special attention, some special tutelage in that sense, given what he potentially could do, if that makes sense.
Wish to possess knowledge, but few are willing to pay the price. Always men will seek to take the shortcut, the quick route to power, and it is a man's own mind, not his enemy or foe, that will
Common
lure
Big
him
EL.
to evil ways.
Pretty much.
True knowledge is gained only after the acquisition of wisdom. Without wisdom, a powerful person does not become more powerful, he becomes reckless. The words cut Magnus like a knife.
The story of
coming
Magnus
from
shows
his
how
father,
separated
the
humanity,
one being he looked up
separated
to.
from humanity
I
Big
see
E
now
is.
I
The
have
best
allowed my
example comes
sons
later. God
To
damn.
delve too profoundly into matters
we'll have to see
should
that.
have never permitted them to even know existed. Magnus had lied all those years ago.
Yes, Goop. I think that's I think Goop just summed it up really, really well there. Imagine becoming the second best ever at doing something, and someone tells you to stop doing what you mastered while they continue to do so, no explanation. Like that sums it up exactly. Like why would he stop? This is what he's dedicated his life to. He's dedicated his life's work to the pursuit of knowledge. He just sees this as knowledge. He can't even. I don't even think Magnus understands that he's doing something wrong here. Like straight up, he can't even comprehend how it's wrong, why it's wrong that he's seeking out knowledge. It's knowledge. It should be good, right? He has no idea. Like, and why would he? He hasn't been told. Like, this really is not his fault in a sense. I'm not going to lie here. Like, yeah, what the hell?
Existed.
Magnus is second only to the Emperor in power. So yeah, like, yeah, but I think that's a perfect example of why, like, you should tutor him in a sense on it and not just like ignore him. If he has the capability to do these things and you don't want him to do it, you can't just tell him don't fucking do it. If he's been doing it all of his life already, like that's craziness to expect that.
Profoundly into matters I should have never permitted them to even know existed. Magnus had lied. All those years ago on Prospero,
holy shit, guys.
He had delved into the secrets of the war long before
Cheap minis, am I right?
to terror. He had explored and acquired knowledge unguarded, untempered by wisdom. He was a Primarch, a superhuman, but still human, and he tackled everything with the curiosity of a reckless child.
Wow.
Because he naively thought he was wise enough. He knew better. The use of psychic powers in the legions was outlawed under pain of death. Magnus and his sons limped out in shame to the stars, their fellow ally legions and Primarchs disappointed by the actions of the 15th and what that had cost them.
Wow.
Almost resigned to his father's decree, Magnus sank to his knees as a psychic vision pulsed into his mind, a vision of fire, death and corruption, and through the miasma of cataclysm he saw his brother, Horus. The 15th in shame made their way towards Prospero, Magnus feeling conflict in his heart. What should he do? Should he tell his father of his vision? The father who he had just utterly failed, by means he had just outlawed, and with what proof? That entities of the warp that he was not supposed to know about were conspiring to corrupt his most favoured son?
Wow.
Magnus and his legion returns to Prospero. Once again, Magnus set his eyes upon Tisca, the city of light.
So this is interesting. Like, he had this precognition, this vision that Horus was going to do this long before he did it. But he just felt like such a failure. He felt like he let the Emperor down, and the Emperor literally just outlawed the means that he just got this information. Literally just outlawed the means he got this information, and he's not even supposed to know that these warp entities exist in the first place, that these chaos elements exist in the first place. So yeah, like what is he supposed to do? His hands are really tied here. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is kind of fucked up. Like really tied. Like what in his situation, how is he supposed to take this? You know? God damn. Use this, son, bad boy, and don't touch that psychic power. Like, literally. Don't forget that Biggie telepathically talked. Don't forget. Huh? Oh yeah, they talked before he was ever found. Yeah, I guess they did like telepathically talk, but I don't know. Like, it just feels like he didn't tutor him at all. Like, he did not give him like the special attention he deserved, especially considering the really, really great fucking role that he was supposed to fulfill in the Imperium. What did he expect? Magnus and his sons just start using bolters? Like, yeah, like you literally just took away the thing that makes their legion unique. What do they have now going for them? Like, you know, like quite literally, what does this legion have going for them? Besides their sorcerer in quotation mark abilities, what do they have going for them? Otherwise, they're literally just like the most generic Astartes you could get. What use is that? Like, you know what I mean?
Once again, Magnus set his eyes upon Tisca, the city of light. Oh, how he loved his home. The jewel of hope in a galaxy of darkness and ignorance. Assembling with his captains, Ahriman, Aemon, Phocis Tekar, Hathor Mat, Uthizar and Sobek, Magnus told them of his vision, a partial truth of the lies he had perpetuated over 2 centuries, of entities of the warp that were beyond powerful. They were malignant and corrupting, to the unprepared.
Chicken, will this site have local
Magnus
matures in your
defied the
area
edict of
ads?
Nikaea, not even a day
Those are my
after his
favorite ones, honestly.
declaration, as he began to delve back into the warp and his own ancient texts, divining prophecies about the fall of his brother Horus, of a fallen son who would ravage his father's kingdom and all of humanity. It was up to the 15th Legion to save him, to prevent this oncoming disaster. Inside deep cabins underneath Tisca, Magnus and his sons prepared for a ritual, one whose very inception had been crafted from knowledge Magnus knew he was not meant to know.
Interesting.
Surrounded by a cabal of his sons, cleansed and focused to a degree that was beyond human, the Crimson King began, with human thralls around them, energy that Magnus knew would be consumed in what was to come. The thought was distasteful, but the fate of the Imperium and humanity was on the line. He spoke to his sons. Too few have the courage to take arm against an uncaring galaxy, but we are the 1,000 Suns. There is nothing we dare not do.
Wow.
Laying down upon an altar, his white robe spilling over the edge, Magnus connected himself to Horus. Blood began to pour from him. Psychic sympathetic wounds that mirrored the War Master sprouted over his body. Magnus' eye glazed over with a kaleidoscope of impossible colours as his soul roared into the warp. Horus, my brother, I am coming for you. Days passed as Magnus' sons, Ahriman, Aemon and Uthazar stood vigil. The Lord's body was pale and dripping with sweat. Finally Magnus awoke. I have failed, he told them. There were others there, Erebus of the Word-Bearers, who aided in the corruption of Horus.
Wow.
Lorgar's legion had already fallen to the primordial annihilator, Chaos. The word was used as if it was a name, but Magnus had told them after Nikaea about the entities of the warp. But this Chaos was something more? Ahriman questioned his lord, but Magnus told him he only knew of this Chaos after this very confrontation. He was lying.
Yeah.
Ahriman felt the flicker in his aura.
Wow.
Again, Magnus had lied to him.
Wow. So again, he claims to not know anything about Chaos, but again, he made a deal with something to rid his legion of their affliction. And that was certainly with a Chaos entity. Now, we don't know exactly at this time what that Chaos entity was. We don't know exactly what it demanded yet, but I'm assuming we're probably going to find out pretty soon here. But interesting still, like, again, he really tried to go and talk to Horus in a sense. He really tried to connect with him in a sense there. But he was already fallen. He'd already fallen to corruption, and he's not even supposed to know about Chaos. So again, this would be such a weird conversation for him to have with the Emperor, given that he's literally on the threat of death if he mentions it again. You know what I mean? Like, you can't threaten your sons that they're going to be killed, you know, given the circumstances here. Like the Emperor knows these things exist. He knows his sons potentially could fall to Chaos. I'm sure he isn't hoping it will happen, but I'm sure he can still see it as a potential. So outlawing talking about it, period, especially if you got a son that could potentially be in the know about these types of things, it seems like a waste, you know? Like, it seems like an utter waste. Chaos entity. Probably Tzeentch in some form. He made a deal with Tzeentch. Okay. No, my area has local gilfs in my area. Even better, honestly.
Aura. Again, Magnus had lied to him.
What, you don't like yourself
They
a granny?
had
Am I
to
right?
warn the Emperor.
Oh, God.
Horus had been corrupted by this chaos, and war was coming. But if Magnus could tell his father now, it could save billions of lives. Once again, thralls of Prospero's psychic cults were brought forth, their sacrifice willingly given, but still utterly distasteful. Again, Magnus lay upon the altar beneath Tisga. The new ritual to reach Terra would require enormous power. Raymond again questioned Magnus, seeing that this ritual to reach Terra required Magnus to make pacts with entities of this so-called chaos. Names whispered as demons, in order to break through Terra's psychic defenses and warn the Emperor.
That's
Magnus
a joke.
told his son it was his consequence to bear alone.
Magnus.
That he had bargained with such creatures before
Magnus.
and bested them. The warp around him began to convulse once again, and in a pillar of...
Okay, that reasoning was absolutely fucking crazy. Like, Magnus is aware, conscious and aware, that there is psychic defenses around Terra, and you're bartering with a fucking chaos demon, right? Like his words right there, chaos demon. You're bartering with him to break through these fucking psychic defenses. Magnus, what kind of crack are you smoking right now? Because I want some of it. I get like situations fucking dire, but send a fucking ship or something. Do anything else. Like, come on now. Holy shit. Like, what is that supposed to be? Now, here's where Magnus really shit the bed. Like, yeah, this is a complete fucking, like, blunder on his part. I don't know what the hell, man.
The warp around him began to convulse once again, and in a pillar of light, Magnus's soul once again roared into the warp. Like a serpent shedding skin, Magnus let go his mortal form. A one-eyed king with a blazing soul of fire sailed past malicious creatures who dared not challenge him. He saw vistas and sights beyond the scope of human language to describe. Mortarian, Rus, if only they could see the beauty of what they shun in ignorance. Following ley lines that spanned across the galaxy, he arrived near Terra, finding it slower and harder as he approached. He wasn't going to make it. Then he felt it, a sentience behind him, something beautiful, serene, fluctuating with power. He knew in this place of contradiction, not everything was evil, and felt the warmth of this entity.
Interesting.
Help. It spoke no words, just offering itself freely. He took it. Swelling with its added power, Magnus broke through the psychic obstacle.
Isn't that fucking crazy? Isn't that fucking nuts? For once, it's not talking to you, it's not trying to manipulate you, but it's freely offering you help, Magnus. Freely is offering you its power. Oh yeah, come on now. Just take my hand. I don't... Listen, I'll help you, Magnus. Like, you want to get to Terra? You want to communicate with your father? Yeah, like, dude, that's fine. Like, just go for it, man. No, you're not strong enough? Listen, man, I got plenty of power. Just take some of mine. You're good. Just do it. Take my fucking hand, Magnus. Do it. Do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Like, bro, what? Like, you know better than this, Magnus. You know, like, even if they don't have to manipulate you, like, this is manipulation in a sense already. They're not doing anything, not for their own benefit. Like, what the fuck? How does he not realize this right now, you know? Not all the warp is evil. No, not all the warp is evil. But do you think, like let's be completely 100% honest here. I know not all the warp is evil. I'm not saying it is. The warp potentially could be, like, benign, neutral, even maybe some of it good. But yeah, 99% of it's fucking evil. And let's be honest, if anything is going to give you power in the warp, it's not going to be something good. They need that shit for themselves, you know, given the circumstances of the warp. They need that shit for themselves. They're not freely offering you their power. Like, come now. If there's no barter to be struck, like, you would need to know the terms. You can't just be freely taking help. Maybe I'm wrong,
with his
but
added power, Magnus
want some
broke
help.
through the psychic obstacle.
True.
His soul flying through the ancient Eldari tunnels that connected to the heart beneath the Imperial Palace. The golden
Magnus,
throne
don't take
room
candy from
began
strangers.
to
Exactly.
shake
Literally.
Violently.
Literally.
Roared
Like, you're telling me the Emperor couldn't get that one across to his sons at least? Like, seriously? Like, that's what you're, like, you know, like, that is the exact analogy. Like, straight up. Like, holy shit.
The golden throne room began to shake violently. Raw psychic energy was rampant. Thousands of ordinary people began to die. Magnus, a burning white-hot soul, burst into the throne room, laying his eye upon his father. Monster, the servants around the Emperor cried, firing into this fiery apparition before them. But before Magnus could speak, he began to hear laughter and then shrieking behind him. A horde of twisted, sentient nightmare had followed him. Demons. Magnus looked to the Emperor, panic and shame washing over his features as he realized what he had just unleashed.
Wow.
Father, he cried out, the last words he spoke as he felt those golden eyes look upon him with utter disdain.
Wow.
Magnus awoke back on Prospero. Tears fell down his cheek. What had he done?
Wow.
He had tried to tell his father, give him the warning, but nothing he said could have outweighed what he had done.
No.
Without wisdom, power will destroy the one who wields it.
Wow.
Seekers desire power, but not wisdom. Power without wisdom is dangerous. Better to have wisdom first. Those who have power do not predict. Those who predict do not have knowledge. The Webway Project. The knowledge Magnus was missing. The future of humanity shielded from the warp. The Emperor's enlightenment, and it had just been destroyed by Magnus.
Wow.
He didn't know. He had broken the wards and had corrupted it forever. What had he done? The Emperor had looked into him and seen all he had done. His breaking of the edict, the rituals, and
Like, and imagine that from the Emperor's point of view too. And like, I can totally see why, like, at the time they're like, Magnus, that fucking filthy rat, it's all his fault. Like, straight up. Like, I can totally see that too, because like, as the Emperor, you're standing there, you know, you got your boys around you, you're completing your work, you know, on the Webway project, you're doing your thing. And then, you know, suddenly, holy shit, the world is shaking. What's going on? Magnus's face appears using warp bullshittery that you just fucking outlawed from him. And then suddenly a bunch of fucking demons like start pouring out around him. Like, if you were the Emperor, like, all you would, like, I can just imagine he was just standing there, like, mouth agape, fucking just side-eyeing the shit out of, like, Magnus. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? Like, what? Oh my god. Wow. This would have been avoided if Biggie explained chaos, though. That's true. It definitely could have been avoided. He was panicking. He saw a premonition of the Horus heresy, and the entire Imperium just censored him. And let's all be real, we have all done something stupid when angry or panicking. Yeah, that's true. But you ought know better. Like, that's the thing. Like, Magnus should know better at this point. Again, if you have psychic wards around Terra, and he knows that there are psychic wards around Terra, he might not know the reason that they're there, but they are sure as hell there. Then why... Like, you know better in that sense, you know? Like, you really just do know better. He ought to know better, is what I'm saying. I love how they describe this scene in the book. His description reminds me of a biblically accurate angel. God damn. Did Maggie do something wrong? Well, yeah, I'm going to say he did something wrong. Yeah. Yeah. As of right now, yeah, I'm going to say he did something wrong. Because, again, he just should have known better in that sense. Like, he should have known better. He knew that there were words there. He took help freely from an entity of the warp. Maybe not knowing that was chaos, but he knew chaos existed. Given what was happening, given that he just saw his brother, Horus, fall to demons, to chaos. He knows Lorgar fell to chaos. And now he himself is going to take help openly from a warp entity. Given what he literally just saw. Like, that's silly. That is silly. That's goofy. You know, he shouldn't do that. So yeah, I think that is his fault. He was given nothing and had critical information that could save the planet. I wouldn't say he was given nothing, though. Because at the same time, he admitted to knowing that chaos was a thing. He just admitted that, to be fair. So he knows that those entities are out there. He knows 2 of his brothers just fell to it. Like, that's what I'm saying, you know? Like, Sinch, Magnus, do you need help? Do you need help making it back to your home? No problem. Get in my white van, drives us straight into Big E's living room. Like, yeah, literally. Literally straight into his living room. It's more like a semi-truck, though. Let's be honest here. It's more like, it's like a trucker that like pulls over. Hey, hitchhiker, get in. Yeah, get in, get in. Oh, where are you going? Oh, here? Okay. And he just proceeds to fucking ram it through an apartment building. That's what happened. That is exact. Yeah. He's drawn power from the warp all his life. He just took it from the wrong source this time. I suppose that's true, but like, again, given the fact that you know your brothers are falling to these chaos entities, like you just saw that happen, and you're just going to assume that you can do it freely without consequence this time. With the knowledge, thinking that you can best them, right? His arrogance, thinking he can best them. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a hard one.
All he had done, his breaking of the edict, the rituals, and the wards around Terra. Magnus thought he could succeed.
In his experience, he took candy from the van in the past without any repercussions. I guess that's a fair way to look at it. Like, yeah. But at the end of the day, that's still a stranger in a candy van, like in a white van, like, you know, holy shit. That's a crazy thing to say.
Rituals and the wards around Terra. Magnus thought he could succeed. He thought he had the best of this chaos. He thought he knew better. Overwhelming grief.
That's called grooming.
Magnus. He ran to his
Holy
private
shit.
chambers, broken, defeated, shame, a monument to failure and hubris.
Yeah. At least he's willing
You
to
have
admit
nothing
that to
fear
himself.
from me, Amon. You have been my most faithful servant since I first came to Prospero. I could never harm you.
With respect, my lord, I am sure young Uthisar thought the same,
said Aemon, picking his way gingerly through the wreckage of Magnus's chamber. His grey hair was kept cropped, close to his skull, and his skin had the textured age of vellum. He knelt beside Uthisar's body and placed his hand upon the crackled and seared breastplate. The bodies of the Scarab cult lay around Uthisar, their bodies twisted in unnatural ways, and their flesh blackened, as though consumed in the same fire that had destroyed Magnus's library.
Tell me what happened,
said Aemon. Magnus lowered his head, unwilling to meet his oldest friend's gaze. The captain of the Ninth made no accusations. He didn't need to. No accusation could carry greater guilt than Magnus placed upon himself.
Wow.
Almost a week had passed since he had killed Uthisar, a week in which he had almost given in to his self-destructive urges and turned his powers upon himself. Fearing the worst, others had tried to enter his chambers, but Magnus had kept them all at bay until now. Magnus looked down at the grotesquely crumpled body of Balek Uthisar and sighed with regret.
It was an unforgivable lapse, and should never have happened. But he knew too much, and I could not let him leave.
Wow.
Too much about what?
Come here. Let me show you.
Bruh! Fuck that. Yo, he knew too much and I could not let him leave. What did he know? Come here and let me show you. Like, what the fuck? No, how about fuck off? Like, oh, you can tell me from here, Magnus. I'll stand a fair distance and you can tell me from here, man. Like I'm not fucking getting close to you. Like, there's a corpse on the ground in front of you, my guy. Like, no, fuck that. Like, what? That's crazy to say, dude. Holy shit. It's called the perfect heist. He grooms Magnus, so Magnus will then bring his children to be groomed. Oh my god, dude. Like, straight up, Magnus is a honeypot when you think about it. Magnus is straight up a chaos honeypot. That is facts. That's not even a joke. Killing his own kids now as well using chaos. That grooming went well. Oh my god. realistically, distance wouldn't matter in that sense. Realistically, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like you straight up just told me you killed this guy for knowing too much, and now you're offering to tell me. Like, that's the most sus shit, Magnus. Like, you can't tell me that isn't.
Aemon rose and followed Magnus into the balcony overlooking the white city of Tizca. Magnus read the wariness in Aemon's aura and didn't blame him. He would be a fool not to be wary. In all the long years since they had first spoken, as tutor and pupil, Magnus had never thought of Aemon as a fool. Magnus looked towards the noonday sky.
Fly the great ocean.
Metaphorically, though, absolutely. Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. I know it realistically would make zero difference, but
and Magnus let his body of light flow free of his flesh. The concerns of the mortal world lessened, but could not be wholly ignored. Tizca transformed from a place of cool marble to a glittering jewel of light. The tens of thousands of shimmering soul lights who called the city home like tiny lanterns.
How fragile they are,
said Magnus, though there was no one yet to hear him. The warm glow of Amon's subtle body appeared next to him, and they flew into a sky of brilliant blue. The world around them deepened from blue to black, the stars pinwheeling around them like darts of a phosphor. The blackness of space transformed into swirling, multicolored chaos of the great ocean, and both travelers felt the welcome rush of pleasure as its currents flowed around their ethereal forms. Magnus led the way, streaking through the swirling abyss towards a destination.
Sorry, that dialogue kind of killed me there. They both felt pleasure, and then Magnus is streaking. I'm like, whoa, pause. Like, what?
Magnus led the way, streaking through the swirling abyss towards a destination only he was capable of finding. Aemon followed him, his dutiful friend and beloved son. They came to the region of stillness he had seen a week ago. He felt Aemon's horror as he beheld the vast fleet of ships, the slab-sided warships, the sleek strike cruisers and the monstrous monuments to destruction that were the battle barges. Hundreds of vessels drew ever closer to Prospero. Ships of many flags and many allegiances, united with one shared purpose: annihilation.
Yeah.
Leading them was a feral blade of a ship, unsheathed to deliver the death blow to its hated foe. Grey and fanged, it prowled the stars with carved eyes, as its braiding bow pierced
Lehman
the
Russ
depths
is
of the
coming
great
for his
ocean
ass.
with uncanny precision.
Wow.
Is that what I think it is?
it is.
Confirmed Magnus. They flew closer to the brutal vessel. The protective shields that kept the void predators at bay, no match for travelers of such power. They passed through its layered voids, diving through the meter upon meter of adamantium hull plates, integrity fields and honeycombed bulkheads, until they reached the heart of the ship. The masters of this fleet gathered to plan the destruction of all that Magnus held dear. And the two sons of Prospero listened to their deliberations. Magnus was prepared for what he would hear, but Aemon was not, and the flaring wash of his etheric field sent a pulse of choleric energy through the ship's crew.
Why?
Begged Aemon.
Because I was wrong.
And I guess too, yeah, none of the Thousand Sons at this point would have any fucking idea what Magnus truly did there, unless he spilled the beans, but I really don't think he did. I think that's why he killed that other Astartes in the room there. Yeah, like, I don't think they have any idea what's about to hit them. They have no idea what Magnus has done, truly the extent of what he's done. And now obviously you see the you see the loyalist forces mustering a massive force just to come and destroy Magnus's ass. It's almost like Magnus was set up to be the target, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, like, Horus is the main usurper, right? Like, he's the main traitor here. But it almost seems like to take pressure off of Horus, to allow him to gain power, to allow him to go rampant on the galaxy. they set up Magnus to be the main target, to be the main antagonist in a way, to divert forces. Maybe that's incorrect, but yeah, Magnus, after he did that, like, he's not mustering his forces, he's not readying for battle, he's not going turncoat, he's just kind of accepting his fate right now, is what it seems like. God damn. Wow. Leman Russ, Custodes and Sisters of Silence, Titans, fucking everything is coming from. Wow. Leman Russ is going to pull a Bane on Magnus. Holy shit. Wow. Holy shit. Why is Dad hiding in his pyramid? We are literally being slaughtered. Yeah, literally. Holy shit.
Begged Amon.
Because I was wrong. All the things you taught me, I arrogantly assumed I already knew. You warned me of the gods of the warp, and I laughed at you, calling you a superstitious old fool. Well, I know better now, for I beheld such a being and thought I had the better of it, but I was wrong. I have done terrible things, Amon, but you must believe that I did them for the right reasons.
Wow.
Amon drifted down towards the master of this vessel, and the steely-eyed killer in golden armor who stood next to him on a raised command dais. A group of identically armored warriors stood at the base of the dais, occupied by their leaders.
The Council of Nikaea. Were they right to name us warlocks?
I fear they may have been.
Wow.
But only now do understand that.
And for that, we are to suffer.
Magnus nodded and flew up through the ironwork of the starship.
Well, that's not
exploding
why,
outwards into the
Magnus. You're not really
seething
telling the
cauldron
whole
of
truth
great
here.
Ocean. Amon flew at his side, and they hurtled back to Prospero, exhaling pent-up breaths as they opened their eyes and looked down on the reassuringly familiar vista of Tisca.
And the legend knows nothing of this.
Nothing. I have drawn a veil around Prospero. None see out, not even the Corvidae.
Wow.
Now the Thousand Suns must learn what it means to be blind.
So our punishment draws ever closer. What happens when it gets here?
You are kind, old friend. It is my punishment.
Their axes will fall on the rest of us as well.
Pointed out Amon.
I ask again, what will we do when they get here?
Nothing. There is nothing to do.
There is always something to do. We can destroy them before they even reach us.
Magnus shook his head, saying,
This is not about whether we can defend ourselves against this threat. Of course we can. It is about whether we should.
Wow.
Why should we not? Where are the Thousand Suns?
And you can kind of see Magnus here too. Wow. He's kind of being the bigger man. He's really taking it on the chin. Like, yeah, I fucked up. I deserve this punishment. This is totally on me. We shouldn't stop it. I completely fucked this, you know? And he's willing to acknowledge that to his friend here, you know? It's just kind of nuts to me. But like, again, his friend here, Amon, he's telling them, no, we can do something about them. We can fight them. But the second they do that, they're chaos, right? That's kind of what I'm saying here. So it's like, fuck, wow.
We should.
Why should we not? Where are the Thousand Suns? And nothing is beyond us. No path is unknown to us. No destiny is hidden from us. Instruct the Corvidae to pierce the veils of the future. The Pavoni and Raptura can enhance our warriors' prowess, while the Pyriae burn our enemies and the Athenians read the minds of their commanders. When they come, they will find us ready to fight.
Magnus despaired, hearing only the urge to strike the first blow in Amon's voice.
Wow.
Have you not heard?
Like,
what I have
literally,
said?
yeah.
I do not strike because it is what the powers that have manipulated me since I came here want me to do.
Wow.
They want me to take arms against our doom, knowing that if I do, it will only confirm everything those who hate and fear us have always believed.
Amon looked out over the city, and his eyes took on a faraway look, tears of loss streaming down his cheeks.
Before you came to Prospero, I had a recurring nightmare. I dreamt that everything I held dear was swept away and destroyed. It blanked
Erebus
me
loves getting teabagged
for
by Chaos
years.
Gods. Holy shit.
But on the day you arrived from the heavens like a comet, the dream stopped. I never had it again. I convinced myself it was nothing more than an ancestral memory of old night. But it wasn't. I know that now. I foresaw this. The destruction of everything I hold dear is coming to pass.
Amon closed his eyes, and he gripped the balcony with white-knuckled fury.
I may not be able to stop it, but I am going to fight to protect my home. And if you ever held my friendship in any esteem, you would do the same.
Magnus rounded
Wow.
on Amon.
Despite everything I have done, my fate is my own. I am a loyal son of the Emperor,
Wow.
and I would never betray him, for I have already broken his heart and his greatest creation.
Wow.
I will accept my fate, and though history may judge us traitors, we will know the truth. We will know we were loyal unto the end, because we accepted our fate.
Wow. That was actually kind of super powerful. Holy shit. Wow. I'm not going to lie. That was fucking really good. And he's just owning up. He's actually taking responsibility, which is something, again, a lot of Primarchs aren't willing to do. Or if they do, there's always blame to place on someone else. No, Magnus is sitting here and saying, yeah, it's my fault. I've been manipulated. Been being manipulated the entire fucking time. They want us to strike first, but no, I'm loyal and I'm going to die loyal. You know, they might deem us traitors, let them deem us traitors because I've done traitorous things, but I'm still loyal. That's what he's saying right now. That's fucking very good, man. I'm not going to lie. That was a very powerful speech. Wow. What a great back and forth there. Don't forget, Amon is the person who raised Magnus as a kid. Yeah, exactly. He was supposed to be captured and brought back to
Magnus
Terra.
looked out of his
Horus ordered
chamber
extermination.
To the mountains that bore a statue of him, a monument to the place he crashed into this world over 2 centuries before. He knew in his heart he couldn't be forgiven for all he had done. The Emperor's retribution would be apocalyptic. The Emperor's words on Nikaea that any who broke his edict would become his enemy, and he would destroy them utterly. All this will be ashes, he told himself. It does not have to be, said a voice uttered from the direction of a mirror. The form within spoke in his image. The demon he had seen, the serpent of Agaru. Such entities could never fully be destroyed. All bargains come with a price. Magnus saw that now. Over
Yeah.
a century ago, the deal he had struck in secret to save his sons from the flesh change. He was now confounded with the truth that he had not bested this creature then. He was a fool. There is a price to pay for the time I gave your sons. You knew this when you accepted the gift of my power. Now it is time to make good on your bargain. The demon showed Magnus a vision. A crimson king locked upon a golden throne, enslaved as a battery to a tyrant emperor. Of the now fleet coming to enact his punishment. Magnus screamed, erupting into a frenzy of sorrow and anger, ripping apart everything in the room. His power out of control.
So they were going to come and forcibly take him and put him on the throne. Like forcibly put him on the throne. That's what they're coming to do. That's why they want to capture him. Is that correct? I feel like Tzeentch isn't necessarily lying here. It's probably a manipulation of the truth, but at this point, given what's happening now, it's probably the truth in a sense. I can't imagine that would be a lie. Like, if that was his original intention, they still need him? No? I'm not sure, guys. Wow. Damn. That's what the demon is making him think. Okay. Yes? Yeah, see, like, I think at this point, I don't think the demon's lying. I think that's absolutely the truth. Like, wants him arrested. Because, again, I think the original intention was that Magnus was going to take the throne by his own design, by his own will. Obviously, now that's not happening. They believe Magnus is a traitor. They still want him. He's still extremely valuable. And he can still take the throne in a sense. So I think they're coming to capture him to take him. Is that not... You guys are saying no? Russ's orders from Big E are to take him prisoner and return him to Terra for trial. But what does that trial exactly entail? You know? What is the outcome of that trial? Death only? Why not just kill him right away? You know? Like, Big E, at this point, saw Magnus's face. They made eye contact. He knows it's him. What's there to stand trial for? He already broke the code. Breaking the code already means death. I don't think there's a trial necessary, in a sense. Maybe I'm wrong. Keep watching? Okay.
Ripping apart everything in the room. His power out of control. As the cracked mirror reflection taunted him, telling him he could not destroy
told Russ to kill him.
All.
Oh,
it offered him
I see.
Salvation. It could save Prospero if it just accepted them.
Yes was
My
not for
lord,
this. That's fair. That's
Uthazar
fair.
said, rushing into the chamber. Magnus locked his eye
Okay.
with Uthazar. Unguarded,
Supposed to be captured.
Everything Magnus had done, the truth, and their impending destruction was psychically transferred to him. Uthazar staggered. We have to warn the Legion. Uthazar made his way to leave, but he never reached the door before Magnus emulated him. An entire week passed. The 1,000 Suns racked with nerves as they awaited news from their lord. Ammon, Magnus's mentor, a father figure, and his oldest friend entered the destroyed chambers, seeing for himself the charred body of Uthazar. A pitiful, broken mess of a man sat in his wallow. The once vermilion red, glorious crimson king. But now Magnus looked nothing like the warrior scholar Ammon had known his entire life.
Wow.
Ammon questioned his Primarch. What happened? And Magnus showed him. Both of them, like they did in his youth, lifted their souls into the warp. And there Ammon saw it. The brutal ceramite cathedral ships of the space wolves, heading to Prospero. All the things you taught me, I arrogantly assumed I already knew. You warned me of the gods of the warp, and I laughed at you, calling you a superstitious fool. Well, I know better now, for I beheld such a being and thought I had the better of it. But I was wrong. I have done terrible things, Ammon. But you must believe that I did them for the right reasons.
Wow.
The Emperor's executioners were coming to destroy Magnus and the 15th Legion, and he was going to let them. I do not strike, because it is what the powers that have manipulated me since I came here want me to do. They want me to take arms against our doom, knowing that if I do, it will only confirm everything those who hate and fear us have always believed. Anger filled Ammon. They could fight. They didn't have to die for the sins of Magnus. But nothing moved the Crimson King. And though history may judge us traitors, we will know the truth. We will know that we were loyal unto the end because we accepted our fate. He had been arrogant, foolish, and prideful. His faults had cost him everything, but he still believed in the Emperor and would play no part in aiding the schemes of the creatures that had put him in this situation.
Mm.
Magnus ordered the fleets of the Legion to scatter and erected a psychic shield across the entire planet. No news would come or leave. They were all in the dark. The people of Prospero worked, studied, played and lived, unbeknownst to the doom that approached. And then, to their
That's
horror,
fucked.
they stopped as the skies darkened.
And from Magnus's point of view, he probably just sees this kind of as like a mercy for his people, you know, rather than, you know, our impending doom is fucking coming. Like, there is no mercy. We are going to be fucking annihilated, destroyed. This planet's going to be fucking burned, and all the people on it are going to die. Let's just not have any news of it. Let's just wait till it happens. And hopefully when it happens, it'll be over quick. We won't panic, you know, and we'll just take it. You know, I think he's really, in a sense, he's just trying to do what, I think he's trying to make the best out of a bad situation here. He wants what's best for his people, and he doesn't want his people to suffer or panic. And that's kind of the sense I'm getting here. Maybe it's the wrong sense. Again, maybe it's a wrong interpretation, but that's kind of what I'm feeling here, in my perspective. Maybe I'm wrong. The Emperor at one point wanted to give Magnus a new legion. Honestly, that probably would have helped a little bit, to be honest, but he already still made that deal initially, so maybe not still, you know. His actions take out the Emperor and the Custodes and block the throne from being maintained. I get the feeling the Emperor never thought Magnus would fail and invested so much into him. Never thought Magnus would fall and invested so much into him. See, I think he didn't invest enough into Magnus. I'm of the opposite persuasion. I think he should have gotten more attention, to be completely honest with you. It feels like Horus falling was more recoverable than Magnus, really. That's kind of hard to think about, because, like, obviously Horus was named War Master. Horus was the most trusted son. Horus was meant to lead the Emperor, or meant to lead the Primarchs and the rest of the Astartes in the Emperor's stead, you know? So I think Horus going traitor, especially with the power that he had, absolutely was way worse in a sense, you know, especially because just because he's top leadership in a sense, in that way, you know. Hit the nail on the head there. Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, I don't know if that was the right interpretation to take on it, but again, he's just trying to be merciful for his people. He's just trying to let them not suffer as much as possible.
To their horror, they stopped as the skies darkened. Silhouettes that they were familiar with cast shadows over them, and then came death. The Space Wolves Legion and Leman Russ, brother and rival of Magnus, had come to take in the Crimson King and bring him to terror. But new orders had come from the War Master Horus.
Wow.
The new judgment. One word: extermination. Prospero began to burn as an entire legion set ablaze to every home, city and town. The people and the Thousand Sons were caught completely by surprise, thinking that some Xenos threat had ambushed them, only to find to their horror it was their own. The Imperium was burning their home to the ground. Only Tizca remained, still shielded by its own defenses. The Thousand Sons felt Magnus's voice in their head. He lamented to his sons, apologizing for the doom he had brought upon them. He told them the truth, that he had bargained with this chaos to save them from the flesh change. He was desperate. There was no other way. When you love something, with every fragment of your soul, you will sacrifice anything to save it. But he had sipped from the poison chalice, and now their reckoning was upon them. The 15th Legion couldn't believe it. They loved their Primarch, their father, but this news cut to their core. But even then, his sons would not roll over and die. Why should they die for his mistakes?
Wow.
Ahriman Aemon, Phocis Dakar, Hathor Mat.
So you can really see a split taking place in this, within the Thousand Sons at this point. Magnus is willing to take it on the chin. He wants it to be over. He's done. He knows he's made a mistake. But a lot of the other Thousand Sons, this is our world, Magnus. Like you are the one that made the mistake, not us. Why should we have to die for your sins? And you can see that this split is obviously taking place, and it makes sense from their perspective. They didn't do anything wrong. From their perspective, this is on Magnus. This isn't on the Thousand Sons. The Thousand Sons, Prospero, should not be getting burned, for Magnus's sins. And also, Horus, obviously at this time, is the one giving the orders. Horus at this time is the one who's a traitor. Leman Russ is technically acting on a traitor's behalf right now. Straight up, that's what's happening. He's acting with orders from a traitor, from a heretic. It's kind of nuts when you think about it. Again, not common knowledge at this point, right? Like, it's not knowledge commonly known that Horus has gone traitor at this point. But yeah, it's just nuts to hear. Wow. If Magnus didn't do his thing, the Emperor could have joined the heresy early. In a sense, it's true regarding Magnus's fall. Since he destroyed the Webway portal, the Emperor had to remain on the Golden Throne to prevent the demons from using the broken door to invade Terra. Goddamn. That's true, yeah. Magnus is kind of the linchpin for the Horus heresy to happen. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. It seems like he's really the one that made it all possible, I'm not going to lie, in a sense.
Ahriman, Aemon, Phocis Dakar, Hathor Mat, Kalophis, and Sobek would fight. The Athenians, Corvidae, Pavoni, Pyre, and Raptora would fight.
Excuse me.
Prospero would resist. The walls of Fenris descended to the ground. The assault on Tizca would be done up close, personal. The rambling hordes of the Space Wolves charged. The human guard were barely a delay, swallowed underneath thousands of Astartes. The men, women, and children of Prospero were not spared, struck down by the wrath of the Imperium. Now playing the part in the fate many human worlds within the Great Crusade had suffered. The Thousand Sons and Space Wolves clashed, Astartes versus Astartes, in a battle that was brutal, deafening and cruel. The Thousand Sons, most natives of Prospero, returns the fury of the Space Wolves, unleashing their psychic abilities without restraint. Thousands began to fall as the line stagnated, the wolves being blasted and burned, having their minds popped and moves predicted. But this power cost them. Legionaries again fell to...
I'm not gonna lie, it sounds kind of bad, but it is kind of nice hearing the Space Wolves get put in their place a little bit here. It's very sad what's happening to Prospero, and it's very sad that arguably what should be two loyalist legions, arguably what should be two loyalists, are killing each other completely here. But it's also always good to hear the Space Wolves be humbled. That's what I'm gonna say. Leman Russ getting humbled.
But this power cost them. Legionaries again fell to the power of change and growth as their bodies began to contort. The
worst part is that when the orders changed from capture to extermination, Constantine Valador was with Russ and questioned the sudden and extreme change in orders, but Russ didn't even question it. Yeah, exactly. Like Russ is just kind of a bastard, I'm not gonna lie. Like, he just had a vendetta. A complete fucking vendetta. He wanted any reason to fight Magnus, like, seemingly, and he always kind of did. Like, yeah, I can imagine, like, goddamn. Probably just took it and was like, okay, thanks, Horus, you know what I mean? Like, he just absolutely accepted those orders right away with no question. Wow.
And growth, as their bodies began to contort. The horrifying flesh change once again returned to the Legion en masse. From the ranks of the wolves, custodians, and sisters of silence weaved in too. Many of the 15th becoming the sorcerous monsters, that they had been accused of long ago.
Wow.
From his tower, Magnus wept. His life's work, the city that had raised him, the people that had loved him, the legion that had learned from him, his legacy, the knowledge he had collected throughout the Great Crusade for humanity. It was all burning.
Yeah.
Prospero was burning. He was wavering. He couldn't look. It was too much. He was the one at fault, not his sons, not his world, not the knowledge. The Emperor was going too far, surely. For hours Magnus watched. He felt psychically every death, every rampant fall to the flesh change in his sons.
Wow.
Each one tearing out his heart, death upon death, hearing the cries of his sons to save them. Chaos wanted him to fight, for him to spill Imperium blood, but Magnus could bear it no more. His resolve to self-sacrifice wavering. In the last sanctuary in the heart of Tizca, with less than 1,000 of them alive.
So, I'm just gonna say it right now, right? If Magnus was truly about that self-sacrifice life, right? Why did he not just, you know, like open the gates in a sense? You know what I mean? Like, why didn't he himself just go out and meet the invasion head on? You know, not fight it, but surrender himself honorably. And maybe his people would have been spared. I doubt it, but at the minimum, he wouldn't have to suffer through watching his entire planet be burned before he gets captured or killed. You know what I mean? Like, if that's truly what he believes, like he's guilty, it almost makes you think why he didn't just straight up like go out there right away, you know, to face that punishment head on. Tzeentch long game on full display here. Fucking yeah, seemingly, goddamn.
A sanctuary in the heart of Tizca, with less than 1,000 of them alive. The 15th Legion prepared for their final stand. And then they saw him, a being of blazing fire and light, donned in his golden warplate, with crimson skin and one sorrowful eye. Magnus joined the field. He gifted Ahriman the Book of Magnus, a tome of his life's work, and left to face his brother, preparing to die for his sons.
Wow.
Magnus faced down the Wolf King. Brothers, opposites, their differences so far apart it was impossible to reconcile. The reckoning promised an Archreach Secundus had come to pass. As the two Primarchs in the fires of burning Prospero tried to kill each other. Cold fire wrapped Russ as furious blows struck Magnus. Both of their armors rent and in pieces as demigods clashed. Both their sons watching on, none daring to join. Magnus threw lightning and psychic assaults at Russ, smashing it through his chestplate as Russ swung around and shattered the bones in Magnus's arm.
Wow.
Magnus and Russ were bloodied, and their wounds were pouring. All watched motionless as the Wolf King lifted Magnus the Red above his head, and with a sickening crunch that stole the breath of 1,000 suns, Russ broke the Crimson King's back upon his knee.
Oh.
A bellowing howl of triumph echoed in the pouring rain and fire as the broken Magnus's life began to fade away.
Please, Father, come back to us!
He yelled, and suddenly the river was rushing up to meet him. It felt like crashing through a wall of ice. The frozen water hit him like a blow, paralyzing his limbs and locking him with a cold that froze his lungs. The currents spun around him, eager to toy with their new plaything. Grasping hands clutched him from below, dragging him down to join the dead. Ammon looked up through the swirling chaos of bubbles and saw his father looking back at him, and then he saw nothing at all. He heard the soft whisper of the ocean's infinite spaces and limitless wonders. Ammon half turned back towards the water, but his resolve held firm, and he resisted the call to swim forever in its depths. Instead, he pushed on, climbing steep ridges and unnaturally shaped contours. The ground crunched underfoot as he climbed towards what he hoped was the center of the island. Without the ocean's buoyancy, his body felt inaudibly heavy, far worse than when his subtle body returns to flesh. His body glove hung from a physique wasted by the many years he had spent following the secret footsteps of his lost father. Never in his life had he felt so
Yeah,
weak.
again, Magnus, want more
Ammon
candy? Pretty
stumbled
much.
and sank to his knees. The breath rattled in his chest, as though filled with glassy fragments, and his eyes stung with abrasive dust blown from the ground. He heard the crunch of footsteps across the coral surface and wearily lifted his head, squinting through eyes gummed with dust and stinging sweat. A tall man, swathed in a ragged cloth of dark feathers, was coming towards him with faltering strides, using a Hager staff fashioned from driftwood for support. His hair was matted grey, pulled back over wrinkled skin to a long scalp lock that reached to the ground behind him. Tied across the center of his skull and obscuring his eyes was a filthy bandage, one side stained with ancient blood.
Who approaches?
Asked the blind man.
Ahriman, is that you?
Ammon shook his head, too horrified at what had become of the father he had loved to form a coherent reply.
Wow.
He licked his lips.
No, it is Ammon.
Amon?
Said the blind man.
Oh, my son, of course. You came. You finally came.
His head sinking down over his chest and tears spilling down his cheeks as it dawned on him that his lonely quest was finally over. The blind man's hand reached down to touch his shoulder.
My son, welcome to the orrery.
Said Magnus the Red. A floating sphere of warp flame illuminated the lee of an overhanging spur of coral upon Magnus's island. It required no fuel and cast a warming glow over Ammon and his gene sire. They sat in silence, watching the dance of stars from a cliff high above the dark ocean. Within the water, it had seemed the stars were static, but from here, Ammon now saw they moved in an intricate pattern that appeared random, but actually possessed an underlying motion as predictable as clockwork. He studied Magnus's face. He had not thought it possible, but his father had profoundly aged. The courage that had seen him do battle against.
And again, in the warp, like, time passes, has the potential to pass extremely differently than it does in the material world. So Magnus might have died, but how much time has Magnus, in theory, been in there alone for, you know? They're talking about him being blind. He's aged so fucking much. He's so much different looking, you know? Wow. Like, again, how much time, I guess, has passed for him, I guess, is the real question, you know? Like, that's kind of nuts to think about. Holy shit.
Father had profoundly aged. The courage that had seen him do battle against Leman Russ was still there, as was the wisdom in his hidden gaze. But the lines on his
moment could be a
face were
century,
deep
it's all
canyons,
speculation,
and his
yeah.
skin was the texture of yellowed vellum. Ammon struggled to know what to say. He and his father had always enjoyed a close rapport, but the man before him felt like a stranger. Had so much time passed for Magnus that he had forgotten their friendship. Yet simply being in the presence of Magnus was invigorating, and the weariness that had plagued Ammon as he climbed from the water was diminishing with every passing moment. But such a renewal came at a price, and with his returning strength came all his old hurts. The grinding agony pulsing from the shattered ruin of his spine, spliced with innumerable grafts, bonded by Pavoni artifice, would always be with him.
I am sorry, my son.
Said Magnus at last.
For what?
For the pain you suffer because of me,
said Magnus, staring far out to sea.
and for leaving you in the great ocean as I did. That was not my intention, but I lost myself.
Damn.
I was distraught, and I had to begin the building of the orrery alone.
Anger touched Ammon, an emotion he had never thought to feel towards his Primarch.
Then why ask for my help?
I did.
Atop the obsidian tower, you promised me we would build the greatest library the galaxy had ever seen. You told me we would build it together.
Magnus shook his head with a rueful sigh.
I was boastful back then.
Back then? How long have you been here?
Magnus shrugged his raven-cloaked shoulders and sighed.
Too long. How many years did you spend in search of me?
I do not know. A great many, I think.
Said Ammon, hearing evasion in Magnus's answer, and they lapsed into silence once more.
So you found a place for the orrery?
Said Ammon, looking out to sea.
I did.
Agreed Magnus, running a hand across his features, and Ammon saw just how deep the weariness in his father's soul ran. Seeing him so bowed made Ammon want to weep.
The moment I left you, I was not myself.
Said Magnus, his blindfolded gaze never leaving the cold flames.
Much of me had been broken beyond repair, Ammon. Too much has already been lost. In truth, I am not sure I can ever be the soul I once was.
Wow.
If I go back with you, I fear I will diminish with every breath.
Ammon's anger fled in the face of Magnus's vulnerability.
Wow.
How little he and his brothers understood of their father's burdens, and how much they had taken his immortal presence and unbending strength for granted. Magnus reached out a hand to the fire, staring into its pellucid depths.
When I came back to myself, I was so very, very far from you, in time and space. I wanted to bring you to me, but I could hear the song of the world ocean calling to me in my mind. And when I found this planet, the place where I would build the orrery, and saw the scale of what lay before me, I knew I could only do it alone.
Why alone? I could have helped.
No. You would have been long dead by now.
Ammon kept silent. Magnus's words spoke of a time span where even a functionally immortal legionary would certainly perish.
Like, that's kind of crazy to think about. Yeah, like, they're talking about... like, so much time passing for Magnus here. So much fucking going on for him. And it's just kind of crazy to think. Magnus even seems to forget, like, the promises he's made to Aemon. This is, like, his mentor. This is his friend and always has been. He's forgetting his pledges. He's forgetting his friendship with him, in a sense. And it's curious to me, too, like... he's showing this vulnerability towards Aemon. And it's just really, really interesting to me, I guess, like how he's going to come back from this, how he's going to become a demon prince. Because, like, again, like he's showing vulnerability. He's admitting, like, I was wrong. He's still very, at this point, he's still very true to that fact. So I'm just really curious to see how the change is going to occur here, you know? Can the subtitles please decide how it will spell the name? You're like, yeah, it spells it differently every single time. I don't know. And he says with absolute certainty that Aemon would have been long dead. That's nuts. Like, yeah, complete certainty. Like, it's not the fact that I didn't want you to help me even. It's the fact that you would simply just be dead. Like, straight up. So, like, how long has Magnus been on his own here? That's the question. Wow.
Span where even a functionally immortal legionary would certainly perish.
And you spent all the time since then building the orrery, filling its world ocean with memory?
Among other things.
Said Magnus with a grin.
Sometimes I would fly the great ocean to gain a better understanding of how the galaxy had moved on without me. Once I even dared Lorgar's ruin storm and bore a creaking ship of Vulcan's lost sons through its tempests.
So what happens now?
Magnus stood, and his raven cloak parted to reveal his armor.
So is he talking about still doing good? He's talking about still doing good for the loyalist forces. Isn't that kind of nuts? Like he's not only admitting, but he's like, wow, that's fucking crazy, guys. Holy shit. Wow. Again, I'm really respecting Magnus right now. I'm not gonna lie. Wow. Trapped in a time warp. Make sure to like the stream. 25 viewers, 20 likes. Yes, guys, if you guys are enjoying, of course, leave a like on the stream. I appreciate that a lot, guys. That's awesome to see. 20 likes, I appreciate that. If you are enjoying, please hit that like button, guys. I appreciate it a lot. That and the issue that Magnus's body corporeal in a normal sense. Lehman didn't just break his body, he broke his soul as well. Breaking Magnus's being. Magnus still cares for humanity. He's broken. Yeah. Like, he still seems to actually care, which is so strange. Like, I'm really interested to see how he's going to turn to chaos here.
Magnus stood, and his raven cloak parted to reveal his armor, burnished bronze and boiled red leather.
We go back to what remains of our great legion. We attempt to finish what I have started here with the time I have left.
Ammon stood and held out his hand.
We will finish it together.
We shall,
said Magnus.
The shards of Magnus.
The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of the infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far.
Magnus was in pieces. His back, shards of bone, broken on the knee of Russ.
Wow.
1,000 suns fell to their knees. They felt hollow, their legion on the verge of despair. With his only mangled eye, Magnus looked to Ahriman, his son, and he poured knowledge into him. Ahriman understood exactly what he was trying to do. Prospero began to churn and warp. Reading from the book of Magnus, Ahriman spoke the words without understanding them. The 1,000 suns and Magnus began to glow. The wounded near corpse of Magnus spoke to Russ, telling him, "You are a sword in the wrong hands. You have severed an innocent neck."
Wow.
And then they were gone. All of them. The 1,000 suns had vanished.
Wow.
The feelings of a sickening vertigo pulsed through Magnus and the 15th Legion as time and reality shifted over them and through them. They awoke to a place of black sand, boiling skies of strange colours and clouds. Jagged peaks soared all around them, with 9 unnatural suns that illuminated this strange place.
9, not
A
suns.
consciousness awoke.
Wow.
It was Magnus. He found himself in a broken parody of his once home of Tizca, his now prison, a Primarch and a Legion in exile, in the warp. Lorgar Aurelian spoke to him, his brother, the Primarch of the Word Bearers, and now servant of chaos. Projecting his form to this ruined city of light, the two strode in the recreation of the Gallery of Pergamum, once home to millions of techs on Tizca, but it was now a broken, half-completed ruin, a shadow of its former self. Magnus had only managed to bring a portion of it with him, much like himself. The Crimson King spoke to his brother. They had once been close. Lorgar pleaded with him.
So they're straight up, like, he not only took himself the Thousand Sons, but he also was able to, I guess, transport some of their works into this time warp as it stands as well. Is that correct? And now they're in exile in the warp. Excuse me. And Lorgar is communicating with him too. Now, I imagine Lorgar is probably going to be whispering some sweet nothings into his ear due to the fact that, like, again, Lorgar's world, in a sense, was burned. He was punished for believing, right? For having faith, I guess, in a sense. So I imagine if anyone's going to convert Magnus, it's probably going to be Lorgar. This is Lorgar before the heresy? Really? Really? Corpriel? He is more akin to a ghost than a true human. I see. Who is the first wrestler, WWE or otherwise, to do a backbreaker? This is important info. That's a good question, actually. I'm not sure who the first would be. Backbreaker is a pretty fucking iconic move. I'm not sure who the first one is, that's for sure. Just got some Mexican food. Tastes so good, I might be feeding Slanesh. Oh my god, I would fucking murder for some Mexican food right now, dude. I would fucking kill a taco or two right now, dude. Or some salsa, or even a fucking quesadilla, dude. A chicken quesadilla right now sounds fucking mint. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta go for a bit, but it's been a pleasure, people. I'll see if I can return before the end of the stream. Yeah, no problem, nerd guy. You have yourself a fantastic night. If we don't see you again, you have yourself a chill night, man. I'll talk to you later. Lorgar's on a totally different warp trip. Oh, I see. Goddamn. Well, let's keep going here, I guess.
Brother, they had once been close. Lorgar pleaded with him to join with Horus and the primordial truth, the gods of chaos.
Corn for the cornflakes,
the ones
yikes.
who Magnus had always known about, even in his youth. The secret that he had kept, the forces that he had bargained with, the ones he knew were real. The Pantheon could help him. Their victory was inevitable. This war, this Horus heresy that now spread death and destruction across the galaxy would destroy the Emperor. Why cling to this pathetic existence when he could be a god in waiting?
Wow.
Magnus rejected him. The
Wow.
wolves had destroyed his home, but he would not serve Horus. He wouldn't serve anyone. Lorgar was banished. His glittering psychic projection snuffed from the ruins of the City of Light.
Begone!
A nearly exterminated legion gathered in the ruins of this new home, taking residence in the strange reflection of the towers that had once been theirs on true Prospero.
Wow.
All sorts of creatures and monsters of the warp began to inhabit the outskirts of this strange place. Assembling before their lord, the legion could see it. Magnus was not himself. Leman Russ, the Wolf King, had not just shattered his spine, but he had broken Magnus's soul. Shards, each a piece of one greater whole, had been spread across the galaxy in time. Azek Ahriman and Ammon met with their lord in the ruins of his tower. It was a mix of emotions to see him. Prospero had fallen because of his mistakes. He had let so many of them die, but it was him who had made the pact over 2 centuries ago to save them from the flesh change. He went out to battle Russ, knowing it was his death, and he did it for them. Ahriman looked to this incorporeal shard of Magnus and felt sorrow. Behind him were duplicates, psychic scribes, writing down every scrap of knowledge he had left in his disjointed memory.
Wow.
It was his last gift to humanity, to restore what he could of Tizca's great libraries, something for the generations to come to use, to push humanity towards their great future.
That's
the loss
really
of
sad,
Prospero,
I'm not gonna lie.
Not just to Magnus, but to humanity was monumental. The guilt at that, and yet also the anger at the sight of the wolves burning it, would not fade. But worst of all, this shard, all of them, were dying. Magnus was dying. The 1,000 sons, Ahriman, Ammon, Hathor Mat, and the others could see their lord had resigned himself to death.
Wow.
And with the now return of the flesh change emerging in their ranks, they had to do something. Magnus was broken. He knew it. He had given up. But they had not. Not yet. Assembling the ranks of the Legion, they gathered in the plains of this strange world, bearing witness to the ghostly echoes of the burning of Prospero, witnessing again the truly visceral mortal blow by the Wolf King on an apparition of Magnus, witnessing the shattering of his soul into shards, and divining the locations of them across space and time. The 1,000 suns scattered. They would rebuild their primer.
Magnus,
their home
thank
and
you
legion,
so much for that.
Even if the rest of the
I appreciate
galaxy
that, man.
was
Thank you a lot for
burning.
the donation there.
Inside
Appreciate
the
that.
City of Light,
God
the
damn it.
shard of Magnus, the Legion knew of, met with his friend Ammon. Ammon trying to convince his lord not to give up.
This is a really, like, sad speech, though, I'm not gonna lie. Because, like, Magnus is really fucking trying. Like, he knows he did wrong. He knows he did bad. And he's just really fucking trying to at least make up for it. Holy shit, my hair is a mess. I need a haircut, guys. Holy shit. But he's really trying to make up for it, man. Like, he's simply just, like... he's trying to make amends for it, in a sense. And I don't think he can make amends for it. But he really should not be a traitor. He really should not be branded as such. He's staying loyal even after he's technically been fucking killed, and it's crazy to see, man. Like, you know what I mean? God damn. What about chocolate covered cornflake bars? Dude, that sounds fucking awesome. Quite a few Mexican restaurants around me that are quite good. Honestly, like, the thing about Mexican restaurants here, like, there's not really any, like, good, like, smaller, like, mom and pop shop, like, restaurants for Mexican food here. But there's a lot of, like, chain restaurants. But the problem with the chain restaurants, man, is it's so expensive. Like, bro, like, 3 tacos is, like, straight up, like, I think with tax, like, $18 for, like, 3 tacos. And it's like, bro, I could go and make myself, like, 10 tacos for fucking $10. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit, you know? But goddamn. Rent money, god damn it. Well, if it's for rent money, then you know, gonna need some more of that change, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm joking. I appreciate the donation as always, man. Stole mom's credit card for that one. Yikes. Fuck, I hope not. Magnus did his best. He loves humanity and loves his sons even more. That's the only reason he's a traitor. 3 tacos, what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, no, dude, like, Mexican, not even Mexican food, fast food, just food in general in Canada is fucking insane, bro. If I want to go to Subway nowadays, because I don't know if you guys know, maybe they didn't do it in, like, the US or anywhere else, but at least in Canada, like, Subway, I think last year, 2 years ago, they updated their menu, basically. And I think they're trying to compete a lot with, like, Firehouse Subs, if you guys have heard of that chain. But no, man, like, their prices increase. So, like, if I want to go get a fucking... I usually, if I'm going to Subway, I'm getting like a BMT or something, an Italian BMT. That shit is like straight up $19 for a fucking sub now. Like, it's fucking nuts. It's actually so asininely expensive. So it's like, if you want to, like, if you want food, like, bro, I just start making it on my own, because it's just not, it's not affordable to go get fast food anymore. It just simply isn't. I haven't been to Subway in years. Their sandwiches suck. Yeah, it's been about a year and a half for me, and the last time I went, again, I paid that like $18 for a fucking sub, and I haven't been back since. Honestly, Mr. Sub, I don't know if you guys have Mr. Sub over there, but Mr. Sub used to be like a shittier Subway, but I have to say, in the last couple of years, they're like what Subway used to be, and I mean that in the best sense. Like, they're more affordable, the food's good, and it's fucking great value for what you get. So still expensive, obviously, but that's anything, I guess, nowadays, but definitely cheaper than Subway. Goddamn. Not to talk about fast food in the middle of this extremely emotional fucking segment of the video, but, you know, got to take your mind off something, got to laugh about something. Goddamn. 10 years since you've been to Subway, man. Yeah, Subway is mid. Subway is very mid. I will admit, Subway is pretty mid. But see, I fucking love sandwiches, dude. I could kill a fucking sandwich every day of my life. A sub, oh my god. Fuck. I could eat that literally every day and not be bored of a fucking big old sandwich, you know? Mr. Sub sounds super suspect. BDSM takeaway. No, dude, it's just like the Canadian Subway. You know what I'm saying? It's the knockoff Subway. That's all. They told me last time I went in there that they're not accepting coupons anymore. I was like, bruh, hell nah. I think they still have coupons in Canada. I think we've gotten coupons before, but like their coupons, it's like, yeah, do you want like fucking $2 off of your $18 sub? So it's like, no, that's still not fucking worth it. I could still just go to the grocery store, buy all of those fucking ingredients individually, and make myself fucking 8 subs for the price it cost me to get 1 at Subway. It's fucking ridiculous.
Ammon trying to convince his lord not to give up.
Not to talk about Subway for too long, guys. Goddamn.
The effort of his sons across the galaxy warmed Magnus's heart. Ammon was right.
Fulgrim's footlong. Oh god.
Years. Time was not a certain thing on this world. They, like in Magnus's childhood, once again lifted themselves into the warp. They spoke of rebuilding. Together they would make an orrery of all of Prospero's knowledge and remake the Legion. They swam the great ocean, free from physical restraint and limit. It felt good. The
Did Fulgrim start Mr. Sub? He might have.
For the first time since Prospero's burning felt alive.
If you guys really want to know, on the down low, again, Mr. Sub used to be shit, okay? Used to be not very good. I'll be entirely honest with you. I went to it once when I was about 6 or 7, I want to say. Maybe a little older. It's hard to say. We didn't have one around where we lived. I was visiting my grandparents one time and we stopped in there to get lunch, or like lunch, dinner, whatever it was. We were driving back home. And it wasn't that great, I'll be honest with you. But I went, I want to say, a year ago. And it was actually surprisingly very, very good. Like, again, I will say it is a direct, at least in Canada, direct competition, even arguably better, just due to the price than Subway. Subway is tanked because they're trying to compete with a fucking artisan sub house, and they're not an artisan sub brand. You know what I mean? Subway is never going to be fucking artisan. So why the fuck are their prices artisan prices? You know what I mean? When I go to fucking Firehouse Subs, I expect a fucking nice gourmet fucking sub. You know what I mean? I'm willing to pay $20 for that because it's loaded up. It's a fucking premium bun. They load it up with toppings. There's so many different options. Fuck, it's delicious. But you go to Subway and it's like, this is a mid sub. I'm not paying $20 for it. That's fucking ridiculous. Plain and simple. But that's what I have to say about Subway. Please don't fucking, by the way, I'll take that sponsorship deal if you guys have that sponsorship deal. Subway, hit me up on this line, email, on my channel description. Go hit me up if you want that sponsorship. I'm all the way for it. I'll give you a good rep.
Of Magnus, for the first time since Prospero's burning, felt alive again. With purpose. Ammon felt tears of joy to see his Primarch so invigorated, until the words slipped out. Uthazar, is that you? Confusion rippled in Magnus'
Centurion's challenge to paint up an Emperor's kid model in Subway colors.
Ripple within him. He didn't understand his surroundings. He was confused. Ammon tried to
appreciate that, Hobbit. Thank you for the 1 month membership, man. I appreciate that a lot.
More. He demanded that they return to Prospero. Sorrow fell over Ammon.
In this sad moment of betrayal and sacrifice.
Had been shattered. His mind had been too. Confusion, panic, and grief spilled from this shard of the once great Crimson King. He fled from his loyal son, further into the darkest corners of the warp. Months, years, Ammon did not know. The Acari of Magnus traversed further into the depths of the warp, seeing untold horrors and wonders. The trail brought him glimpses of his lord. Each time it was only a pitiful creature that screamed and lamented on his arrogance, of how he had killed his own sons. Finally, across a river of souls, Ammon waded through, finding a hunched, blind figure upon the other side. Magnus, the shard of
membership
Magnus.
Ran out midstream. Rip. Yikes.
Seems to have diminished.
Oh my god. Guys, look at that. Holy shit. Look, everyone pause. Check out Fear there. His membership actually expired midstream. I didn't even think that could happen, bro. That's fucked up. If you guys scroll up, like, he actually had membership and then he didn't. I didn't even think that could happen. That's crazy, bro. What the fuck? Yo, no, all good, all good. It's just like, that's crazy. I didn't think it could just like fucking like that turn off. Holy shit. That's nuts, man. Wow. But no worries, man. If it runs out, it runs out. Hey, I get it. Times are tough. Don't. There's no expectation there at all, man. Holy shit. Okay, Hobbit. I appreciate that. Jesus Christ. Hobbit over here with the big time donations. Hobbit fucking carrying the stream over here, it seems like. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate that. And all you guys that got gifted that free membership, holy shit. You guys better be thanking Hobbit for that one, man. That's a big gift. That's a big fucking gift, boys. Wow. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Holy. Thank you, sir. Wow. Fulgrim's footlong extra mayo and cheese. Oh, fuck me, man. That's an image I don't want to think about. Yikes. Oof. Subway is meant to be cheap, affordable sandwich and nothing special. Exactly. Literally exactly, dude. That's crazy, yeah. Bro. Mine too? Anthony, no! No! Not you too! No! Oh, man.
Of Magnus. Time seemed to have diminished all of his features.
Hobbit, you do rock. Thank you a lot for those gifts, man. I appreciate that a lot. Everyone else, you better appreciate that too.
Ammon couldn't even fathom how long. What had this Magnus seen and done? Gone.
And of course, with all those new members, not to get too far ahead here, I'm going to go back 10 seconds, not to get too far ahead here, but if you guys want to make full use of those memberships, be sure, come on down, join the Discord, guys. If you are not already in the Discord, you can claim your ranks. As long as you have your Discord link to your YouTube, you will get your rank. So of course, join that Discord, guys, get your ranks. It's awesome to see you guys there.
Millennia had passed for his lord. Ammon couldn't even fathom how long. What had this Magnus seen and done? Gone was the prideful, curious, ambitious nature Ammon had always known.
We're gonna get spam with those notifications for a while.
The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind
a good noise to hear, though.
All of its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance, in the midst of black seas.
Raise a drink and toast a Hobbit.
And it was not.
You know, guys, I'm actually out of drink, if you could believe it.
The mind of Magnus.
Guys, see that?
Powerful.
It's empty.
Infinitely complex, and truly beyond a mortal man's perception.
Hey, Fear, welcome back.
His mind could correlate all of its contents. It could not retreat to the safety of ignorance. It couldn't forget, unlearn, or be at peace, be free from guilt or shame. Ammon realized now how little he truly understood of his lord. Perhaps feeling pity for the prison that really was Magnus's mind. It was heartbreaking to see the Crimson King, Magnus the Red, the man who had fought so hard for the future of humanity, so broken. It washed away all the resentment Ammon had carried.
F it, we dipping into the kids' university funds. Holy shit. Well, I mean, hey, man, I need my university fund too. No, I'm joking. I really do appreciate that, man. Again, if you guys, you can't afford it, absolutely, man. I understand completely. If you guys, can't support in that way, that is absolutely no hard feelings at all. I absolutely understand it. I'm never going to be out here begging for money because I fucking totally understand. Times are tough, guys. But again, if you guys are willing to support me in that way, holy shit, it means absolutely the world to me that you guys are willing to support me in that way. I say this all the time. You guys are probably one of the best communities out there, straight up. I've never had a more tolerant community anywhere that I've seen. And I'm really, really fucking just proud that we're able to sponsor such a good community here. And like, straight up, guys, I appreciate you guys so much. It really does mean the world to me that you guys are willing to support me in that way. Times are tough out here, money is tight, for me as well. I am, kind of doing this full time, kind of in between jobs, I guess, at the moment, sort of, kind of. So it's, it is tough. So any support like that, dude, it seriously does mean the world to me, straight up. So I appreciate that a lot. It really does mean the world to me, guys. Thank you so much. It says super chat and super stickers. How do you do the membership thing? It's like PC. I think I don't know how you do it on mobile, to be completely honest. I think if you go to my channel page and press join, I think there's an option there. But to be completely honest, I never looked into it on mobile, to be totally honest. But I think on PC there should just be a join option, and it should just be right there. But that's all I know. I apologize about that. Time for that Titan purchase. Oh my god. It's not a competition, guys. It's not a competition, but I do really appreciate it. Thank you.
And Ammon had carried for Nikaea and Prospero. Wisdom, the one piece missing for every decision he had ever made. The demons, pact. Nikaea, the breaking of Terra's wards. The burning of Prospero. All consequences of a man with power, but no wisdom to temper it. But time had given it to him now, the ultimate perspective. The shard told Ammon he was not sure he could be the Magnus he had once been, but he finally agreed to return with Ammon. Scattered across space and time, more and more of the shards of Magnus were found. Below the ruins of true Prospero, a brother, Jagatai Khan, spoke with a splinter of his brother's soul. Raymond and his cabal, who traversed time all the way to Terra during
Khan
the early
actually
Great
communicated
Crusade,
with him, in a
found
sense.
a
Wow.
shard inside the ruins of old Earth. A perilous journey made in pacts with creatures and demons. Upon the peak of Agru, the place Magnus had sealed during the Great Crusade, a shard battled a force of the walls of Fenris. Inside the ashes of an urn, saved from Prospero's destruction, lay hidden a piece of that greater whole. Upon Terra, right inside the Imperial dungeon, Malkador the Sigillite found another broken shard of the Crimson King. The warrior, diplomat, the vengeful, the sorcerer, the curious. Not just his body and soul
Malkador
were
found a piece
broken.
too.
The very aspects of Magnus himself had been scattered, personified into singular characteristics that had made the man. For years, with the Horus heresy raging on, Magnus and the Thousand Sons were in exile, not truly taking a side. But that time was coming to an end. They could feel it. Unity was coming to the fragments. A time where they would soon be whole. With multiple shards in the Legion's hands, they headed to the location of their next piece. A world that was a scar in the mind of Magnus and the heart of the Thousand Sons. Nikaea. Nikaea.
They're about to have a lot of trauma here.
The Legion's greatest shame.
Yeah.
The place where Magnus had failed to save the use of psychic.
The only time I've seen the Games Workshop community is when Woke tried to introduce good guys. This is 40k. We are all evil. That's true. Warhammer community is quite inviting. You'll find some gatekeeping fools, but I'd say it's very welcoming compared to most. I've gotten a few hate comments before, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I've gotten a few hate comments. If you're in the Discord, I sometimes post them there. You know what I'm saying? Because I just think it's fucking hilarious. You know, I recently got told that I actually don't care about the lore at all. Can you guys believe that? I don't care. You guys heard it here first. I don't care about the lore at all. I don't take the lore seriously. Can you guys believe that? You know, I'll do 8-hour streams on Amber King videos, but I don't care about the lore, guys. And that was on a video. That was on one of the shorts from the Space Marine 2 gameplay. It was literally on what was that comment on? Ungrateful Guard. Was it Ungrateful Guard or was it what was it? It was the one about the Cadians. It was the one about the Cadians. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to remember which one it was. But yeah, straight up said like, yeah, fucking, you know, no regard for the lore at all gets us shit content like this. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, bro, you clearly do not know who the fuck you're talking to. Because if anyone takes the fucking lore seriously, man, it's fucking my ass, okay? I do this shit every day. This is a fucking daily thing for me, motherfucker. I don't take the lore seriously. That's some BS. I got fucking like, I'm not gonna lie, I laughed because of how fucking stupid it was, but that kind of fucking triggered me. That fucking, the nervous tick, I was like, you know what I mean? I was like, what? Fuck. If you remember from the Khan episode, he spoke to the shard and then killed it at Magnus's request. I do actually recall that. Yeah. Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, dude. He killed it. He straight up at Magnus's request. That's the thing, man, because Magnus seems to fucking... He wants to repent, in a sense. Like, he still wants to repent. That's so nuts, man. God damn it. I kind of feel bad for Magnus. Like, again, out of all... Man, it's hard to say. Like, after learning some more about some of the heretic forces, just what they had to go through, I'm starting to feel for them a lot more. I'm not going to lie. Some of them know. Some of them are very, very obviously just bad dudes. But others, man, fuck. They just got done dirty, you know, is what it seems like. You're a grifter, clearly. Yeah, fucking obviously, dude. Clearly. Yeah, that should be obvious, guys. Like, come on now. Like, I'm clearly a grifter, you know. What the fuck? No, I was just like, I don't understand it. You know what I mean? I don't understand. And I don't know how someone's going to take the time out of their day to just go and like say that shit to you. Like, bro, I literally just said like, learn to take a choke, buds. Like, is literally what I said, because it's a fucking video game. It's meant to be fun. You know what I mean? It's different if I'm watching a lore video and I'm taking it seriously. But if I'm playing a fucking video game that the main fucking point of it is to have fun, I'm going to be poking fun at it, dude. Like, that's just, like, I'm going to do that. Like, that's not me disrespecting the lore. That's me having fun with a video game. Like, I would think to anybody with a fucking brain on their shoulders that would be common sense, but maybe not. I don't know. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just wrong. Every now and then you'll find that guy. Oh yeah. But I feel like that's like that for anything, to be honest. I don't think that's like Warhammer specific by any means. I feel like that's just fucking weirdos in general, to be completely real with you. Some channels I can't deal with, like goldfish level reactions. Like, that's the thing. Like, yeah. And when I try to do a reaction, I try to actually like, you know, I try to actually think about it. I try to actually put some fucking thought into it. I don't just try to take the most popular opinion, and I'm willing to like say an opinion that might be wrong or say an interpretation that might be wrong. I'm not just going to take the fucking safe route every time, because that's not how I'm feeling. You know what I mean? If somebody feels differently, I absolutely encourage you guys to correct me, and I want to learn the right or the correct way of thinking about it. But if I have an interpretation, I feel like I'm going to say it. You know what I mean? I'm going to say what comes to mind. I'm going to say how I feel about something specific. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't understand why, you know, people are so afraid to say their opinions. Like, if you're making reaction content, I feel like people are there to see your specific reaction to it, right? Everybody's got a different opinion on things. So if you just take the fucking safe route the entire way through, what makes you any different than anybody else? Again, goldfish level reactions, as you say. I think that's a great way to sum it up. Yeah. Jagatai Khan is the best Primarch, and I will hear no disrespect. Jagatai is pretty cool, I will admit. Like, I don't think really you can have any salt towards Jagatai Khan. I think he's a pretty great Primarch as far as Primarchs go. I don't know if he's my favorite, but he's definitely up there for sure. Like, he's absolutely just a G for sure. Like, you're my favorite bald grifting Warhammer YouTube. Bald? What the fuck? Bald? Excuse the fuck me. I got a full head of hair, dude. I can fucking I grow hair like crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I shave my face like pretty regularly, dude. If I fucking don't, it's a beard. You know what I mean? It's a fucking full thing. I actually find it annoying sometimes how quickly I can grow hair, because it's just fucking irritating having to shave all the time. In the military, dude, it was the worst fucking thing going through BMQ. Thankfully, in Canada, once you get trained, you're allowed to have a beard. So I abused that shit out of that beard shit 24/7, bro. When I was in service, bro, you didn't see me without a beard, because I didn't want to fucking shave every day. Fuck that noise. You know what I mean? Like, that shit's annoying. Sen, we have sat here on these live chats having full-blown philosophical debates on the lore and how different factions are both right and wrong. Yeah, like, and that's the thing. I like conversing with you guys. That's why I like these streams, because even though like they might be longer, it's not just a straight uncut reaction. I like having the discussions along with it, right? I like bouncing my thoughts off of you guys. I like hearing you guys bounce your thoughts off of me. You know what I'm saying? I like hearing different interpretations, because again, we all think of things differently. We all might read a novel or watch a lore video and we might interpret it differently. And that's where opinions can be changed, you know, when you have open Discord like this and open discussions on these streams. I think it's awesome because it just allows for so many different ideas to like meld together in a sense, or for your opinion to potentially be changed, right? There's been plenty of times on these streams where you guys correct me and I think, yeah, that's a much better way to look at it. You're completely right. You know what I mean? Sometimes that's not always the case. I maintain my own opinion just based upon what I've heard, what I've interpreted. But a lot of the times, you know, I come to find out that might be a wrong interpretation and I absolutely change my opinion. I think these streams are absolutely great for that. And to be honest with you, I don't know why more reaction content, like, sorry, holy shit, I just had a stroke. I don't know why more reactors don't do more live streams for their viewers, because I think it's a completely missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity to react with you guys, to hear your ideas, and just to interact with the community in general. I think it's a fantastic opportunity for that. But yeah, guys, we're gonna keep going. We've been paused here for a little bit. We've been discussing. I love interacting with you guys. We're gonna keep going here though.
Game, the place where Magnus had failed to save the use of psychic powers.
Fucking Nikaea, man. This might be brutal.
All because the truth.
This is gonna be some straight trauma. These Thousand Sons are gonna have.
Prideful Magnus had ventured into places he was warned not to explore. And if a Primarch could break the Emperor's trust, how could others be allowed the chance? With a shard of Magnus with Ammon upon the planet of sorcerers, one within Ahriman himself, collected from Terra, the chief librarian and his cabal journey to find another within the glittering caves and Colosseum of Nikaea. But they were not alone. The Imperium had gotten there first. A force of
Council of Nikaea phones. Pretty much.
A squad of Space Wolves had come
bunch
to
of bricks, am I right?
1,000 Suns, fearing what a reborn Crimson King would become, and which side he would choose. As the Horus heresy burned the galaxy, Ahriman felt the power of this place, the shard within him resonating. Ahriman was desperate to release the shard from within. The moments of their joining had been overwhelming. To see the world as his Primarch did, the flood of information and detail, the kaleidoscope of colour and noise. No wonder Magnus was seen as a demigod. Across the plateau, the place where Magnus had once delivered his speech of enlightenment, the two forces met, the chasm between them unreconcilable. Magnus and the Thousand Sons, renegades in the middle of the Horus heresy. They had sipped from the poisoned chalice, dabbled in sorcery, but yet had not sided with Horus and the primordial annihilator. The agent of the Knights Errant and the Space Wolf squad squared up against them, having brought their own bound shards of Magnus to battle the Thousand Sons. The conflict broke out, as once again Space Wolves battled Thousand Sons, like music rhyming with the destruction of lost Prospero. Blood and bone crashed upon the basalt floor of the volcanic Colosseum, until the bound shard of Magnus the Imperials had brought was freed. The possessed human lifted into the air, the power of a Primarch and his turbulent natures fighting within him. The arena began to warp and change. Spikes of rock and crystal jutted from the ground and exploded around them, forming a dark mirror version of the architecture on Prospero.
Damn.
The veil had been breached, and the influence of the warp began to flow around them. A kaleidoscope of colour and power weaved around the dark crystal labyrinth. Demons from the warp haunted and whispered in the reflections and shadows. Towards the centre, again the two forces clashed, finding a towering projection of Magnus the Red, the shard of Nikaea, his very essence being devoured by the warp and demons at his feet. Was he letting himself die willingly? Ahriman did not know. sacrificing one of his brothers, Hathor Mat, an act that disgusted his fellow Thousand Sons. They broke through towards the central chamber. Past the demons, Ahriman lifted up to face his lord, but was confronted by the possessed human Magnus, blocking him from the Nikaean shard. Venom and bile was spat from this possessed Magnus. It was the worst of the Primarch, his pride, arrogance and cruelty in one being. The shard then Ahriman rose up to fight, fully possessing Azek Ahriman.
So with these shards, and that's an interesting concept too, with Magnus being split apart, every shard contains a different personality trait of Magnus. So I imagine the side that's going to go traitor is his arrogant side. It's going to be the main component in his character. It's going to be the main way he was reformed. And with his arrogance, that's obviously going to lead to hatred. That's going to lead to, you know, anger for what's happened to his legion, for what's happened to his world. He's going to lose the humanity that he had, the willingness to accept that he did wrong. He's going to lose that, I think, and he's going to go full traitor. Maybe that's a wrong interpretation. Maybe that's a wrong prediction. I'm sure we're going to see here in the future very, very shortly. But goddamn, I think I can see where this is going in a sense. So was the shard that Khan spoke to his regret? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, exactly, the shard that Khan killed, right, was his human side. And that's kind of fucking really sad to think about. It was his actual, like, his real side, you know, the side that made Magnus, the side that was willing to admit that he was wrong. His humility, I guess, you know, and Khan killed it. Now Khan killed it with his blessing, of course. This is what Magnus wanted. That's what Magnus wanted. But again, other sides of his personality might not ask for that, you know, and that's where the problem comes from, because he's still going to be whole at the end of the day, as we see, but not whole as he once was, and that's extremely sad to hear about. Bring him back on the Emperor's jet bike and we will talk. Yeah, Khan's powers are very much known. At least he gains a new one when he returns. I see there's a comment war going on right now. I'll let you guys sort that out.
Rose up to fight, fully possessing Azek Ahriman. Two beings, both Magnus the Red.
Hey Dagenhart, good to see you here, man.
Each aspect of his soul, his personality.
That's our Principe right there. You guys show him some respect.
Loyalist, traitor. It all clashed together. In a torrent
if he comes
of
back, he won't forget anything. That's
fire,
true.
The Magnus possessed Ahriman
sad,
got
but true.
the upper hand and dragged the shards of his soul out of the possessed human. More whole than he had been in years, this Magnus the Red felt a clarity of sight and purpose that he had been missing, and bonded with the Nikaean shard, transported back to the planet of sorcerers, leaving the wolves behind. Ahriman brought the shards back to Ammon, upon a throne, with what was left of the body of the old Magnus. The shards began to flow back into their vessel. Once corpse-like skin began to return to crimson bronze. Muscles swelled with growth. Golden armor washed away rust and gleamed brilliant and awe-inspiring. A scarlet mane of hair returned as one glittering eye opened once again. Magnus the Red was reborn. The Thousand Sons staggered. The sight of their lord reborn, a gift amongst all they had lost. They loved him, their teacher, savior, and father, and yet a part of them hated him, the architect of their downfall, the destruction of their home. But they wouldn't lose any more. With the Crimson King restored, they would be reborn. With a clarity like a fresh breath, Magnus looked upon the sons that had saved him. He loved them. He had seen everything they had sacrificed for him and knew he could never repay it. Not truly. Crowned in fire, he declared to them all that he would fight for them, not the Emperor, not Horus.
Wow.
That they would break into the Imperial Palace and claim the soul shard that lay upon Terra, and then they would rebuild and create the future of enlightenment.
Wow.
The thousand suns screamed until their throats were raw, for their lord, their Primarch, their Crimson King. Unleashing their moorings from the planet of sorcerers, Magnus and the surviving thousand suns plunged their way towards the throne room. The galaxy was a very different place the last time the Legion had lived in the physical realm. It burned with the scars of years of Horus's betrayal.
Wow.
Many times had Lorgar attempted to bring Magnus to the gods of chaos.
And I assume too, like this is during the Horus heresy still. Like the heresy hasn't ended yet. So I imagine they've kind of gone on hiatus for a couple years. I think the heresy in general lasted, what was it, about 7 years roughly, around there. So they must have gone on hiatus for anywhere between, I want to say 2 to 5 years. Now they're in the physical world and they're going to attack Terra. But it's interesting, Magnus's reasoning for doing this. He's not doing it for the Emperor. He's not doing it for Horus. He wants to enlighten himself. He wants to enlighten his thousand sons. He loves his Legion. He genuinely loves his Legion. And he's trying to, in what his mind, he's trying to do what's best for them. I think that's fucking fantastic. You know what I mean? Like, obviously it's going to lead to downfall and it's not going to end well for him. And I think we already know that, you know, in a sense. But again, I do really have respect for Magnus here. I'm not going to lie. I do seriously have some respect for him because even in his state, he's still trying to do right by them, still trying to do right by his Legion. And at the end of the day, like, he's just trying to be, in a sense, a good father. He's trying to make up for what he's done wrong to them. You know what I mean? He's let them down entirely. Their world is gone. Their world is destroyed. Most of the thousand sons are now dead or rotting, you know? And he's simply trying to make amends for that in the best way that he thinks he can. I got to give him props for that. You know what I mean? I got to give him props for trying, because it seems like a lot more than what other Primarchs would be willing to do for their Legion. Maybe that's wrong, but again, from what we've seen, man, he's really kind of going above and beyond here to try to prove his love for his Legion, his want to help humanity, you know? Where is Frank Coy's gone? I'm not too sure. He must have dipped. Classic word bearer shit. They were the catalyst to spreading chaos if you exclude the gods. Yeah, they definitely were. I think.
Many times had Lorgar attempted to bring Magnus to the gods of chaos, but he arrived not as a servant, but still his arms were welcomed by the War Master, Horus, the true architect of the burning of Prospero. But what could Magnus do against him now? He was a monster, elevated to a near equal of the Emperor's power, truly corrupted by the gods of the realm of madness.
Wow.
None of his brothers were the same. Fulgrim, Angron, Horus, Mortarion, and even Perturabo, the Lord of Iron, the one who had once cradled him upon his near death on Morningstar, was nothing but a cold, unfeeling husk of his former self.
Wow.
But yet neither was he the same. Prospero had broken him. The shards of his soul had seen and done things beyond imagination. Even now, partially put back together, he was not whole. He was so far from the hopeful, but yet prideful Magnus of the Great Crusade. Mortarion, one who had spoken so vehemently against the use of psychic powers at Nikaea, was a hulking
Chaos
beast
is a ladder,
of pus
little finger,
and
so
weeping
true.
Sores.
What a great
Magnus
quote.
comforted his brother.
Little fun fact for you guys there. Chaos is a ladder, that speech, I think it was in grade 11 or 12. That was actually one of my graded speeches that I did. It was the Chaos is a ladder speech. by Littlefinger. I thought that was a great fucking speech. Straight up, yeah. Frank Hoyce had a secret mission to partake in, classified. Yeah, probably, man. I think I'm not sure. Did he say he would be back? I can't remember.
Of pus and weeping sores, Magnus comforted his brother, alleviating the pain of his new form, speaking honeyed words, but in truth judging. Only here for
Veriss versus Littlefinger, greatest verbal duel. It truly is. Truly. Veriss is a great character too.
The only thing in this universe that would make him complete. The siege of terror.
Arguably, I like Veriss.
The traitors and loyal.
You guys are gonna get me on a Game of Thrones rant now, real quick. I fucking really hate how dirty they did Veriss in the last seasons of Game of Thrones. If you guys know, you know. I'm not trying to spoil it for anybody who might want to watch the series, but holy shit, such a smart fucking character, and he allegedly just became brain dead by the end of it. I don't know. I don't know what to say even about it. You know what I mean? I love Game of Thrones, don't get me wrong. But holy shit, the drop in quality, and I say this to anybody wanting to get into the series, the TV show, the drop of quality from season 5 to 6 onward is so fucking noticeable. I would say season 6 is definitely watchable, but by midway through season 6, by the end of it, there's no more fucking consistency in the show, man. It's sad what they did. Like, it really is. There's some good moments, definitely some good moments, but no consistency, no, like all the world building they did before, suddenly you have fucking fast travel, for example. In multiple cases, it happens every episode. Fucking crazy, man. I don't know why they did it that way. They did that show so fucking dirty. I don't even know why. Makes me sad. Actually does make me sad. The siege of
terror had begun. The traitors and loyalist forces clashing in a conflict so violent and hateful, it would scar the species forever. Weeks, months of brutal siege warfare, until Magnus finally spotted a weakness in the walls. Keeping the information to themselves, the Legion and Magnus attacked, now invaders on the world that had created them. Fire and smoke rained all around them, as they punched into Terra's innermost defenses. But it was a diversion. Under the cover of the battle, Magnus, Ahriman, Aemon, Artahasis, and Menkura traveled deeper into the palace, psychically disguised as the sons of Sanguinius. Through the streets of the Imperial capital,
brain dead last 3 seasons, it's true.
Cost of the war. The ordinary men, women, and children that cowered from the monsters outside the walls. Like on the world of Morningstar, Magnus felt the thoughts and feelings of the people around him.
It's interesting that, like, are you guys still talking about, did I get the Game of Thrones rant going on now? Okay, guys, yeah. Fucking, here we go, yeah. GRRM better finish these books, for fuck's sakes. I agree, he better finish the books. Yeah, that's true. He's been writing the last ones for way too fucking long. He's been really fucking teasing us with that, I'm not gonna lie. Hollywood drop is real, but GRRM is just as much to blame for writing like an arthritis-riddled grandma with dementia. That is to say slow. Yeah, he does write slow. To be completely fair, in George's defense, he's not just writing Game of Thrones, to be completely fair. Like, he has been involved in a number of other works, the TV shows, number of other works, number of other books, video games, a lot of, I'm sure it's probably known, but Elden Ring, for example, the backstory, the lore for Elden Ring, I'm pretty sure he is pretty much entirely responsible for all that, for example. So it's not like he hasn't been doing anything. But yes, I absolutely agree. He needs to fucking get on those books. I mean, he's not getting any younger. I fucking love the works he makes, and I would really like him to finish that before he passes on. You know, like, he's not getting younger. He's an older fella now. And we probably don't have, unfortunately, a lot longer with him, you know. So it would be better that he finishes it sooner rather than later, you know. It's the unfortunate truth, you know.
Star, Magnus felt the thorns and feelings.
That's a
of
career
the
weakness on
people
his part.
around
It's
him.
true. It is
Their
career
fear,
weakness. Yeah,
their
absolutely. I'm not
desperation,
denying that.
Their hopes, their cries for the Emperor to save them and their families.
Some backstory on Elden Ring, not all for sure.
Of the Imperial
I'm pretty sure he did a
truth,
lot. I
people
could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he actually did
the
do a lot of
realization
it.
of mortality brings out the best and the worst in humanity. But it felt good, in a way, to feel human emotion like this, Magnus thought. He wondered if he may run into the brother he respected, Sanguinius, or the brother he loved, Jagatai Khan. Further they travelled, Magnus feeling the essence of himself close by. The hidden entrance to the Hall of Leng was found, but refugees of this war had huddled all around him in this backwater alley. But before Magnus could unlock the entrance, the dome above him exploded in fire and ordnance.
I'm not letting
As the rubble came
George
tumbling
use that
down
excuse.
towards
He's
him,
had years.
Magnus
That's true.
made his choice
No, you're right.
and
Like, you are
dropped his
completely right.
disguise. Psychic might
I want to preface all that with, yes, you are completely right. It's not an excuse. I'm simply saying, like, yes, he did do other works alongside. It's not like he's just been sitting on his ass doing completely nothing. But you are completely right. I am 100% siding with you on that. Dagenhart, yeah, like it's no excuse. He should finish the books by now. He's been writing this shit for the better part of 25 years. Like 25 years? Yeah, when was the first Game of Thrones book released? It was in like the 90s, right? So at this point, like, yeah, 25 years. I'm pretty sure the 90s, right? It came out late 90s. I'm not fucked up on that. Maybe I am. That's gonna fuck me up. Somebody let me know if they know for sure. But I'm pretty sure it was late 90s. He's been writing since he's started the series, you know? Dark Souls 3 is one of my favorite games of all times. Dark Souls 3 is fucking a fantastic game. That's actually, I own Dark Souls 2 and 3, but I just couldn't get into 2, you know? I think it's because I played 3 first, to be honest with you, and it just felt a lot clunkier to me. So like playing 3 first and then playing 2, it almost feels like a regression in a sense. And, you know, and maybe that's like the new privilege I have. But I just couldn't get into 2, but 3 was fantastic. I had a lot of fun with 3. Wow. 90s, yeah. Yeah, so he's been doing it for fucking ever. Like, he really doesn't have an excuse. Like, 25 years to finish a series. I get it's an intricate series. It's a really fucking intricate series, but goddamn, man, like, you gotta get on that shit a little bit more. Bloodborne? I actually never played Bloodborne either. I heard great things about Bloodborne. I heard Bloodborne was actually arguably better than 3, depending on who you ask, like depending on the style that you like. Maybe that's a hot take, but I heard Bloodborne was actually potentially better than 3, though I have never played it, unfortunately.
Magnus made his choice. He dropped his disguise. Psychic might blazed from his hands, lifting the fallen rubble. The refugees huddled below the enormous figure.
Last book was
but the
2012,
Crimson
yeah.
King
I think that's
shielded
right.
them from death.
I think that's right,
He
2011,
saved
2012,
them.
around there,
Time
yeah.
was his enemy, but he chose to save them.
Like, it's been a while
He
since he's
couldn't
made
let
one.
them die.
13 fucking
It was
years, man.
Instinct. Maybe he was not what he once was, but he was still human. Inside of him was the Magnus who had earned the title of the Crimson King, the man who had shielded the people on Morningstar from the falling ship. With the people safe, Magnus took his first steps into the Hall of Leng, the ancient tunnels that ran into the depths of the Imperial Palace, created by a mad people in a forgotten age. For miles, him and his sons trudged. until they
Goated,
saw two
Lovecraftian horror.
figures, one robed, hunched man
Dark Souls 3, but
that Magnus
faster.
recognized instantly.
With guns? Wow.
Welcome home, Magnus.
Might have to play that sometime.
said
Goddamn.
Malcador, the Sigillite.
Siege of Terra, goddamn. Better lore too.
Only time will tell what is a mistake and what is not. But an inability to believe you can ever make a mistake is dangerous. It leaves a mind open to certainty, and unwavering certainty is our greatest enemy. Always question, and always be open to different ways of thinking. Other ways of untangling the knot.
Magnus expected to see hate in his brother's eyes, but he only saw great sadness. In times of old, he might have embraced his brother in a clatter of warplate, made some aloof comment on his dull pragmatism, or counseled him to lift his gaze from the forge fire once in a while. But these were not times of old. They were new days of war and death. What could he say to a brother who thought him a monster?
I have a memory.
He began, his voice as cracked and broken as his soul.
A faded scrap of a memory, but a memory nonetheless. I stood vigil over your body with one of your sons. I do not know his name, but he held fast to his belief that you would walk among us again. I saw a white flame eternal, a mountain of black smoke and world-ending fire. I did not know what it meant at the time.
That son was our Tellus Numion,
said Vulcan.
It is only thanks to his courage and faith that I live again, and it was thanks to you he was able to bring me home to Nocturne.
I don't remember that. Not fully. But I saw your corpse, cold and lifeless. How is it that you are alive?
In truth, I do not know.
Wow.
The ancient fire priests of Nocturne.
Even Vulcan's like, I got no fucking idea.
To dwell in the world of my birth brought me back. They would say the great drakes breathed the unbound flame into my soul and ignited the fire in my heart once more.
Magnus smiled at Vulcan's words and cast his gaze around the vast cavern.
I admire the poetic turn of phrase, but this is the world of your birth. Of all our births.
Our father crafted the iron of my soul and the stone of my flesh here, but it was Nocturne that made me, just as Prospero made you.
Vulcan took a step closer, and Magnus tensed, but his brother's intent was not violence.
The Imperium is sundered by the flames of war, and nothing ever returns from the fire unchanged. No matter the outcome of the fighting above, the Imperium will never be the same again.
Magnus nodded.
I am no master of hearth and forge like you, brother, but the fire strengthens some things, does it not?
This is very interesting that Vulcan is still willing to have this this conversation with them. Like he's still willing to talk to him like a brother. He's not like Lehman Russ where it's like fucking kill on sight this motherfucker, you know what I mean? It's on the second I see you. Vulcan's actually willing to have a conversation with them. These are not the days of old, they admit to each other, but he's not just like straight up, he's not just straight up looking for violence with Magnus here. He actually wants to like talk to him, ask him questions. What's been going on? You saved me. I don't really remember saving you, but you did, Magnus. That's the thing. But I saw you dead. How are you here? I don't know. They're catching up. Like this is honestly kind of sad to hear because like, again, we know what happens with Magnus and again, I kind of really feel for Magnus here, man. Like again, like he's just trying to reclaim what he thinks he is lost, he's trying to be himself again. He's literally broken into a bunch of pieces right now, he's not himself. And I think Vulcan realizes that, he sees him and he knows he's not the same, but he knows he's not entirely lost either. This makes me think that Magnus could potentially come back one day. Like he might potentially come back in some way. He might not be a traitor forever, Maybe that's heresy, but like, goddamn, just seeing this. I just want these two to be friends. Cries. Yeah, literally. Cosmic horror, Lovecraftian madness is my favorite. Yeah, I fuck with that hard too. Like, to be completely honest with you, Lovecraftian horror is some of the best shit out there, to be straight up. We know there is proper Eldritch stuff that's not warp related. Yeah, true. I feel like with a lot of the Xenos even that you could potentially see in Warhammer, like, yeah, absolutely. You could probably like see a lot of Eldritch shit without even like touching the warp, you know, for sure.
Brother, but the fire strengthens.
Finally, someone isn't
some
shitting on
things,
Magnus.
does it not?
I don't like, listen, I don't see a reason to shit on him here. Like, from everything I have seen so far, he made mistakes. He absolutely made mistakes. Yes, Magnus made mistakes. But the thing about him that's different is he's 100% willing to make up for them. Not make up for them, but acknowledge them at a minimum. Yes, I was wrong. I was incorrect. It was my fault. I'm the one who did that. No one else should have to suffer for my wrongs. He's one of the very few Primarchs that are actually in full, I think, willing to own up to his mistakes, like willing to own up to what he did wrong. And again, he still has respect for the brothers that he loved and the brothers that he had respect for, the brothers that had respect for him back. I don't really see a reason to shit on him right now. I don't even see him necessarily right now as a bad guy, to be completely honest with you. Like, I see him as somebody who's made mistakes, made really bad mistakes. Absolutely. And his arrogance absolutely got the better of him. But he's acknowledged that arrogance since. He's acknowledged that he was in the wrong, which doesn't forgive what he's done, but it is a step in the right direction. It's a step towards redemption. That's how I see it.
But the fire strengthens some things, does it not?
In the hands of a skilled smiter, aye, it can.
Agreed, Vulcan.
But the fires burning all across Terra are those of a blind apprentice.
How do I subscribe to this channel twice?
Warming to his theme, Magnus said,
The transformative
Well, you can always
nature
make
of
another
fire,
account. No, I'm joking.
though
I'm
clearly
joking.
destructive, is often a necessary precursor to change. Perhaps, in the grand scheme of things, that will be a good thing. The enemy of progress is
Money?
stasis,
Oof.
and all things have in their nature a tendency
So true.
towards complexity.
Thank
that
you, Hobbit.
tendency has
Hobbit can be the
carried
mouthpiece on my
universe
behalf
from
for that
almost
one. Thank you.
perfect simplicity to the level of magnificence we see all around us.
Always the teacher.
said Vulcan with a wry smile. It was a rare enough thing that Magnus felt the rest of his metaphysical argument dissipate entirely. But as pleasant as it was to stand face to face with his brother, Magnus knew he was an unwelcome visitor in his father's great sanctum.
Yeah.
He was diminished, but Vulcan, for all that he had apparently died, seemed mightier than ever.
Do you intend to stop me?
That depends, brother. Do you still intend to cast that spear of yours?
Magnus looked down at the spear, and his form twisted, transforming from a weapon of war to the crook-topped staff of a master of Prospero's fellowships.
I don't know anymore.
Wow.
When I followed Revelation, I was singular in my purpose, but now I have wandered far, but I am more lost than ever before.
You are not lost, my son. You are exactly where you need to be.
Magnus looked into his father's eyes as they opened in golden fire. Tizca. Magnus drew in a breath as he beheld the City of Light in all its glory. Flashes of sunlight glittered like noonday stars from the polished glass of the Great Pyramids. The sky was the perfect shade of cornflower blue, and the scent of the recent summer rain was like honeydew. Clouds ran in thin lines of purple over the mountainous horizon. Tears came to him.
I still can't
and he
renew
let
my
them
membership.
flow
Oh man.
for the loss of his homeworld.
That's okay.
It was so
That's okay.
beautiful.
He said, sensing an unmistakable presence behind him.
There's absolutely no pressure to do that,
remember
guys.
the
Absolutely
day
no
I first
pressure.
set foot on Prospero. You had made a paradise here, my son.
The only paradise is a paradise lost.
Wow.
It exists now only in my memory,
That goes hard.
for the reality of what has become of Tizca.
That line goes really fucking hard. The only paradise is
His
a paradise
father
lost.
nodded.
A wise man once said that as memory may be a paradise from which we cannot be driven, it may also be a hell from which we cannot escape.
Magnus turned to his father, seeing him clad all in gold, his armor too brilliant to look upon. At first glance, it could be mistaken for something ceremonial. Its every plate engraved and etched with Baroque carvings, studded with polished gemstones, and its every fluted edge worked with the most intricate of details. But upon closer inspection, it was clear this armor had seen fierce battle.
Great quote, yeah.
Bore the impact
Seriously.
of many weapons.
That was a really
and
good
stained
quote.
with the blood of countless foes. He shone with an inner light that Magnus well remembered from that first meeting, when they had embraced beneath the fire of the Pyrie Fellowship Pyramid.
I came to kill you.
I know. Is that still your intent?
I no longer understand what my intent is. The variables at play in the galaxy defy any of the formulae I might divine. Even the Order of Ruin would fail to see a path in this dark forest.
Then allow me to show you a possible path,
said the Emperor. His father set off along one of the side streets, running towards the Ocularium Square. They passed an ornamental garden of psychically sculpted topiary, in which scholars led discussion groups. Couples read together in comfortable silence, and laughing children passed a ball between them, using only the power of their minds. The people of Tisga walked around them, as clean-limbed and beautiful as he remembered them, robed in many colours, with great minds and inquisitive natures.
This is kind of sad.
It was almost too much to bear.
Yeah.
Why did you bring me here?
I did not. You did.
That's not what I meant. Why did you bring me here to stand before you? If Malkador wasn't lying, then you wanted me here, right now, in front of you.
His father nodded.
Malkador spoke true. It was the last thing he did.
Magnus hung his head in shame.
I did not mean to kill him.
I know, but his death was a sacrifice he knew he might be asked to make.
Wow.
He knew that and accepted it. Another death in a grand procession of them, painful in its own way. For he and I have shared a journey longer than most men or gods can dare reckon. Yet, in the macro of what our species faces, his death is irrelevant.
I always forget
Wow.
how cold you can be.
Literally.
It is not coldness. It is reality.
That's true too.
What might be gained by his sacrifice will be of far greater worth than a single life. 1,000 lives would still be a price worth paying for what you and I might achieve.
You
Damn.
And the promise of that word was the first light of dawn.
I don't understand.
I wanted you here before me, so there would be no mistakes, no misunderstandings, and no way for the ruinous powers set against me to twist my words or intent.
And the Emperor's games of manipulation of his sons continues.
So you could look me in the eye and understand the truth of what I offer.
Magnus's breath was caught in his throat. His father turned to face him, and Magnus met his terrible gaze, feeling the inhuman power that lay at his heart. It was power that could strip a man down to atoms in a heartbeat and breathe him anew with an exhalation. That power had endured uncounted millennia, growing with every passing century and holding its edge for the age in which it was needed.
And what is it you offer?
I can't remember the specifics, but that Malkador Magnus, the Malkador Magnus killed is an illusion. Malkador has yet to sit the throne. I guess it could be interpreted as, like, in a sense, like, because Magnus fucked everything, in a sense, he eventually will have to take the throne. That's a possibility that the Emperor can see, and that's maybe a possibility that even Magnus could have known about. And maybe that's what he meant by, I didn't mean to kill him, you know, because he hasn't taken the throne yet, but at this point, it might be all but guaranteed that he is eventually going to have to take the throne. Maybe that's incorrect. Maybe that's a wrong way to think about it, but that's kind of the sense I'm getting right now. You know what I'm saying? It was Melkador, but he was revived by the sacrifice of another perpetual, I think. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure then. That was just my interpretation again. It could be entirely wrong.
Age in which it was needed.
David is probably right.
What is it you offer?
A chance to stand at my side once again. Forgiveness.
He killed him. Malkador, the Sigillite, right hand of the Emperor, and Magnus's once tutor. In the Hall of Leng, the Sigillite met with Magnus and his sons. No custodians, no sisters of battle, no hostility. They barbed and jousted with their words. Had Magnus just come for the soul shards, or perhaps in his heart, vengeance for Prospero? Would that be unjustified? He had tried to save Horus, tried to warn the Emperor and save the Imperium, only for his world to be burned. The wealth and knowledge of Tizca that he had spent lifetimes building destroyed. So much lost forever.
Oops.
Horus was the architect.
I will say, it is crazy to think like just how much shit potentially could have been lost on Tizca there. Like, again, he's been accumulating knowledge. His people have been accumulating knowledge on Prospero forever, right? For as long as they've been a planet. And to think that like it's been burned, none of the knowledge was kept, you know, I'm assuming they torched the entire fucking planet. They probably got basically nothing out of there. What a waste, you know what I mean? Like, what an absolute waste. Like, maybe he himself, you can think he was a traitor if you want. Lehman Russ could think he was a traitor if you want. But what I hate is the utter disregard, you know, for knowledge in a sense. And I guess that's kind of the whole argument here in a sense too. That's Magnus's whole argument, is knowledge is, you know, not having knowledge is ignorance, you know, and being ignorant is evil in a sense. And I guess that's the whole argument here to begin with. But yeah, you got to think like, what a waste. But is it a waste? Given what happened, is it a waste? Or was it the right decision? I guess that's like the ultimate dilemma here that I guess you as the viewer like have to come up with in your head, you know? Don't know if I'd say this was manipulation any more than your father having a chat with you and manipulating you to stop talking to a certain friend group or certain girlfriend. Yeah, I don't think that one was manipulation, to be honest with you. I think at that point, like, you know, I think at that point, the Emperor was trying to just explain a little bit in a sense. Like, yeah, he'd already kind of branded him a traitor. He already burned his world. He already basically threatened him with death. And that was before he did what he did, obviously. But at that point, I don't feel like he was manipulating him in a sense. I don't feel like he could be manipulated currently, because he himself, from what I'm understanding about him right now, from the way I feel about him right now, I don't think he even knows what the hell he wants right now. He doesn't know what his intentions are. He doesn't know what he wants. He's confused just as much as everybody else in a sense. And his motivations are completely skewed. So it's hard to, you know. God damn.
Malkador spat back. Blood was on his hands. But
imagine burning the Library of Alexandria, but a whole planet, pretty much. Yeah, that's exactly right.
They were the Emperor's executioners. What did they think would happen when they sent them? He didn't deserve it. He had done nothing wrong. Malkador told him he was right to feel sorrow for all he had suffered, but he was not faultless. His actions had broken the psychic wards in the webway below Terra. His folly. But this path he walked was not too far trodden to return from. Looking around him, Magnus saw 20 temples, sized the proportion of Primarchs. It would have been their homes, for a life lived on Terra, a place for a father and his sons. The shard of himself had been here. He could feel it, the touch of distant memory caressing his mind. He is the best part of me, the shard of his nobility. the part that had cried for humanity on Morningstar long ago. But he was wrong. Malcador told him that the shard was just a part of him, of all of the shards that had formed this complete being before him. They were not aspects, not divided personalities, just pieces, just him. Magnus gripped Malcador by the throat. His blood roared with rage. No, it could not be. He felt its goodness, its purity. Magnus needed him. Without him, he was no better than a beast. He was no better than he was now, a creature of pride, hate, and rage. He would not be like his fallen brothers. He could be whole. He is gone, Malcador rasped out, beyond even your reach.
Wow.
The Crimson King howled in rage as Malcador burned alive in his grip.
Wow.
Nothing but a charred skeleton remained. No, it could not be. All he had done, the blood and death, the mistakes, he had justified them, allaying the guilt at the feet of the separate parts of himself, the shards. Only time will tell what is a mistake and what is not. But an inability to believe you can ever make a mistake is dangerous. It leaves the mind open to certainty, and unwavering certainty is our greatest enemy. He was Magnus the Red, Crimson King, Primarch of the 15th. He has studied more, seen more, and endured more than any. How could those mistakes be his?
Magnus is the perfect example of the truth is always worth telling. Magnus is the definition of the path to hell is paved with good intentions. That's true. Yeah, that is pretty true. That's the rooms that were supposed to grow. That's the rooms they were supposed to grow up on in Terra. Dorn found them too. It shatters the planned scattering theory. Yeah. I don't think there was a plan with the scattering. No, I absolutely don't think that's the case at all. I think that was completely unintentional on the Emperor's behalf, like complete accident. Not accident. He obviously didn't do it. It was obviously, warp entities, potential chaos agents that did it, right? But I definitely don't think the Emperor did that himself. No, nor do I think he had any intention to do that himself. No. Wow. But like what Malcador said there, he basically said like, Magnus, you can't reform yourself, essentially. Is that what he said? Like, this is you. This has always been you. These pieces, they're not personalities. This is just you in general. And this is just how you're acting in general. Is that what he basically said? I just want to make sure I'm interpreting that correctly, Like, he basically said, like, you can't fix yourself. But then I was confused because he said this road hadn't been trodden far. There's still time to return. So I'm confused what Malcador's words were intended to mean there. Was he trying to goad Magnus? Was he trying to show him that this is just who he is? Was he trying to tell him the truth? I'm just kind of confused on that one, a little bit. The scattering also wasn't initiated by Chaos, but Big E's sort of girlfriend. Really? I didn't know Big E had a sort of girlfriend. If the Emperor's lore is to be taken seriously, the Emperor expected the scouting of the Primarchs, but he couldn't control it. I see. Yeah, because the Emperor does have precognition. He can see the future. He can see multiple different futures. He just doesn't know which one is correct. And if something like that is going to happen, I'm sure that's well out of his control. He can't stop it, right? So that would make sense, yeah. Because he does talk about seeing multiple different futures. He just doesn't necessarily know which path to take to get there. That's the problem, right? I believe that's how it's been explained before, but maybe I'm wrong.
Endured more than any. How could those mistakes be his fault? He should be beyond them. Staring out of his chambers to witness the burning of Prospero, feeling immense guilt for failure, almost broke him. He would not return.
It was the mother that scattered
his
them.
mind couldn't shatter the idea of who he was. it would break him. Anger washed over Magnus.
To me, it seemed to be
He was angry
Malcador
at
telling the
himself,
hurtful truth. Okay.
Horus, and the Emperor. His soul shard was lost, but they would not retreat when so deep inside the Imperial Palace.
Wow.
They would cut off the head. They would kill the Emperor. Through
Wow.
the innermost sanctums, Magnus and his sons raced. Nothing but vengeance on his mind.
Wow.
A clouding red mist that needed to be sated.
So he's giving
needed
into it right
to
now.
be justified.
Yeah.
Closer, Magnus delved, until in a room of antiques of old Earth, a psychic apparition of the Emperor appeared. Revelation. Magnus was welcomed through, directly into the throne room. He was on guard, standoffish, but then he saw it. He saw him, locked upon a titanic throne of gold and silver, a figure clad in brilliant Oramite armor. Amber light glowed from him, swirling around the archaic device he sat upon. With his sons holding ground below, Magnus made his long approach.
Hey there,
up the
Obi-Wan
enormous
Kenobi. How you
staircase
doing, man?
Towards his father.
Got back from go-karting?
A
That sounds
procession
awesome.
of resentment, bitterness, and anger swelling within each
Calling
step
himself
he took.
Revelation again. I
He
noticed that
looked
too,
upon
actually.
his father's face, strained and locked within concentration. It had been decades since they had been this close, since they had bathed in the power of each other's presence. Magnus thought of Prospero, of his decimated home and legion, the outlawing of psychic powers at Nikaea, the father who shared nothing of his plans and schemes, and ignorance whose very consequences had made him suffer so greatly. He raised his arm, forming a harpoon-like spear of power. His hands trembled. He hated him, and yet he loved him. The man who he had admired the most, the man he had always hoped would be proud of him, the
Wow.
man who had caused him so much pain. I loved you like no other, he whispered. He hesitated. Tears stung his eye. Why had it come to this? Behind the throne, an enormous figure leapt forward, landing in front of the Emperor. A man that matched the size of Magnus, donned in green battle plate.
Vulcan? Yeah.
Time moved at a fractional
Wow.
pace as the three demigod beings stood atop the golden throne. It was as if the galaxy spun around this very moment. At the stairs, a force of space wolves and salamanders engaged with Ahriman.
He was
Aemon,
chopping onions?
the
Yeah,
other
man.
1,000
This is
sons.
rough.
But the three paid no heed to the battle below. Brother. The word hit like a gut punch.
Aw.
Magnus and Vulcan both understood together just how much that word had changed, how much it hurt, and warmed them too. It was not hate that Magnus saw in Vulcan's ember-red eyes, but sorrow. The
Yeah.
brother who had always looked to the sky, and the brother whose gaze was always locked upon the earth. It felt good to converse with a brother again. Vulcan words pulling at the humanity that still resided within Magnus. He was confused. What did he want? He
Yeah.
had been blinded by hurt and anger for so long that he hadn't truly thought of what the future looked like, what he wanted to rebuild. What did that vision entail?
Yeah.
Truly? Finally, those golden eyes opened as his father, the Emperor of mankind, finally spoke directly to his son, free from the influence of chaos that had been manipulating Magnus for years. They connected psychically. A vision of Prospero coalesced into view, its very sight a knot on Magnus's heart. Oh, how he missed his world, lamenting of the magnitude of what was lost as it had burned. Magnus realized now that he had been allowed inside the Imperial Palace, allowed into the Golden Throne Room.
Like,
Even
yeah.
the death of Malcador was in sacrifice to it, so the Emperor could offer him forgiveness. the Emperor showed him a future,
Wow.
one with Horus at their side, as the Great Crusade reached the edge of the galaxy, a future that never came to pass, and the truth about the vision of Magnus upon the Golden Throne, how it was no prison, but a manipulation of the demon on Prospero.
Wow.
It was a future of enlightenment, where humanity was victorious, and once again, we returned to a golden era. Magnus wanted it. The redemption, the forgiveness, the absolvement of his sins. But something gnawed at him. There's a price, isn't there?
Wow.
Wisdom. Magnus had finally learnt that such offers do not come free. And the
Wow.
price would be a new legion of warriors greater than any living now. A legion for him to replace the old. The Thousand Sons had to be annihilated. The flesh change. They had been tainted by
Wow.
the warp. It could not exist in the new era.
That's kind of fucking cope though, because the Emperor always knew of the flesh change, right? Like this has been a symptom that they've had for a long time now, right? Like they've been dealing with this shit for a while. Like this has always been a problem. Magnus made a sacrifice to make it temporarily go away, but the Emperor must have had knowledge of that gene defect, right? Like but he had no problem with it prior. But now he's telling Magnus the path to redemption is the annihilation of your legion, what remains of it. I don't think Magnus is going to take that deal. Everything he's doing is for his legion. He wants to fucking redeem it, right? Like he wants his sons to be happy. He wants them to fucking have good lives, you know? He wants his planet back. He wants, you know, all that back. So I don't think Magnus is going to give up his legion like that. I think that's absolutely where the line is drawn. Like maybe he could have had him there, but the fact that you want me to give up the one thing that I was still fighting for, no, he's not. I don't think he's willing to do that. Lack of humanity or pragmatism and realism. He's telling him the one thing he can go, the one thing that he can do, he can't do. Yeah, literally. To expect humanity from the Emperor is foolish. Like, yeah, I'm not really expecting humanity, but I'm like just expecting him to be like, you know, not a hypocrite. Like, again, he knew of this gene defect. He must have known of this gene defect. And that was never an issue before. They never saw that as being warp tainted before. So how come suddenly now it is? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just weird to me, you know? How do you think he would have reacted if Sanguinius did tell him of the red thirst? To be completely honest with you, I think actually I went through that in the Sanguinius video that we checked out there. I think that was by Warrior Tier, if I recall. If he was completely honest about it, Sanguinius had a lot of sway. If he was completely honest about it, and he went there more so with the intention of telling him like, hey, this is an affliction that we're having, right? I've noticed this problem throughout my legion. I've noticed I'm having this problem too. I think if he was honest with the Emperor about it and didn't try to hide it, but went there with complete and utter honesty and didn't try to hide it, I think the Emperor probably would have tried to help him more than destroy him, to be completely honest with you. It doesn't serve him any fucking purpose to get rid of Sanguinius, you know, or the Blood Angels in general. So I don't think, you know, I don't think that would have happened. Unfortunately, I have to go for now. Enjoy the stream, boys. Yeah, Goop, you have yourself a good night. We'll see you later then, eh? And when he asked Vulcan if he would give up the salamanders, my heart, yeah, exactly. People love to say that and give Magnus a break and ignore the fact that the Emperor literally just gave up his best friend in the same book chapter for a shot at redeeming Magnus. That shit hurt. Yeah, but you see, like, the thing is with Malkador, though, like, Malkador, again, he was brought back by a perpetual, meaning that ability is there. And I think, like, that is just another plan by the Emperor, to be completely honest with you. I think losing Malkador in that way, because he didn't even technically really lose him, I think that was extremely calculated. But maybe that's wrong. But that's the sense I got from it. You feel like he would annihilate them? That's fair. That's fair. And I guess we really don't know at the end of the day. I feel like some afflictions are definitely worse than other. But again, I think if he went there, was completely honest, went there with the intent to ask for help, you know, and was completely honest about just how bad it was, I think the Emperor would respect that more than him just straight up lying about it forever. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense?
By the warp that could not exist in the new era. How? How could I fight at your side, knowing I had condemned my sons to death? I would look upon these new warriors and see in them the faces of my betrayed legion.
Yeah.
What kind of father would I be
Literally.
if I were to forsake them? How could you ask this of me?
Yeah.
Magnus was furious.
Oh, yeah.
His sons, they had suffered Nikaea. They had suffered Prospero. And when his body and soul were broken, they had put him back together.
Yeah.
How could he forsake them?
Yeah.
They couldn't be saved.
That's
according
crazy.
To whom?
Yeah.
He could save them.
Wow.
He knew it. Why couldn't he try? Anger and grief annihilated the hope Magnus had just felt. He asked Vulcan, would he sacrifice his sons? The words of Magnus echoed once again. When you love something with every fragment of your soul, you will sacrifice anything to save it. Liars, all of them. Magnus spat as his jaw clenched with hate. You promise forgiveness, then make it acceptance impossible. Magnus raised his spear as Vulcan brought up his hammer, and once again in this universe of cruelty and heresy, brother fought brother.
Wow. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, yeah, I take Magnus's side on that one, 100%. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like straight up, like, yeah. What he just said was true. You offer me forgiveness, you offer me redemption, but make its price completely unacceptable. Like, these are the people that, like, his legion went above and beyond for him multiple times, and we haven't really seen a legion really go out of their way as much for a Primarch as Magnus's legion has so far, to be completely honest with you. Like, they really are doing everything for him, and for him to turn his back on him, like he would never do that, you know what I mean? Like, he, again, you can call him what you will, but he really does just have a sense of honor here. He's not willing to betray his sons. He's not willing to betray what he holds dear. But the Emperor is, you know, and I think that's the big difference here. I side with Magnus on this one. Maybe that's, you know, not the popular opinion, but I'm definitely siding with Magnus on this one. There are only 1,000 sons left at the moment. Sacrifice 1K to save humanity. Well, but it's not just sacrificing 1K though, is it? Because, like, you know, Magnus is a part of those 1,000, you know? It's kind of a package deal, you know what I'm saying? You can't really sacrifice one without sacrificing the other at this point, with how tightly knit that they are, seemingly. So I don't think it's just 1,000. I think it's like you need them and Magnus together, or you're getting neither. Like, that's just kind of how it is. But he gave up the Golden Throne, though, at the end. He almost didn't want to do it. How come he doesn't get a pass to be selfish? Also, it's theorized that the new legion he was going to get was going to be the Grey Knights, which is such an awesome concept. Imagine the Grey Knights had a Primarch. That would make a lot of sense, actually. That would totally make a lot of sense, actually, if he was to get the Grey Knights. Because I'm trying to think, like, what other... Unless they just made, like... Unless the plan was to make an entire new legion from scratch, but the Grey Knights were already, I think, in the development stages at that point. So that would absolutely make sense. Grey Knights, yeah. And, again, their whole purpose is to fight chaos, right? And to think that Magnus would finally get his go at them after being deceived for so long, that would absolutely add up in my mind. That's a good idea, actually. Good theory. He forsake them? Are these the sons he let die on Prospero in their hundreds because Magnus let it happen? Magnus was trying to redeem himself in that. He knew what he did was wrong, right? He was simply trying to make amends for it, right? And at the end of the day, when the suffering became too much, he did go out there and he did fight. That's the thing, right? They weren't all obliterated, and he was under extreme fucking strain when all that was going on. It's not like it was happening and he felt absolutely nothing. He felt fucking awful about it, and I think he still does, because he still talks about the loss all the time, right? I think he blames himself 100% for it. I know he blames himself 100% for it. If not saving them earlier, bringing the fucking Space Wolves to Prospero to begin with, for sure, right? So, I don't know. Again, I don't really think he forsook them in any way there. It's not impossible, just really, really hard, but I get it though. Not many would take that deal. Tough choice. Yeah, like I don't think it's a deal that, especially Magnus, with everything he has gone through with his Legion, with how attached he is to his Legion, that's not an acceptable offer. And I think the Emperor probably should have had some foresight to realize that, to be completely honest. The brotherhood between Vulcan and Magnus is so cool. One is completely into the metaphysical and sorcery, and the other one is all about physical and forging, opposites in essence, but both close. And they're very closely knit too. You know, they had great respect for each other. They liked each other before all this shit happened, right? Like they actually did appreciate one another quite a bit. Magnus would have been the ultimate chaos stomper. His rage after the heresy combined with his historic knowledge would have made him a beast of a demon hunter. Yeah, Magnus would have been a fucking god if he was a Grey Knight Primarch, dude. If he led those motherfuckers, dude, they'd be unstoppable, like straight up. That would be crazy. Magnus is already mega fucking powerful. With his hatred fueled in the right direction, with his anger fueled in the right direction, his arrogance in the right direction, he would have been a beast. Absolutely, yeah. Would you sacrifice the 1,000 sons for a fuller force of Grey Knights? Again, it's hard to say, man, because, like, while the Grey Knights are cool and all, listen, this is your son, right? As the Emperor, right? In the Emperor's mind. This is your son. You gave him this Legion. You told him these are your sons. If these are not your sons, you should not be telling them that these are your sons, right? Like, technically, all the Astartes are the grandchildren of the Emperor, right? He doesn't have any fucking care for them. His sons, the Primarchs, depending on who it is, absolutely love and adore their children. So, again, like, I don't think you can sacrifice, like, no, I don't think I would sacrifice the 1,000 sons for a fuller force of Grey Knights. I think that's crazy, you know what I mean, in a sense, yeah. Probably thought he'd think far enough to recognize the best outcome. Wisdom would have said it would have been best to side with the Emperor and humanity. Yes and no. But again, from his perspective, he's missing shards of himself. He's literally not whole, right? That's the thing. It's not like we're talking about Magnus of old right now. Magnus that is fully put together. This is Magnus after Lehman fucking had his way with him, like straight up, you know what I mean? Like, he's not complete. He's not thinking rationally. He's confused even on his own intentions going there. He's literally talking about how he doesn't even know what he wants anymore. It's just a really hard one, you know? Would you sacrifice the sons who died for you, who fought for you, who went above and beyond all metrics to bring you back to life? And that's the thing too. Literally, you can sit there and you can think about it as, oh, it's an easy yes or no decision, but it's not. From Magnus's point of view, these are his kids. These are his children. Not only in the sense of, I'm a Primarch, these are my Astartes, but in the sense that these guys have literally brought him back from the death, have tried everything because their love for him is so great. He recognizes that. He's not just willing to throw it away. I think that's awesome, you know? Lehman had his way with him. Nah, I'm not rephrasing that. You heard me. Big E thought he would think logically, not emotionally. I guess that's fair, yeah. I guess that's fair, but again, you're talking with a Magnus that isn't whole, and technically this is Big E's own doing to begin with, right? So expecting logic and not emotion from Magnus at this stage of his life where he currently is at, I think that's crazy, you know? I don't think he should expect logic from Magnus at this point because, again, everything we've just seen from the past 15, 20 minutes, proves that he's not thinking logically at all. You know what I mean? In his current state. That's just how I've been seeing it, right? Yeah, Magnus is one of the few semi-cases where Primarchs and their sons actually loved each other. Yeah, exactly. They actually had so much respect for one another. And for Magnus to just say, fuck you guys, you can be sacrificed because you have this condition that isn't even your fault. No, I don't think he would do that. No.
Without the light of chaos, the universe would stagnate and collapse. Only through this struggle can any advancement occur. The minds of gods.
Abandon your children, loser, Big E. Like literally.
Except that Tzeentch has a place for all of us in his grand scheme.
Who as a human, right? And that's the thing. The Emperor goes out of his way to tell the Primarchs, you guys are human. The Primarchs have always been told, you guys are humans. You're doing what's best for humanity. And the human thing is not to abandon your children, right? Like that's just plain and simple true, right? Like that's just not going to happen. You condemn all of humanity for 1,000 Astartes. You're looking at it as it's a simple yes or no choice. It's not a simple yes or no choice. That's the problem here, right? Like it's not as simple as condemning all of humanity for 1,000 Astartes. It's the fact that these are literally his kids. They have done everything for him. He has a great attachment to them. He's not thinking logically. And why would he sacrifice people that have given literally everything for him? Everything for him, and he's going to turn their back on him. That's not the kind of guy Magnus is. You know, maybe if you don't have a heart, maybe if you don't have a soul, which arguably the Emperor is showing his complete lack of humanity here while claiming to be human, right? That's the problem, right? That's the problem that we're having here. But it is? No, it's not. That is way too oversimplified for this situation that we're currently in. The Emperor would sacrifice 10,000 Space Marines before a single Custodes dies. Yeah. Yeah.
Except that Tzeentch has a place for all of us.
But yeah, that is a way too oversimplified
and be happy
place to put it.
In the part you have to play.
This is what I would have you understand, brother. The Imperium is the lie we tell ourselves to make sense of a reality we fear to face. We tell each other that it is necessary, that we do what must be done, that whatever might replace it would be worse. But look at all that we do not say. Father is a tyrant.
Damn.
And you, out of all of us, should have seen that first. The Imperium is built on the lies of a would-be god and the violence of his crusade. What benevolent monarch instigates a crusade? Under the Emperor, we have perpetuated a holy war that has sucked worlds dry of resources and cost billions upon billions of lives.
Wow.
We have spent life like meaningless currency. All because one man said we must.
One man, exactly.
Have we annihilated?
And that's the thing too, with the Emperor calling himself a man, right? Obviously, we know he's capable of great power. We know he's the Emperor of mankind, right? But when he's calling himself a man, when you're lowering yourself off that pedestal, right? You are putting yourselves on equal terms as the Primarchs, as any other human, as any other Primarch, morally, correct? If you're just calling yourself a human. So to just call yourself a human and then say, hey man, kill all of your kids. No, no, that's not a human thing to do. You know what I mean? Like if he took the whole God thing and ran with it, then maybe they could personify it as this is for the greater good. But as a human, talking to another human, telling them to do that, that's a crazy statement, right?
We must. How many cultures have we annihilated, Vulcan?
No, I agree, Anthony. It is the in quotation marks, maybe morally the right thing. But I don't think there is a right choice here because what the Emperor is asking is fucking crazy also, is in my opinion, right? Like, I think it's such a big ask and I just don't see again, like when he turns to Vulcan, he says, Vulcan, would you give up all your children? Do you honestly think Vulcan would do that? Do you think Jagatai Khan would do that? You know, do you think Gilliman would get rid of every single Ultramarine out there because the Emperor told him to? Kill every single one, exterminate them all. Like, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that's crazy, you know?
How many
Oh my god, greater good. Listen. I apologize. Listen, there's no Tau influence here. You won't find it here, guys. Listen, the books are clean. There's nothing to see here.
All because one man said we must.
I would never turn to the Tau, guys.
Have we
Never.
Annihilated, Vulcan. How many have we assimilated and robbed of their vitality, replacing innovation with conformity? How much knowledge have we destroyed because Father decided no one was allowed to learn it?
This is how it got to you, isn't it?
Vulcan knew the answer, even as he asked the question.
The
Exactly,
creature
Hobbit.
that gouged
Yeah,
its way inside
exactly.
your soul and laid its eggs there. The thing that pulls on your strings. Did it promise you knowledge? Did it paint the Emperor as the death of enlightenment?
Magnus's expression answered for him. Long red hair fell to frame his face, and the sorcerer brushed it back from his cheeks.
The Imperial truth is a lie. The empire we built cannot be reformed, only
EMP Empire,
overthrown.
holy shit.
From violence it was born, and in violence
Get the
it
heavy flamer,
must
please no.
end.
Please.
Don't you see? Once the board is swept clean, we can start again, with our eyes open, aware of the truths of the universe.
You make this sound like a principled stand. As if all you have done, all Horus has done, could ever be justified.
Magnus turned to him sharply.
I? What do I have to justify? Each time I was attacked, I defended myself. Each time they tried to silence me, I made sure to speak out. The Imperium lavished punishments upon my legion, draping its hypocrisy over us as a funeral shroud.
Yeah.
We fought back.
Vulcan met Magnus's gaze, seeing the ironclad surety.
And that right there is completely true too. Again, where guys like Leman Russ were on his ass from day one, never gave him the chance. Magnus actually went out of his way to orate why he believed what he believed, right? He actually talked about it to people. He wasn't just silent about it. He actually tried to get his beliefs across and tried to explain himself and tried to make it make sense to everybody else. But the problem is punishment after punishment just for being the way that they were, you know? And again, no tutelage from the Emperor with regards to how to use his abilities safely, let's say, right? Like no tutelage in that sense really at all, besides simply don't do it. Yeah, of course, like, you know what I mean? Of course it's going to end up the way it is, man. Of course. I don't like Leman Russ. I don't like him the most either, to be completely honest with you. I think the getup is cool, and I think the aesthetic is cool of them. But Leman Russ as a character, I think he's a bit of a fucking asshole. Like he's a dick, you know, and he's not willing to see other people's sides from what we've seen, at least usually. Can't the same be said about the Night Lords and Conrad Kurz? They were just hated for being them and doing their job. Not really. Not really, because Conrad Kurz and the Night Lords were fucking far more radical. Magnus here, literally trying to save worlds, saving people, cared about humanity. Conrad Kurz did not give a fuck about humanity. Did not give a fuck about that. You know, he was willing to do whatever it took to keep humanity in line. That's the difference between Magnus and Conrad. Absolutely. Again, I think that's too simplistic of a way to put it in a sense. You know what I mean? Given each one of their circumstances.
Vulcan met Magnus's gaze, seeing the ironclad surety there. This was futile. He knew it, yet the words came forth anyway.
Look at the horrors your side has unleashed upon Terra. the massacres, the mutations. Magnus, you are taking part in the extinction of your species. You cannot truly think you have done nothing wrong. Even you, brother. Even you in your arrogance cannot believe this is justified.
Necessity justifies all, and this is necessary. Without this primeval force, without this chaos, there will be stagnation. Ignorance instead of illumination. Existence instead of life. I did not write the laws of our universe, brother. I take no joy in the truth of reality, but I won't hide from it.
Vulcan looked at him as if he spoke in another tongue.
Necessary, you say?
Magnus nodded, and Vulcan continued.
Necessary according to whom? The alien god that exalted you and now demands you commit genocide?
Magnus clenched his teeth, and the world turned. But not far. It turned to reveal Tizca, city of light, metropolis of white pyramids and silver spires. The city was aflame beneath them, burning from the raining hellfire of an imperial fleet. The golden vessel of the Emperor's chosen, sleek black hunting ships of the Sisters of Silence.
Wow.
The many, many warships in the storm cloud grey of the Space Wolves.
The raising of Prospero.
There was murder in Magnus's eye. Murder and sorrow.
Bear witness to our brother Russ, bringing death to my homeworld and all its people. Tell me, Vulcan, would you have reacted with temperance to this, had it been the destruction of Nocturne?
Literally.
Vulcan didn't need to stare at the orbital bombardment. He'd read the reports, seen the pics, and the footage, and spoken to many of the custodians that took part in the ground assault. Nothing unfolding here was a revelation he wished to experience twice.
Wow.
Russ was lied to by Horus.
That doesn't make it
Deceived
better.
into attacking.
It doesn't make it better.
It changes nothing.
Exactly.
But it should.
Like, no, it should not. No, it should not. At the end of the day, you butchered every woman and child and man and Astartes on that planet. And Russ took it on the fucking chin and said nothing about it. Valador literally backtalked that order. He said, "Are you fucking certain? Like, that sounds crazy." Russ was like, "Yeah, fuck Magnus. Let's do it. Let's burn his entire planet to the fucking ground." So no, absolutely Magnus is still justified here with thinking that way. Completely. Again, I'm going to blame this on Russ completely because he didn't even question it at all. And he was all too willing to go and burn Magnus's fucking world to the ground. Like, completely. So yeah, no, this doesn't change anything, Vulcan, unfortunately. Like,
I know. It changes nothing.
But it should.
no,
You,
I don't think so.
who value truth so highly, willingly align yourself with the one that engineered Prospero's death. And when the Space Wolves fleet arrived in your sky, what did you do, Magnus? Did you try to enlighten Russ? Did you use your power to prevent the assault? Or did your belief in your own persecution leave you assuming the worst of the Emperor's intentions? All witness accounts say you languished in your tower, welcoming the destruction as your penance, until you decided to fight in the final hours when it was far too late to stop the massacre.
Vulcan gestured to the destruction raining.
That is kind of a fucking gaslight statement by Vulcan right there, is what I'm gonna say right there. Like, Vulcan is fucking gaslighting extremely fucking hard right now. So what Vulcan is saying is he should have came out and fucking killed all the fucking all the space wolves, right? Or tried to explain himself, even though he was already literally told to be exterminated. I don't know if he's cooking, man. I don't know if he's cooking. That was kind of a gaslight statement right there. But let's keep going here. Let's keep going. That shit, you're siding with the man who orchestrated the death of all you love when that wasn't even going to happen. I mean, I don't think so. I haven't let chaos into my thinking. No. I'm just seeing this from Magnus's point of view, right? Because they didn't have to send Russ. They did not have to send Leman Russ. It was pretty public knowledge, I think, that Leman Russ fucking hated Magnus. He was very vocal about that. So you're going to send the guy that has no problem butchering his people, not just his Astartes. Like, again, we're not just talking about the 1,000 Suns here. We're talking about the planet as a whole. We're talking about women. We're talking about children. You're going to send Russ, who has no problem with doing Magnus this way at all. You know, I can see it from his perspective here.
When it was far too late to stop the massacre.
Vulcan gestured to the destruction raining from the upper atmosphere. Lance strikes, drop pods, the slower trails of gunships making their descent.
Why would the Emperor order you and your entire legion dead? Did you not stop to wonder at the scale of this misunderstanding?
Magnus laughed at the question, the sound wet and bitter. He gestured away from the burning city, and the world turned, falling away. They were in the webway again, but no longer upon the lost bridge. They drifted through the oval tunnels, following the angles that hurt the human eye. Always ahead of them, an avatar of fire blazed through the tunnels, shattering the wraith-blown membranes without heed, blind and deaf to the horde of demons surging in the webway in its wake.
I did this. I thought he wished to punish me for ruining his great work.
Honestly, they should have sent Imperial Fist or Ultramarines to retrieve Magnus. Sure, they're not as specialized as the Space Wolves in killing other Space Marines, but they actually use diplomacy. Exactly. You sum that up perfectly, nerd. Thank you, right? I'm not saying that they shouldn't have sent any other legion. I'm saying, why did they pick the Space Wolves? Why did you pick the guy that has a fucking blood feud to go and, like, try to bring this guy in? What do you think is going to happen, right? When Magnus sees the Space Wolves coming, and he right, because he psychically saw that they were approaching, right? He knows what that means. He already knows that Russ wants his ass dead, right? Like, that's not news. They already know. They've already been feuding for a long while at this point. So with what he just did, the Emperor wants him dead, assumedly, right? In his mind, I fucked up bad. I'm seen as a traitor. They want me dead. Now the Space Wolves are coming. They definitely want me dead. Right? Why wouldn't you send the Ultramarines, right? Or the Iron Fist, or anybody else that could diplomatically reason like this? You know what I mean?
I thought he wished to punish me for ruining his great work.
What diplomacy did Magnus show? He let his planet get punished because he stayed silent? What diplomacy did he show? He didn't fight back. That's what diplomacy he showed. He didn't fight back. He let his planet get fucking butchered. They didn't have to keep going with it. Like, that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you here. Like, explain to you guys here, right? The diplomacy is that we're not going to fucking fight you guys, right? Like, I should be punished. It's me. I'm the problem. Come get me. But why are you burning my fucking planet, guy? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Rush tried diplomacy to his credit. He tried for hours and Magnus didn't respond because he wanted to die. Again, man, given the circumstances, you're going to show up to the planet. You couldn't communicate with him. Okay, so maybe you tried to communicate him. The phone call didn't go through. Okay, let's assume that. The phone call didn't go through. So you're going to instantly arrive to the planet, send drop pods down, and start butchering women and children. That's correct. That's the correct response to not being received. Am I that drunk? I'm not even drunk, motherfucker. Like, what? No. I wish. No, I'm actually not that loaded. I've only had a few potions.
I thought he wished to punish me for ruining his great work.
For a moment, Magnus paused, gazing at the host of Neverborn, darkening the tunnels, as if seeing them for the first time.
But how was I to know? He refused to tell me of his grand plan. If he had told me...
Vulcan resisted the urge to spit at the sun. They drifted through the oval tunnels, following the angles that hurt the human eye.
What just happened?
Always ahead of them, an avatar of fire blazed through the tunnels, shattering the wraith-blown membranes without heed.
Just took us back a couple minutes there. Hold on, let me just find where we were.
At the host of Neverborn, darkening the tunnels, as if seeing them for the first time.
But how was I to know? He refused to tell me of his grand plan.
The fuck was that?
If
I
he
don't know.
had
I have no
told-
idea.
Vulcan
I have no idea. It
resisted
just
the
went back
urge
like
to spit at the sudden
30
foul
seconds or
taste on his
something.
tongue.
Again, you see the worst in all others, absolving yourself of blame. Why did you need to know of the great work? You were warned not to toy with the warp. We all were. But you couldn't resist. You believed that you knew more, that you knew best. And why is it that you alone lament being kept unapprised of Father's plans? Why is Sanguinius not enraged that he never knew of the Webway project? Why am I not enraged that I was kept ignorant of it? Why did you need to know?
Magnus's eye gleaned the reflection of the burning icon ahead.
Why did Magnus need to know? Because Magnus is a fucking psyker. That's why Magnus needed to know. Magnus was one of the few people that had the potential to absolutely fucking trash the Webway project. I think that's why he probably should have been one of the few to know, personally. Again, I'm not even trying to look at this in a biased perspective, but like, again, these other Primarchs do not have the ability to absolutely fucking throw the Imperium into the dust like that. Magnus does, right? So you would think that Magnus having this ability, the Emperor might warn him, you know, in a sense, might tell him a little bit more than the other Primarchs. That was my assumption. Maybe I'm wrong.
To know.
Magnus's eye gleaned the reflection of the burning icon ahead. His former self, years before, racing to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal, reducing the Webway to unsanctified rubble with his passing.
Had I known the truth, I would never have done what I did. Father should have told me.
Exactly.
Vulcan laughed, unable to believe what he was hearing.
How could Father have predicted you would defy his one command? Not only did you use the warp
That is
against his
fair.
orders,
That's
you
fair.
fueled your psychic warning with human sacrifice. How could any of us have known you were capable of such barbarity?
Yeah.
Magnus exhaled, slowly, his hands clutching the folds of his toga.
In complete fairness, yeah, that's an amazing point by Vulcan right there. Yeah, you fueled it with human sacrifice. He did explicitly tell you not to do that, but you never explained what the consequences of those actions could be. Even if he didn't even, like, if he didn't tell him what his plan was, at least telling him the consequences of the actions potentially would have saved him a lot of grief, I feel like. You know what I'm saying? At least like warning him of the danger that he is potentially in by doing the things that he is doing. Instead, he just told him not to do it and left it at that. That's the problem, right? Like, he didn't explain it at all. He wanted to martyr himself and the whole planet. That's cope. That's like not showing up to court and then getting mad at the law for coming for you to get. That's like not showing up to court, then getting mad at the law for coming to get you at your home. I mean, kind of, yeah, but like, also not really, because the law isn't fucking shooting your dog and your family and everybody else in your house before they come and get you. So that's also kind of not really a correct statement. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'm sure that does happen. Don't get me wrong, but like in a typical instance, right? Like, the authority is not supposed to go in there guns blazing, right? Unless they are, right? But in this case, again, they weren't fighting back. They literally were not fighting back. So it's just like hard to conceptualize that, like, you know, people are saying that Russ was kind of in the right there, you know? I'm not saying Magnus was in the right. Again, it was Magnus's fuck up that caused this to begin with, right? I'm not justifying that. But to sit there and say that sending Russ, the guy with a blood feud, the guy that had no problem completely wiping this planet, I think that was a wrong call. I think they could have sent a lot of other people that would have done a lot better than Russ in this instance.
Slowly, his hands clutching the folds of his toga, he spoke a word of power, and the world turned. They were in the throne room. The blazing avatar had incarnated before the scientists and techno-magicians of the Emperor's secret work. It had forced the Webway portal open.
They were fighting? Are you guys saying they were fighting? Horus sent Russ? Did Horus send Russ? Because to mine, like, I thought it was the case of Russ was en route and then the plans changed, right? Because didn't the Emperor say to Russ, or at least the fleet going to the planet, bring him back alive? And then Horus's orders came in while they were on transit that said, no, fucking kill him. Did I misinterpret that? Because I'm pretty sure initially Russ was dispatched not by Horus, because the initial command was to take him alive, correct? Yeah, initially the Emperor sent Russ. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Somebody's not paying attention here, because I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, that's correct, right? The Emperor sent Russ, and then Horus changed the orders. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The Emperor's secret work. It had forced the webway portal open, making it radiate wounded light. It grew dark with the silhouettes of demons as they drew near. The custodians present, precious few of them, for how could they have anticipated the sudden death of the Emperor's dream? They opened fire on the image of ghostly flame. It ignored their paltry defiance.
Yeah, correct, okay.
And it ignored the explosions its arrival had birthed across the great laboratory. It hovered before the Emperor, like some spectre of religious revelation from the...
Again, you guys are saying Magnus waited until he felt too guilty to join them. His entire reason for not fighting them was that he didn't want to give in to chaos. The whole purpose in his mind at that time, right? And it was explained, right? Was that if I start killing Space Wolves, if I start killing fellow Astartes, if I start butchering members of the Imperium right now, then chaos is getting what it wants. I'm feeding into that. And his whole reasoning for not fighting at that point was, I'm not going to give chaos what it wants. Right? So with that in mind, like, again, it's not as simple as he did feel guilty, and that is the reason he went out and eventually fought, yes. But that was also a thought in his mind too. He did not want to give in to what chaos was trying to tempt him into doing, what they were trying to manipulate him into doing, because he realized by that point he was being manipulated. He had no idea what was true anymore, I think, right? So hand himself into Russ, why not let the planet die? Like, I agree with that. But equally, why didn't Russ just come and get him specifically? Why did they start torching the whole planet to begin with, right? Like, they know where he was. It was no secret where Magnus was. He wasn't hiding on the planet like he was in his tower, right? Like, they knew exactly where he was. They could have went there and gotten him, right? Like,
hovered before the Emperor, like some spectre of religious revelation from the ancient tomes, when such things were believed by credulous men.
I had to warn.
Do it,
said Magnus,
True.
Watching the scene.
No, you believed you had to warn him. You believed
it was
that
badly
you
handled by
always
both sides. Like, yeah,
that you
at the end of the day,
were
it was. It completely
that
was.
You had to act, that you alone knew what had to be done. And never once did you think, through all this destruction, that there was something deceiving you.
The sorcerer glared at him.
Why do you speak
Shit
to
show
me
all around.
as
Yeah,
if
like
I
it
were
was a
lowly
shit show all
pawn
around.
in
Yeah.
this game of regicide? The War Master and the Emperor both know I am the most valuable piece on the board.
Damn.
Vulcan was unmoved by the sorcerer's words, and by the cataclysm playing out before
That's honestly
him.
not even technically
His
wrong,
tone
what he
was
just said.
patient,
Very
as it had
arrogant
been
to
in
say
the
it, but it's
days
not
before
technically
the
wrong.
war.
Vanity is what leads you, Magnus. You choke on arrogance, unable to see you are the architect of your own downfall. All the others, all of Horus's broken monsters, at least they can see the bars of their cages. Even Horus, driven out of his mind to serve as a hive for the Pantheon, knows in his soul's core that he has lost control. You are the only one that still believes he is free.
Magnus's body was shattered. Nearly every bone was broken, as his once friend and brother Vulcan was on the verge of beating him to death. The two Primarchs dueled like champions of a gladiatorial pit in front of their father, each of them broken and bloodied, as two demigods smashed and stabbed at each other with a speed beyond human perception. Magnus screamed that if I must be damned with my sons, I will be full damned. A battle cry of hate, as Vulcan eventually pummeled and hacked Magnus down until he was nothing but a bloody pile that barely resembled the human form.
Damn.
Vulcan, with pain in his voice, lamented for his brother's choice. It didn't have to be this way. He could have stood at their side again. He could have been his brother again. The price was too high.
Yeah.
Even if they were damned and corrupted, even one was too many. As Magnus lay dying at the feet of Vulcan and his father, his heart full of hate at the man who had given him no true choice at all, he cursed him. Again. Since Nikaea, Prospero, and now Terror, all he had done was defend himself. A victim of others' choices. An emperor who chose not to share his secrets. A brother who architected Prospero's burning. And another brother who enacted that violence without question. And now
Literally,
a
without
redemption
question.
They knew was impossible to take.
Shit
But
show on
something
both sides.
did have a choice for him. A voice crept into the mind of dying Magnus. An offer he had heard many times before. Ascension. Enlightenment. A future without restriction, like Nikaea. A future where the only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. And he could have what the Emperor kept from him. The knowledge of the warp that he so selfishly kept to himself. Immortality and power, and a future where his sons could live under the warm embrace of Tzeentch. Without the light of chaos, the universe would stagnate and collapse. Only through this struggle can any advancement occur. The Emperor wanted stasis, stagnation, and the death of knowledge.
Wow.
He was the enemy of enlightenment. Magnus finally made a choice.
Now, we obviously know that's not true, but again, again, I feel like the Emperor could have potentially prevented this a lot. You know, I think, again, if you have a son with psyker abilities, as you do Magnus, right? None of your other Primarchs really have the abilities that he does. You need to be a lot more careful with him. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, you need to, I think you really do need to tutor him more. That's the problem here. I think that's the direct causation of a lot of the problems here, right? Was as much as Magnus did not want to be ignorant, he was ignorant, right? But his ignorance, in a sense, was not even his own fault. I feel like if he was warned of potential dangers, and again, he even says multiple times, had I known, I would have done things differently, right? Like, again, Vulcan tried to use the point of, why did any of us need to know, right? Why am I not enraged? Why is no one else enraged? Well, because none of the other Primarchs necessarily had the abilities that he did, right? None of the other Primarchs could shatter the webway instantaneously like Magnus could, right? But Magnus didn't even know that he was fucking something up by doing that, right? Like, again, so it's really hard to say here, you know? Like, this is such a nuanced situation. There's so many moving parts around it, you know? It's just one of those things. You do what Magnus is doing, you validate your own context and reasoning while not doing the same, ignoring that of others. Russ was also in the dark and only knew Magnus was moving snaky. I mean, that's true, yeah. But again, he accepted orders blindly without any sort of questioning, right? Like, and again, maybe he did try to communicate with him. We don't see that in this video. I'm sure it did happen. This is the perspective of Magnus, right? But again, like, the whole thing was a fucking mess. You know what I mean? The whole thing was a fucking mess. And I'm not trying to justify Magnus. I'm not justifying him at all, right? Like, I'm not taking his side 100% on things. but he does have justification for the way he's acting. And again, asking for redemption through the sacrifice of your entire legion. That is a big fucking ask. That is a very, very big ask, right? That's a price that for Magnus at this point is a lot higher than I think, it's a lot higher than he is willing to pay. And I think the Emperor probably should have knew that going in, right? That he was not going to pay that price. While taking logic, you can think maybe he was willing to take logic. He assumed he was going to take logic over his feelings, over his emotions. No, I don't think so. Not at this point. No. Bro, chaos is actually insanely, genuinely terrifying. Imagine the mind of Tzeentch to have planned all this, played our boy like a damn fiddle, bro. Actually crazy. Yeah, exactly, right? Like at the end of the day, Magnus was sitting there getting played time and time again, but he had his arrogance to think that he's the biggest fish in the sea when he is so neophyte in the grand scheme of things. Like that is ultimately what leads him astray and what leads him to make the mistakes that he does. But to sit there and say that he wasn't done dirty by his brothers, by the Emperor in a sense, like I don't think that's true. I think he was completely done dirty in a sense too. You know what I'm saying? Obviously not entirely their faults, right? But I think I think the blame is very much split here, for sure. But Magnus's reasoning, the reasoning he says a lot of the times, it's not entirely far out there, right? From what humans feel, right? Us as an outsider looking into it, sure, right? But if you're in Magnus's perspective and this is happening to you, how are you going to let your kids die like that? You know what I mean? Like, again, it's not going to happen, right? None of us would agree to that, right? From somebody we love, again, and he says it all the time, like you're willing to give anything for something you love, right? So, yeah, like it's just a hard one, Facts don't care about your feelings. That's true, but fuck, To be fair, Tzeentch isn't entirely wrong, as change is fundamental part of the universe, just as conflict, decay, and perfection are. Now, if you excuse me, I'll see myself to an Inquisitor. So true. FYI, chaos is absolutely evil, but it's like trying to remove a fundamental force of reality and expecting everything to be okay. Yeah, exactly. Good and evil, right? You can't have one without the other. It's the yin and the yang, right? Like, yeah, that's completely true.
Magnus finally made a choice. His head tilted back as eldritch sapphire light burst from him. Blue and pink fire washed over him as Magnus felt his limbs reknit. Magnus lifted into the air as time and space warped around him, and with a sickening smile, Magnus looked one last time upon the throne room as he ascended into the warp. An apotheosis had washed over Magnus. He felt his body transform. He began to enlarge. He grew hoofed feet, jutting horns, and psychedelic avian wings sprouted from his back. The very power of change rippled through him.
There are good aspects to all chaos gods.
Every fiber and cell. One baleful eye opened that saw into spectrums of light, ley lines of time and formulae he could only dream of before. His mind was different. No, more. It was intoxicating. The power and knowledge at his fingertips. It would all be his.
Damn.
Vengeance, knowledge, power. It all belonged to the greatest
Try demonic enlargement
being
today. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Him.
Enlargement.
If this
wink, wink.
is my fate, then I regret nothing. Better to have bathed in the light than cower in darkness. Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat. No more boundaries. No more a pawn in others' games.
Whoa.
The universe
YouTube, what the fuck?
and time was his to do with as he
I'm not
wished.
censoring that.
And
That's
what
YouTube
he
doing
desired
that.
more than anything now was the fall of the Emperor. Inside the webway, the demon Primarch returned. where once had been the place.
Magnus took the red enlargement
it would
pill.
now
He did.
be his greatest
He certainly
triumph.
did.
Inside the ruins of an ancient Eldari city.
You see these this horned breastplate that he has here? Accurate representation, let me tell you guys right now. Accurate representation.
Greatest triumph. Inside the ruins of an ancient Eldari city, Magnus began to throw a psychic assault upon the Emperor's own psychic
Yeah, literally, it does it every
A
time.
pressure that
Every time
weakened the
Amber King says
master of
pawn,
mankind
it replaces it,
as
and
the
I don't know
siege of
why.
Terror raged on. A challenge that had to be answered. Inside a strange Xenos tower, Magnus saw his brother. The Lord of Drakes, Vulcan, approached. To the loyal son of the Emperor, he saw a face that was a mask of condescending horror, smug with amassed knowledge, cyclopic, fanged, bestial, all nobility gone, leaving an animalistic superiority in its place. Magnus taunted his brother. He read every thought, every tang of pity in Vulcan's mind. But it was Magnus who felt true pity. Oh, how ignorant and blind Vulcan was. How it was a waste to explain fate, destiny, and agency to a being that could not grasp its true intricacies like he had. The clash began, Magnus roaring with laughter as Vulcan tried to match him. Magnus towered over his pathetic brother as psychic fire met great hammer in this ancient city of ruins. Magnus connected with Vulcan's mind one last time, showing him the hypocrisy of the Emperor, the man who had enacted a crusade that had wiped billions from the universe in order to create his imperium of stagnation, that every action he had taken, he was punished for. Nikaea, Prospero, his folly were all because the Emperor had hoarded knowledge from him. It was not his fault. Even now his actions were necessary. Necessary according to whom? Magnus had delved too far into the warp because he had to know. He had been warned not to, but he knew better. Oh, the great knowledgeable Magnus didn't think that he could be manipulated, that his judgment surpassed the Emperor, that he could outwit the gods of chaos. He alone was responsible for saving the Imperium and warning the Emperor with methods that were forbidden to him. That when
That's not
Prospero
true.
burned,
That's a bit of a
he
cope
believed
statement.
that his guilt, his punishment was so deserved that he did nothing when the wolves came. He didn't try to reason with Russ or defend his world. He wallowed in his own guilt and didn't raise a finger to spare the others caught up in his self-sacrifice. That when he was offered redemption, he refused it. And in truth, it was not because of his sons, but because he desperately needed to be in control, the one who had the choice. That every failure and mistake, every boundary broken, was not his fault, because the idea of the great Magnus the Red being responsible was too much to bear. Why do you speak to me as if I were a lonely pawn in this game of
there it is again.
regicide? The War Master and the Emperor both know I am the most valuable piece on the board. There
And this is who we see fight
the
Guilliman
heart
on
of it
Luna,
all.
yeah.
Pride and vanity. Magnus was not the man who left the cave and dug the light towards his friends. He was the man too deeply afraid to admit to himself that he was blinded by the sun, not wise enough to let his eyes adjust. The true Magnus was dead in Vulcan's eyes, and all that remained was a creature that was the combination of his brother's worst traits. too blind to see the bars of the cage he had put himself in, too ignorant to see that even now the creature he served had taken away his choice. Inside the Webway city, the two brothers clashed, each time Magnus burst apart, immolated or suffocated Vulcan. His brother would rise again, an immortal, perpetual.
Damn.
Another secret kept from him. The Lord of Drakes and the Demon Primarch battled across the ruins, until upon a bridge, after countless revivals, Vulcan began to tire Magnus out. Still,
Countless
Magnus
revivals.
threw psychic attacks against the Emperor. Even in the midst of this brutal duel, his true target would suffer. Finally, Vulcan landed his enormous hammer upon the demonic flesh of Magnus. Bones cracked, and eldritch blood poured from Magnus. Fear finally showed upon Magnus's face. He couldn't believe he was losing.
Oh.
He was the Crimson King. He was superior.
I'm just gonna say right now, is it still technically losing if you've killed this fucker like 30 times and he just keeps coming back? Like, is that still technically losing? I think you've just won like 20 times and you're about to lose once, right? Like, isn't that more what it's like in a sense? Like, I know in the grand scheme of things, no, but like technically, right?
He was the Crimson King. He was superior. Finally, Magnus saw behind Vulcan's ember eyes the golden light of his father. He heard the thought imprint upon his brother's mind. As the Emperor screamed to kill him now, Magnus began to unmake his brother down to the very atoms. Flesh and bone peeled away. Magnus thought he had won, until Urkdrakul roared down onto his skull, sundering him from the material universe.
God damn.
Inside the warp, the demon Primarch began to coalesce.
Vulcan hit me with
An
your hammer.
immortal
Oh no.
existence in this realm of
Soulsborne
madness.
logic.
On the planet of sorcerers, a demon Crimson King sits upon his throne. Long has passed since the time of the Horus heresy, the defeat of Horus, and the internment
Yeah,
of
that
the
is some
Court
Soulsborne
Emperor
logic,
on the
Hobbit, you're
Golden
right, yeah.
Throne. Gone
Doesn't
was the
matter if you kill him
Child of
20
Terror,
times if you only have to kill him
son
once,
of
it's true.
Prospero, Primarch of the 15th, an arrogant creature with knowledge,
That is
but
actual
without
facts.
wisdom remains, and a man who thought he could do no wrong. A pawn of a god of change.
I swear to
And a
God.
future of enlightenment for humanity.
Can't wait till my video gets
murdered.
demonetized because
All
of
of it gone.
that.
All is dust.
Without wisdom, power will destroy the one who wields it. Seekers desire power, but not wisdom. Power without wisdom is dangerous. Better to have wisdom first. Those who have knowledge do not predict. Those who predict do not have knowledge. If you abuse power, you will be burned.
Vulcan just built different,
Then
not his fault. He's a Giga
learn.
Chat. That's fair.
If you live.
That is fair. Vulcan. Oh!
Ne-
Did it just end right there? Oh, wow. That was a pretty abrupt ending. Jesus Christ. We're going to like go back just a little bit there because I want to just catch the last
The
end of
demon
that.
Primarch began to coalesce.
I just want to catch the end of that
Do
there.
not predict. Those who predict do not have knowledge. If you abuse power, you will be burned, and then you will learn. If you live.
Interesting. That's a very abrupt ending there. Wow. But that was awesome to see, guys. Magnus the Red 40k lore. Ah, man, I don't know. Wow. That was very, very interesting, guys. I don't know if I liked the explanation why he refused the Emperor at the end there. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Again, I think you can justify in a lot of ways why he refused. But I don't think it's just simply because he thought he was wrong, or because he couldn't admit he was wrong. Again, at that point, to me, from what I've seen, from my understanding, it seems like he was very much already admitting that he was wrong. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if I agree necessarily with that statement, but I thought that was a fucking fantastic video. Magnus the Red, guys, man. Again, I think this might be one of my more favorable trader Primarchs, to be completely honest with you. Like, again, I didn't really feel a connection with Angron. I didn't personally feel a connection with Kurz. But with Magnus here, I feel like he can definitely be justified a lot more, maybe not a lot more, but in my mind, I can see his justification for things just a little bit better, I suppose, I guess, in a sense. And maybe that's just down to bias, perhaps. I'm not too sure, and I'm willing to admit that. But I think maybe I can see his justification for going Primarch a little bit better. Again, as people said in the Valador video, the Burning of Prospero has some retarded writing, and I think that causes a lot of the controversies with him. Yeah, yeah, a lot of people have said that Prospero, like the entire story arc there, can be a little bit messy, for sure. So yeah, like maybe the problems just in general come down to that, you know, just the story writing in general. It's hard to say. It is hard to say. I believe he's going to do a part 2 for Magnus later once more lore drops for him. That would be a good idea, again, because, you know, to see Magnus after the change more so, I think that would be cool. Much like we saw Guilliman last week. Like, the video last week, I thought that was fucking fantastic, and it gave us a really, really good sense of like the modern 40k setting with Guilliman. But it would have been good to like kind of get like the full kind of story on him. Like, you know, I like how it goes over like their home world, what they had to go through growing up, what shapes them into the way that they are. We didn't get that with the Guilliman lore video last week. So it would be cool to see a video where it explains that about Guilliman a little bit more. But I really, really enjoyed seeing this video. And it was shocking to me too that, again, like Magnus, his world wasn't fucked. Like he didn't grow up. He had a father figure. He had friends. He had people that respected him. He wasn't a slave, you know, he wasn't just tossed down into nothing. His world was actually a very, very good world for what it was, you know. And it sucks to see him go down that route, because again, as a lot of you guys were saying, in theory, he is one of the Primarchs that you think would be a loyalist. It's just he got fucked a lot, you know what I'm saying? But so doesn't, like, everybody does in this universe, you know, everybody does. So, you know, I don't know if that's enough justification for him to go traitor, but yeah, it's rough, you know. It's rough for sure. Want to see Dorn? As for the final choice, the Emperor did not need to call for the wiping out of the remaining 1,000 sons. Yeah, he did not need to do that. Like, that was completely unnecessary. If the Emperor literally just said, like, yeah, you and your sons can return to us right now as it stands, you know, Magnus probably would have taken that deal. He probably straight up would have taken that deal. You know what I mean? He just wanted that shit to be over. But again, after everything that he's been through, everything his legion has been through for him on his behalf, when he didn't even want them doing that shit for him to begin with, and then here they are keeping him alive, doing what they can for him, and now the Emperor is demanding that they be sacrificed, demanding that they be killed. No, of course he's not going to do that. You know what I mean? Like, that's a crazy, crazy thing to ask. You know, let me kill your kids, like, literally. Like, no, that's not going to happen. Like, you know. So yeah, completely, that was completely unjustified in my mind from the Emperor. But yeah, wow, I thought that was a really great video, guys. I'm not gonna lie, that was a good one. That was a really, really good one. Wow. The city of Tiska was good. The world itself was mega fucked, but he grew up real well. Like, yeah, comparatively to like some of the other Primarchs we see, yeah, he had a pretty good upbringing, I will say. Pretty good upbringing, and again, I can see where his arrogance comes from in a sense, because again, he was the smartest person on his world, filled to the brim with some of the smartest individuals. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can kind of see where his arrogance in a sense comes from. You know, when you have all these guys around you that are so to sacrifice the 1,000 kids is a bad idea, but sending them into battle just to die is bad. Well, I mean, there's a difference between going into battle and potentially winning, right? And just straight up slitting your wrists and dying, right? There's a big difference between that. So I think that's not the same. You know what I mean? But that's just my opinion. We've already covered that. You're beating a dead horse? Yeah. But yeah, guys, no, I thought that was an awesome video. If you guys enjoyed the video, of course, leave a like. You know, guys, if you guys, I've been enjoying this stream and you guys have not left a like yet, please do go ahead, leave a like and subscribe for more content if you're not subscribed. Again, I thought this was a great video. We are going to be having a poll, of course, for next week's live stream on Saturday, of course, 6 p.m. What an absolute goated story. Again, Amber King, fuck me, like the Amber King does such an amazing job on these videos, again, and the length on them, insane for what they are. I absolutely appreciate the work that he puts into these videos. I think he does a fantastic job on them. I have not seen a single Amber King video so far that I've been disappointed with. I think he's, in terms of his dedication for the lore, one of the better, like one of the best, you know, lore makers out there, because he's able to put like all this together 3.5 hours long, you know, in an amazing format, narrated all the way through, great visuals to back it up, great music choices to cop it up, or to back it up. You know, I think that's fucking great. So disclaimer, due to how copyright works on YouTube, the narration will dissect what happens within the excerpts. Fair use. Fair use, guys. Read that right there. YouTube, notice this. Fair use right here. Do you guys see that? Fair use, YouTube. Don't fuck me on this. Fair use. Again, though, a lot of these videos, just in general, from the Amber King, because of the music that is used and involved with it, do get demonetized, of course. So I just expect that to happen. But yeah, fair use, YouTube. Don't fucking annihilate me, please. But no, I thought that was a great video, guys. So again, if you enjoyed, please leave a like, subscribe for more content from me, and of course, leave your recommendations down in the comments below. Big shout out to all of our members, all of our Hastati, and our Principe Dagenhart. I appreciate you guys, of course. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day. Big shout out to all you guys for the donations and the gifted subs, not gifted subs, gifted memberships in this one. I appreciate you guys a lot for that, and it's awesome to have some more members on the channel. So I hope all you guys who got those memberships, fucking, you better show some appreciation. That's awesome to see, and again, I appreciate it a lot, guys. But yeah, guys, without any further delay, we're gonna call it here. This has been Centurion, and I will see you guys on the next one. I might be on Discord later, so if you guys want to hop on the Discord, maybe chat with me, I might be on there later. I might be up for a little bit longer. I'm probably gonna get something to eat here. Feeling kind of hungry, and then I might be on for a little bit longer. So if you guys want to talk to me over on the Discord, I might be over there. But yeah, guys, you all have yourself a fantastic night. You guys take care, and it was great to see you guys here. Awesome for you guys to show up. Appreciate it a lot, guys. Have yourselves a great night. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. We'll get the poll for next week's stream posted probably tomorrow if I had to guess. But yes, guys, you guys all have a fantastic night. See you guys in the next one, guys. Peace.